economy, to create jobs, to create growth. And there's more to it, but I'll step aside now.
Mr. Green?
Yes, ma'am.
Is your strategy for blocking changes to Dodd-Frank the same as your strategy for blocking Obamacare repeal? And how much will that factor into the retreat you guys have later this week?
The question was, is our strategy for stopping Dodd-Frank? Well, it's take it to the public. Again, this is about the public interest. And while some of us were very discouraged on Inauguration Day when we had the peaceful transfer of power to a new president, our spirits were lifted the next day, where millions of people across the country and even more across the world came out and said, we're listening, listen to us, we're holding you accountable, all of you accountable. It was a fabulous thing. So we believe that the more the public knows, the more accountable the Republicans will have to be on these subjects. And Mr. Crowley and Ms. Sanchez have planned a very comprehensive schedule for us this weekend. Come there, we'll tell you what we're doing at that time. But it is the public knowledge. As Mr. Green said, it's about the truth, about people knowing what is happening and how it affects them in their lives, their economic stability, and what he said in the campaign and what he isn't doing now when it comes to Wall Street versus Main Street versus working families in our country. Okay? That's it. Anything, my colleagues, that you want to add on any of the questions that were, Mr. Foster?
Yeah, one small thing on areas, things that Congress should be working on. FinTech. The real threat to small community banks, is not Dodd-Frank regulation. It is banking on your cell phone. And Congress has a lot that we should be doing in making sure that when we regulate FinTech, we don't rediscover all the mistakes that we've learned not to make during centuries of banking regulation. And so that's an area where Democrats and Republicans should be coming together, not to generate predictable mistakes in our regulatory framework.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just one additional comment. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Some of this has gotten to the point where it's fatuous. It really is almost senseless, because in this world of alternative facts, when persons say they want to cooperate, they really mean they want to obliterate. They want to completely eviscerate Dodd-Frank. So how can you cooperate with people who want to eliminate the legislation that was demanded by the public? We will cooperate to the extent that we can, but it's difficult when their mandate is keeping the promise they made when they said they were going to oppose President Obama, and they are still doing it. They are still keeping their word. Thank you.
I want to thank all of you for being here today. When our leader talks about informing the public, we're really talking about breaking down financial services language in ways that the average citizen will understand. When you talk about deregulation, we're talking about getting rid of consumer protection. And so it's very important for us to do everything that we can to talk about financial services in a way that connects with the public and helps them to understand the connection between the reforms and what was happening to them starting in 2008 when we had the subprime meltdown, et cetera. So I am very thankful that all of you are here today, and I'm really thankful that you're interested in understanding not only what we are attempting to do to educate and inform the public, but to start to write about financial services issues in ways that our average Main Street citizen will understand. Thank you so very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Leader.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, so guys, I just showed you the tail end of that press conference. That press conference started early, about 8:15. I did record it, so we'll play it for you in full in a little bit. Again, that was Nancy Pelosi and other House Democrats discussing Trump's Wall Street policies. We'll play that for you in full a little bit later on. In about a couple of hours, Donald Trump will be speaking live in Tampa. We'll carry that live for you here on News Now, so you guys need to stay with us so we can show you that live. We're going to take you now to
15
the
billion
UN.
in 2016. Besides the Prime Minister's Skill Development Program for enhancing employability, Health Insurance Program, Educational Assistance Program, Batul for providing assistance to the deserving population, are all geared towards fighting the scourge of poverty. The broader objective of these initiatives are to facilitate redistributive growth. The economic policies of the government aimed at achieving macroeconomic stability and economic growth provide sustenance to this momentum. The latest report of the World Economic Forum on Inclusive Growth and Development Report 2017 attests to the substantial headway in improving inclusiveness in the economic development process. Mr. Chairman, the government has also taken a number of other steps to reduce the incidence of poverty and bridge the income inequality gap between various income groups. This includes, in particular, a multi-stakeholder process to prepare the national framework on social protection, widening the access to quality services like endowment fund for education and upscaling nutrition, and an easier and broader availability of technology and deepening its penetration. These programs also protect the underprivileged and vulnerable population from the economic consequences of potential health shock and steer out of the catastrophic illness by providing social assistance through a health insurance, ensure financial support for the primary education of 5 to 12 years old children, address the issue of poverty and unemployment through human resource development, and support small businesses and entrepreneurship among the poorest of the poor to come out of the poverty trap. Mr. President, poverty is a cross-cutting issue that requires action beyond the national level. Global cooperation is therefore equally important. We need to have a holistic solution through simulation of trade, commerce, entrepreneurship, and knowledge exchange, a fair economic order underpinning this cooperation. At length, we must not forget the plight of people living under occupation, who remain deprived of any development, be it political, social, or economic. For them, this journey of development, equality, and prosperity would only begin once they are given their inherent right of self-determination. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Pakistan for his statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Iraq. You have the floor, madam.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. في البداية
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, we wish to congratulate you on your election to head this commission. We also wish to congratulate the other members of the Bureau. We support the choice, the strategies for eradicating poverty to achieve sustainable development for all as the priority topic for this session. We hope that the delegations participating in this session will reach useful results so as to reduce poverty levels in the countries suffering the most. Sir, the government of Iraq has launched a national strategy aimed at reducing poverty for 2010-2014 due to the occupation of certain western and northern regions of Iraq by the terrorists of Daesh. They have led to a new reality. In June of 2014, the government of Iraq has thus organized workshops and many meetings so as to create work plans and so as to define the priorities for the second strategy for 2017-2021. It should be launched this year and coincides with the 2030 Development Agenda, focusing on combating poverty throughout the world. The goals and strategies of our second strategy to combat poverty were shared or divided into 6 categories: social protection, healthcare, education, housing, inequality between men and women. We reiterated that the strategy must include 2 goals, which are to improve environment in accordance with international targets, and this result was entitled A Better Environment for the Poor. The second item deals with those displaced, and depending on where they are displaced, or if they have returned once the region where they lived was freed. Social protection is crucial, and we have focused on support to the productivity of poor people with taking into account their care while guaranteeing credit programs and awareness programs, as well as training for them, guaranteeing strong income for them. This has led to a decrease from 23 to 15% in the poverty rate. However, the terrorist operations from 2014 and a decrease in oil prices have led to an increase in the poverty rate to 22.5%, and this is approximate. Despite this, the Iraqi government has implemented many new strategies, including adoption of Law Number 11 on Social Protection of 2014, which allows us to provide social services to families and individuals which are covered by its provisions. It allows their access to the workforce, to professional training, to strengthening their productivity so as to benefit from work opportunities, as well as credit or grants to launch projects. Financial assistance has been doubled for those categories benefiting from protection or social care. And thirdly, Law Number 38 of 2013, focusing on persons with disabilities, strives to overcome the issues that this social category is dealing with. The second strategy that we have implemented focuses on the displaced. This is an enormous challenge, a current challenge, and the government is working with international support groups managed by UNDP, which are working to strengthen stability in liberated regions of the country. This requires immediate, rapid reactions to assist those displaced once they return to their regions of origin. We must rebuild healthcare centers and schools as quickly as possible and ensure drinking water and electricity is in place. The government supports the international conference for the rebuilding after the complete freeing of the city of Mosul. The second strategy to combat poverty plans 5 workshops, 2 of which having organized for 2016, and the 3 other workshops will take place this year. The Technical Commission of our strategy to combat poverty has adopted in the Planning Ministry of Iraq 122 activities in line with the 2017-2021 strategy. These activities have been focused on those only to combat poverty, and there is a social development fund that has been created to launch projects to combat poverty during the next 5 years within this new national strategy. In conclusion, we thank the institutions and organizations for the efforts they have undertaken at the international level to support Iraq in social development, especially assistance to our youth, elderly, and people with disabilities. We hope that there will be increased cooperation and support for the Iraqi government's efforts to combat terrorism. I thank you.
Thank the distinguished representative of Iraq for her statement. And I now give the floor to the distinguished deputy permanent representative of Colombia. You have the floor, sir.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chairman. My delegation, first of all, is grateful for the Secretary-General's report on the main theme of this session of the CSD's work, poverty eradication strategies for achieving sustainable development for all. As we align ourselves with the CELAC statement as delivered by El Salvador, we agree that the vision that the Agenda 2030 has for its goal of addressing poverty in a consistent, holistic, systematic manner. And undoubtedly this approach helps policymakers to elaborate public policy to formulate consistent, comprehensive strategies to achieve sustainable development, creating synergies between the social, economic and environmental dimensions. Poverty as addressed in Agenda 2030 has a multidimensional nature, and therefore work articulated between the various sectors and actors to address this phenomenon is an overriding necessity. Beginning to understand poverty as a theme with different dimensions, and not just in terms of economic terms, has been a step forward, but there's still a work in progress. Therefore, we see the need to, when addressing multidimensional poverty, we should also include the premise that characterizes the SDGs, namely not leaving anyone behind. This premise cannot be just limited to words, it needs to be converted into a reality. We believe that the CSD in this regard possesses the necessary tools to ensure that that pledge be materialized in tangible commitments, taking into account all people, regardless of their economic, social condition, their age, gender or sexual orientation, in order to achieve sustainable development. We should highlight the most vulnerable populations, address their needs. And as Alicia Bárcena said, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, leaving no one behind means making sure that no one is left invisible. We need to make everyone in the world visible to ensure that we have a world that matters. In that regard, I'd like to highlight another theme of great relevance, which is having pertinent, reliable, credible, timely information to eradicate poverty. This will allow us to have a realistic overview of the needs of different populations and create policies, strategies and actions aligned thereto. We agree with the Secretariat's report, which points out that economic growth tends to have a greater impact on poverty when there is a change towards greater equality. The benefits of growth should be shared broadly, including increasing income and improving the welfare of the most vulnerable. My delegation is convinced that poverty eradication in all its forms should be considered in the context of national strategies, and as governments we need to have new approaches and strategies to better tackle the social economic drivers of poverty. We're aware that to keep continuing working along the same policies, the same failed policies as before, will make it harder to achieve the 17 SDGs that we committed to. Nonetheless, we also think that we need a true partnership for development to allow us together to eradicate poverty in all its forms and dimensions. That's why we agree with the Secretary General that international cooperation for development can play a more effective, sustainable role if it's part of a national development strategy adopted by the countries in question. So poverty eradication strategies can have greater effect if there is integration and consistency with international support. We also agree that it's necessary to avoid prescribing one-size-fits-all solutions for all countries, given the different national contexts. Each country, each region and each locality within a specific country require their own policies and strategies adapted to their own needs, priorities and historical circumstances. Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development acknowledges that countries in situations of conflict or post-conflict, as well as middle-income countries like Colombia, require special attention since they have particular needs and challenges in order to achieve sustainable development. Colombia recognises that a considerable proportion of financial resources must come from national sources and that mobilisation of national public resources will be crucial for funding social development. Nevertheless, international support is a fundamental, vital complement to financing for development. Furthermore, we also want to draw the attention of the Commission to the fact that existing inequalities are an obstacle to poverty eradication, that this inequality should not be addressed not just within countries but between countries. The Secretariat report says that poverty eradication, all its forms and dimensions, will require a combination of financial and political resources and non-financial regulations, for example, innovation and transfer of technology for mitigating climate change and adaptation thereto. But I do want to stress that not just technology transfer is necessary here, but also necessary when it comes to all facets of sustainable development. My delegation believes that an essential for achieving sustainable development is creating strategies that promote technology transfer on favourable conditions, including on preferential concessional terms from developed countries and developing countries, because it's a tool that will certainly support international efforts to bridge the huge gaps that exist at social and economic levels between countries. Finally, we want to stress that the work of this Commission, while they should bear in mind agreements reached as part of Agenda 2030, should not overlook commitments that we undertook as part of the Copenhagen Declaration on Social Development and the Programme of Action of the World Summit. Those agreements should also be treated with great relevance and should not be ignored. For all these reasons, Colombia trusts that the outcomes of this session will have as their basis implementing the progress and agreements reached to achieving innovative solutions in order to improve the living conditions of all persons without exclusion, without discrimination, and providing special attention to the most vulnerable and marginalised. Thank you.
Le agradezco al distinguido
To thank the distinguished Deputy Permanent Representative of Colombia for that statement.
to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the outset, my delegation congratulates you on your elections. My delegate believes that under your leadership, this session commission will achieve great success. Mr. Chair, eradicating poverty remains one of the challenges in today's world. During the MDS era, we were able to cut global extreme poverty about in half. Yet, under the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, we are required to do more as we aim for a zero-poverty world in all its forms and dimensions. To realize such a vision, we need to sophisticated poverty eradication strategies and concrete follow-up actions. The Secretary General's reports on strategies for eradicating poverty to achieve sustainable development for all ably lays out the path we must embark upon in the SDGs era: promotion of inclusive and equitable economic growth and a coherent social policy to ensure that no one is left behind. This approach applies to the Republic of Korea as well. Korea is also now faced with domestic challenges such as economic uncertainties among older persons and persons with disabilities, youth unemployment, and gender wage gaps. My government has adopted and implemented multiple laws and policies to tackle these issues, including on elderly pension programs, legislation to ensure the right of persons with disabilities, the roadmap to achieve 70% employment, and to programs to support women's sustained economic participations. Our ongoing domestic efforts would also benefit from the ideas and insights that emerge from these discussions. Mr. Chair, my delegation would like to reiterate its commitment to improving the welfare of the international communities. Believing that the Republic of Korea has its own roles in poverty eradication based on its own development experience, my delegation is enhancing its development cooperation efforts to support the least developed countries and increasing humanitarian projects for fragile and conflict-affected states, focusing on education, health, vocational training.
And we're going to cut out of the UN because Trump has just arrived in Tampa, Florida. We want to go ahead and show you guys the arrival of Air Force One, Donald Trump arriving in Tampa. He'll be speaking there at MacDill Air Force Base later today. Again, viewers, you are looking at a live image coming in from MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa. President Trump making an all-hands address to coalition representatives and senior U.S. commanders. His plane just arrived in Tampa. That's right, Air Force One arriving in Tampa now. Military members awaiting President Trump.
you see through the window? He was just on the phone. And over here was Flynn and the two generals of the two commands and the fleet commander. Okay, yeah, that's, and then that what's off the back you got right in the SBC. Okay? Good. Yeah, they're pretty close. I missed some of the, because I knew I would do one of the presidents, but I missed that. Yeah, we're still here. They're not
Okay, guys, that was President Trump arriving in Tampa. I'm going to take you back now to the UN.
Two of these recommendations, which might be useful for member states to
Actually, you know what? Since we were on the topic of Trump, why don't I actually go ahead and show you guys the White House. We are going to, instead of the UN, we're going to take you to the Nancy Pelosi press conference from earlier, where they discussed Donald Trump's policies regarding Wall Street. Trump's Wall Street policies, a press conference held just an hour ago.
In America since the Great Depression, millions of Americans lost their jobs, their homes, their savings. Many families and communities still bear the scars. The president wants to take us right back to that crisis. Instead of fighting for hardworking families abused by our economy, as he promised in the campaign, the president and his billionaire cabinet have abandoned Main Street to enable Wall Street's corrosive profiteering of the banks on the back of hardworking Americans. This administration has unleashed a Wall Street first agenda to pad the pockets of their Wall Street friends. An analysis of the Wall Street Journal today finds that the president's orders will lead to a $100 billion windfall to the 6 biggest U.S. banks. $100 billion windfall to the 6. The president has moved to expose hardworking Americans to unfair, deceptive, and predatory practices, perpetuating a massive con on those who thought he would stand up for them against the powerful interest. Remember what he said in the campaign? The president is undermining the financial security of working families while there is no transparency about how his own businesses would benefit from his new executive orders. With Dodd-Frank, Democrats enacted the strongest Wall Street consumer financial protections in history. With the retirement savings rule, also known as the fiduciary rule, we protected our seniors and strengthened the middle class and their investments. Democrats will continue to fight for the jobs, the wages, and the retirement security of hardworking families across America. Last night was the Super Bowl. If we had a scorecard, we would say overturn Dodd-Frank and score 1 for Wall Street. Overturn the fiduciary rule, score 1 for Wall Street. Eliminate the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, score 1 for Wall Street. Just the list goes on and on. They and the Republicans in Congress who have said they are going to move to overturn Dodd-Frank want to take us right back to where we were that night when the chairman of the Fed said if we don't act immediately. And when we took the bill to the floor to act immediately, Republicans, by and large, voted against it because they said, we don't believe in intervention. That's why we didn't intervene, to prevent this from happening with regulation and supervision of Wall Street. And so when the time came with the TARP, they voted no because they considered it an intervention. And that's what they want to do all over again. A champion in this fight, then and now, has been our very distinguished, knowledgeable, informed, brilliant ranking member who's there for the American taxpayers, there for America's working families, there for retail investors, Congresswoman Maxine Waters of California. Maxine.
Thank you. I'd like to thank our leader, Nancy Pelosi, for the continuing fight that she has led with, not only in our committee, helping us to design strategy, but the assistance that she's given to all of us who serve on the Financial Services Committee on the floor as we have constantly pushed back on the over 40 or so attempts that the Republicans have made to dismantle Dodd-Frank and the fiduciary rule. And so the executive actions on Friday by the president to so-called review the fiduciary rule and to establish core principles for regulating the U.S. financial system described accurately would be simply an attempt to dismantle protections for seniors and dismantle Dodd-Frank. These directives show once and for all that when push comes to shove, Donald Trump will always put the interest of his pals on Wall Street over the interests of the American people. With this administration, the hashtag Wall Street First couldn't be more accurate. What's more unnerving is that during the divisive campaign that Trump ran, he repeatedly accused Hillary Clinton of being in the pocket of Wall Street. He claimed that he would drain the swamp and put America first. What a pack of lies he told. Wall Street is running Trump's White House. For example, Trump was quick to name Goldman Sachs alums to his administration, making Steve Bannon his chief strategist, nominating Steve Mnuchin for Treasury Secretary, and he also appointed Gary Cohn, a Goldman Sachs lifer, as head of the National Economic Council, Cohn waltzed away from Goldman Sachs with a $285 million severance package and into the White House with plans to make his buddies on Wall Street even richer. Last Friday, Trump unveiled these two plans. First, of course, there was the executive order aimed at taking apart Dodd-Frank page by page. This executive order was clearly written by the banks. I encourage all Americans to read it, not for what it says, but for what it doesn't say. For example, the first so-called core principle is empower Americans to make independent financial decisions and informed choices in the marketplace, save for retirement, and build individual wealth. He isn't saying that we need to rein in predatory lenders. What we need to shut down, that we need to shut down payday loan sharks, that we need to make sure that investors aren't ripped off. He's saying what he wants an anything goes regulatory regime. Kickbacks, predatory practices, the worst of the subprime meltdown. He's telling us that it's all fair game as long as someone can make an informed choice. And if you choose wrong or you are duped, I guess that's on you. We had that kind of system before we knew exactly how it turned out. It led to financial crisis that started when banks and unscrupulous mortgage brokers steered unsuspecting Americans into poorly underwritten predatory subprime loans, and then Wall Street packaged those loans, lied to the investors about their contents, and then bet that they would fail. And in the ensuing chaos, the banks got bailed out while Americans lost $13 trillion in household wealth. 9 million Americans lost their homes to foreclosure, and the unemployment rate climbed to 10%. But Trump wants to go back to those days because for him, Wall Street comes first. This administration is also misleading the public by saying that Dodd-Frank is hurting small financial institutions. The data doesn't back that up. Community banks' income levels are up 12%. They're making more loans than the big banks, and the credit unions have seen their membership members expand. In fact, the numbers show that banks lending to businesses has increased 40%. All of this is since Dodd-Frank. This industry profitability 10 applies to banks of all sizes. All banks have been making money hand over fist post Dodd-Frank, with banks having posted a record profit of $43 billion last year. Dodd-Frank clearly isn't hurting their bottom line. But a $43 billion record profit isn't enough for these guys. They and their families in the White House want more, and they're willing to strip away the important consumer and investor protections in Dodd-Frank to get it. The executive memorandum on the fiduciary rule is no different. Trump is trying to undo the hard work that went into the Department of Labor's rule to protect seniors, savers, and retirees. Most people don't know that when they go to start saving for their retirement, that sometimes the person they've gone to for advice is recommending investments that are in the advisor's interest and not in the client's. This kind of conflicted advice has cost American savers $17 billion each year. Trump's memorandum would send that money straight back to Wall Street. Trump's actions prove that he and his administration are all about enriching some of the richest people in this country. It's the billionaires and millionaires looking out for each other. In Trump's America, Wall Street comes first and Main Street picks up the tab. Thank you very much. We have other members who are here.
Brad Sherman.
Brad Sherman next. Thank you.
We're doing it by seniority, and we've been joined by Congressman Al Green of Texas, who's a member of the committee as well.
Brad Sherman from California's best named city, Sherman Oaks, CPA and 20-year member of the committee. On the issues of Wall Street and the big banks, Trump sounded like he was Bernie Sanders. He's now creating an administration that looks like Goldman Sachs. The effects of this Trump executive order and plan are insidious because they don't have the immediate tangible effect. His executive order on visas and immigration, immediate effect, immediate pushback, immediate reduction, at least in its immediate effect. Obamacare, people will see it if it's repealed. They'll know it immediately. But what about changing Dodd-Frank? Well, as our leader pointed out, a Wall Street Journal article today says that they're on target to cut by $100 billion the amount of capital in the 6 largest banks that they are required to hold and allow that money to go to shareholders and management. Well, what does that mean? It won't have an immediate effect. The effect will be in the next economic downturn when those banks will have $100 billion less in cushion, and yet those loaning money to those giant banks, they're not seeking a higher rate of return. They don't think there's a greater risk because they know, or at least they believe, that if in the next economic downturn, without that $100 billion of capital and cushion, those banks can't meet their responsibilities and pay their debts, they'll be bailed out again by the federal government. So it won't have an immediate effect, but it will have a real effect on America and the social contract that pulls us together. As to this Department of Labor fiduciary rule, as our ranking member pointed out, that's going to hurt American savers to the tune of $17 billion. That is a rule supported by AARP and the Consumer Federation of America, and positive statements have been made about it by the Bank of America and Merrill Lynch and Morgan Stanley. And some 65% of Trump voters say that we ought to keep that rule in place. It's time that we stop the greatest bait and switch in American political history. It's time to make sure that Trump governs like he campaigned.
Mr. Al Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand you're the ranking member now, but you'll always be Madam Chair to me. And thank you, Madam Leader. And I say sincerely, without question, reservation, or hesitation, that she will always be Madam Speaker to me. Thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues. Friends, in a world with alternative facts, it is sometimes difficult to know the truth, the ultimate truth that can set you free. It is sometimes difficult to understand that Carlyle is right, no lie can live forever. That William Cullen Bryant is right, truth crushed to earth shall rise again. So please allow me to share a few truths with you. At the genesis of this crisis, several events took place that were absolutely destructive. You might recall that the stock market fell 778 points one evening. You might recall that we had to come back and we had to take another vote. You might recall that banks were not lending to each other. The crisis was so dire. We literally were on the precipice of an abyss, unlike we hadn't seen since 1929, probably. So with these facts, there was one other significant event that occurred. Members of the opposition party met, and the leadership decided that they would not, N-O-T, not support President Obama, and they made a pledge to each other. And the truth is, they kept their word. They fought him every step of the way. Dodd-Frank wasn't something that we necessarily thought we should just do because we were good-hearted people. The American people were demanding that we do something about 327s and 228s. They were demanding that we do something about my last point that I shall make, the yield spread premium. Please note that the yield spread premium allowed your mortgage broker to qualify you for a loan at 5% and then come out with a very big smile and say, good news, you qualified for a 9% loan. You would get that 9% loan thinking you had gotten a great deal. You would have your loan, you would get your house, but you would probably have a prepayment penalty that would coincide with a teaser rate, such that if you wanted to get out of that inflated loan, you would have to pay a penalty that you could not pay. And by the way, the broker got to share in the spread. That's why the broker would raise the rate so that the broker could benefit. Very similar to what's happening with some other circumstances. So I just want to thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, for allowing me the opportunity to say to the public, we can't accept alternative facts. There is a real truth, and the truth is that Dodd-Frank has been of great benefit to the American people. Thank you.
Congressman Foster.
Good morning. My name is Bill Foster. I am a businessman and a scientist and represented the 11th District of Illinois. As a businessman, at the age of 19, I started a company with my brother in our basement that now manufactures most of the theater lighting equipment in the United States and now employs over 1,000 people. We used banks in our financial system to help grow our company. But unlike Donald Trump, we did not go bankrupt. And unlike him, we kept those good middle-class jobs in the United States. I entered Congress in 2008 when I served on the Financial Services Committee during both the emergency response to rescue our economy and the Democratic response, the Dodd-Frank bill, to make sure that families in America never have to suffer through that kind of calamity again. Millions of American families saw their retirement savings wiped out in the collapse of Wall Street. Families saw any hope of a secure retirement wiped out in the bursting of the housing bubble. So in writing Dodd-Frank, we identified which pieces of our financial system were irretrievably broken and must be fixed immediately, and those pieces which worked well and were best left alone. The House Financial Services Committee held 41 public hearings on the financial reform and spent over 55 hours hammering out the final language. That's on top of the hearings and debate held in the Senate. And since then, we have seen over 75 months of continuous private sector job growth. Home prices are rising at a well-regulated and sustainable rate. The stock market has more than doubled. Business profits are at record levels. And despite Republican predictions of hyperinflation, interest rates and inflation are well under control. And yet, Donald Trump and the Republicans call this a disaster. President Trump has now directed his nominee for Secretary of the Treasury to submit a report within 120 days on how they might change regulations to meet broad economic goals, goals that should already guide everything that we do in the Financial Services Committee. But, Mr. President, I will save you some time. I have a thumb drive on which I will put the transcripts of all the hearings and all the debate that led to Dodd-Frank, because Congress has already done that work. We're now 10 years after the start of the financial crisis that families in America are only now recovering from. And we should always remember, this financial crisis did not have to happen. It was not an unavoidable accident or a standard feature of free markets or an act of God. It was a mistake. This was a mistake driven by the same mindless deregulatory hysteria and debt-fueled military spending that President Trump and the Republicans are steering us toward today. So when President Trump tweets out that his friends are complaining that they can't get all of the loans they want, well, if Donald Trump's friends go bankrupt as often as Donald Trump himself goes, then I am very pleased that our banking regulators are not letting the giant banks make those kinds of irresponsible loans. When Congress and the President, what we should be doing is building on the success of Dodd-Frank, which has made the United States financial services system the safest place on earth to invest, the envy of the world, and a financial haven in times of crisis. Thank you all.
Our newest member, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the, Madam Speaker and Chairwoman and our colleagues that are all here on this very important day fighting the repeal of Dodd-Frank. it would be catastrophic. It was for my district. Tens of thousands of people lost their homes. Millions lost their homes across the country. We can't return to the pre-2008 times. It's our duty. This should be a bipartisan issue. It shouldn't be a fight that's taken on by just a small group on a committee. We cannot return to the financial catastrophes that we've had in the past. In my district, one of the poorest in the country, we had a lot of financial crises within families, broken families. We need to save our seniors, our young people that are trying to buy homes, give them the stability that they need to move forward in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I thank my colleagues for their valuable contribution to this discussion, giving some of the history and some of the concerns that we have as we go into the future. Just want to mention that when we did put the Wall Street reform bill forward, the Dodd-Frank, not one Republican voted for the bill, even though there were attempts to accommodate some of the concerns in the 41 hearings that Mr. Foster referenced. And then when we had the conference report come back, 3 Republicans voted for it. So it's no wonder that same Wall Street Journal, I think on a different page or maybe on first page 2, is reporting today that the Republicans in Congress are ready to overturn Dodd-Frank. What happened on Wall Street was about greed. It may also have been about criminality. Nobody paid the price except the American consumer, American homeowner, American taxpayer. We're not going to let that happen again. If Mr. Trump wants to put Wall Street first again, we're not going back. I'm sure my colleagues would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Congresswoman Waters, last week you said your greatest desire is to lead Donald Trump right into impeachment. I'm wondering why is it appropriate to call for the impeachment of the president less than a month after him taking office?
I have not called for the impeachment yet. He's doing it himself. Let me just say that the statement I made was a statement in response to questions and pleas that I'm getting from many citizens across this country. What are we going to do? How can a president who is acting in the manner that he's acting, whether he's talking about the travel ban, the way that he's targeting Muslims, or whether he's talking about his relationship to Putin and the Kremlin, and knowing that they have hacked our DCCC and DNC, and knowing that he is responsible for supplying the bombs that killed innocent children and families in Aleppo, and the fact that he is wrapping his arms around Putin while Putin is continuing to advance into Korea. I think that he is leading himself into that kind of position where folks will begin to ask, what are we going to do? And the answer is going to be, eventually, we've got to do something about him. We cannot continue to have a president who's acting in this manner. It is dangerous to the United States of America.
Well, the person, I'm not here to talk about impeachment today. I'm here to talk about what the assault that the Trump administration is making on America's working families. Any of the things that the Congresswoman said are grounds for displeasure and unease in the public about the performance of this president, who has acted in a way that is strategically incoherent, that is incompetent, and that is reckless. And that is not grounds for impeachment. When and if he breaks the law, that is when something like that would come up. But that's not the subject of today.
Could I follow up on the subject of today with regards to
yes, please.
Dodd-Frank? Several of your colleagues in the Democratic caucus actually supported or were against President Obama's efforts on the fiduciary rule.
No, that's not true. That's not true. All of our members pitched in to say, how can we improve this? And I'm glad you brought that up because our Secretary of Labor, Mr. Perez, was listened to everyone that our members suggested that they bring in from the private sector. And that's why, as was mentioned, some in the private sector came forward and said, we can live with this. This is really about being honest with the American people. Should they have financial advisors who are telling them, you should make this investment because I get a bigger cut of the action? Or should they be making investments that say, this is in your interest, and of course I will get my fee?
Would you be supportive of the CFPB moving to a board, or is the
No, I'm not. I support the CFPB the way it is, because that was what we put forth as the best protection for the American people, that being the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And they want to overturn that. Make sure you understand. I hate to say this because I like to think that we're a community and we do things together in the interest of economic growth in our country. But what is happening now is the President Trump and his billionaire cabinet and his advisors in his own office, who spring from Wall Street, are putting forth a Wall Street first policy at the expense of the American people. This is to people who might be listening to this, if anybody is listening to it on a Monday morning or hear about it, make sure you understand what this means to you. My colleagues have talked about it in terms of home ownership, about pensions, about jobs, about growth in our country. They want to take us back. You heard what I said. They took us with these very same policies, and was referenced their fiscal policies as well. Tax cuts for the wealthiest, 2 unpaid-for wars, giveaway package in the Medicare Part D legislation that produced great deficits in our country, no growth, reduction in jobs, and at the same time, actions that allowed Wall Street to, and I don't paint everybody on Wall Street with this, by the way. There were some there who understood that this was wrong, but some who did not, and some have the ire of the public that no action was taken for those who were engaged in possible criminal activity in the way they ripped off the American people. So the American people have to know. You've heard me say it, those of you who are regulars, public sentiment is everything. Abraham Lincoln. The public has to know they want to take us right back to that place by the person who went out there and campaigned against Wall Street. And it was just a hoax. Just a hoax. Because here he comes back and says we're going to overturn every protection that is there for you. Whether it is in Wall Street reform, whether it's in the fiduciary rule, nobody actually knows. Most people don't know what that means. That means who are you responsible to when you and when you advise somebody to make an investment. The biggest profit for you, the advisor, or something fair to you and to the investor. So retail investors who are not sophisticated or paying as much attention as their advisor should be as to what's happening in the marketplace. This is really a rip. And this score everything so far that this president has done, score it for Wall Street. He's done nothing. Where's their job creation package? They talked about jobs, nothing, zero. By this time, in President Obama's administration, he stood on the steps of the Capitol on January 20th, 2009. I want swift, bold action now to create jobs and an education system for the 21st century.
Okay, guys, we're going to cut out of this, take you live to the Senate floor. They are going to be considering Betsy DeVos' nomination for Secretary of Education. We're going to take
Nomination, Department of Education, Elizabeth Prince DeVos of Michigan to be Secretary.
The Democratic leader.
I rise this morning to speak directly to my friends on the other side of the aisle. Now is the time to put country before party. I understand the pull of party loyalty. I understand deference to a new president. But from what we have seen in the first 2 weeks of this administration, party loyalty is demanding too much of my Republican colleagues on several issues. On the matter of the cabinet, on the matter of the president's executive order on immigration, and on the matter of dealing with Russia, we need Republicans to set aside partisan considerations in favor of doing what's best for the country. Otherwise, our institutions of government, our Constitution, and core American ideals may be eroded. My friends on the other side of the aisle are going along with the president and treating many of these things as if they were normal. But America knows they are not. We need Republicans to start recognizing it, saying it, and start stepping up to the plate to do something about it. I understand my Republican colleagues will go along with the president 90% of the time, but there are certain issues that are too important that demand putting country above party. Now is the time to put country above party. First, on the cabinet. Our norms of good government and, above all, ethics are being tested by a cabinet unlike any other I have seen in my time in public office. There are so many billionaires with so many conflicts of interest and so little expertise in the issues they'd oversee. Take the nomination we are now considering, Betsy DeVos for Education Secretary. In my mind, she is the least qualified nominee in a historically unqualified cabinet. On conflicts of interest, she ranks among the worst. In her ethics agreement, which was delivered to the committee after the first hearing, it was revealed she'd keep interests in 3 family-owned trusts that have holdings in companies that could be affected by matters related to the Department of Education. Independent ethics watchdogs have criticized her ethics agreement for failing to deal with these conflicts of interest. On philosophy of education, her views are extreme. She seems to constantly demean the main purpose of her job, public education. 9 in 10 American kids attend public schools. Her views on public education are a major concern, particularly for senators from rural areas. There's not a lot of choice of schools outside major metropolitan areas. If you don't have a public school, a good public school in your neighborhood, in your community, you have nothing. Any senator from a rural state should be worried about our commitment to public education. We in New York have the 3rd largest rural population in America. I am worried for those schools where if the school's no good, you don't have much choice. You don't have any choice. Above all, and on basic competence, Ms. DeVos has failed to make the grade. She didn't seem to know about the federal education law that guarantees education to students with disabilities. She couldn't unequivocally say that guns shouldn't be in the schools. And she didn't seem to know about a long simmering debate in education policy about measuring growth versus proficiency. Frankly, Ms. DeVos's answers at the hearings were embarrassing. Not only for her, but for my Republican colleagues on the committee, who rushed her nomination through with 5 minutes of questions, only 1 round, and at 5 p.m. Madam President, cabinet secretaries can't be expected to know everything, but this is different. The nominee for Secretary of Education doesn't know some of the most basic facts about education policy. She has failed to show proficiency, and there is no longer any time for growth. Mr. President, Madam President, the American people are speaking in one loud voice against this nominee. I've had many people come up to me in New York and said, I voted for Donald Trump, but I'm making calls about this nominee. Americans across the country in red states and blue states have been flooding our offices with phone calls and emails, asking the Senate to vote no on Betsy DeVos. Local newspaper editorial boards, many of them that endorse Trump, are saying the same thing. My friends, the senators from Maine and Alaska, were profiles in courage last week when they announced their opposition to her nomination. But unfortunately, so far, they are the exception. We need just one more vote, and we can get a lot better Secretary of Education than the one who was nominated. I ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to follow the courageous example of the senators from Maine and Alaska. We have an obligation as senators, not as Republicans, not as Democrats, but as senators, to evaluate these nominees and their fitness for office because these nominees are going to wield immense power over the lives of Americans for the next 4 years. I ask my Republican colleagues to look into their conscience and cast their votes tomorrow, not based on party loyalty, but based on whether or not Ms. DeVos is qualified to be our nation's leader on education policy. If one doesn't measure up, the Senate has a responsibility to reject the nomination. I realize it rarely occurs, but this should be an exception because she is so uniquely unqualified, whether it comes to competence, whether it comes to philosophy against the public schools, or whether it comes to conflicts of interest, which still exist in far too many instances with Ms. DeVos's holdings. Second, Madam President, the President's executive order on immigration and refugees is so poorly constructed, so haphazardly implemented, so legally and constitutionally dubious, and so wrong in terms of what America is all about, so contrary to our basic values as Americans, that my Republican friends should feel a duty to country to help us rescind it. Several members on the other side, I think it's over a dozen, have expressed concerns about it. Several spoke out strongly and unequivocally about imposing any type of ban during the campaign. But now that we have such a ban, they are unfortunately silent. It's time for that silence to end, and for Republicans to step up to the plate and start backing up their words with actions. On Friday, the order was temporarily blocked by a federal judge, Judge Robart. On Saturday, the President questioned his credibility via tweet and then asked the country to blame any potential attacks on the country on the judge and the courts. He is not a so-called judge, as the President treated, but rather a Senate-confirmed Bush appointee. Now, Madam President, that's not how we do things here in America. There's a separation of powers for a reason. An independent judiciary is absolutely necessary to ensure presidents and Congresses do not break the law or impinge on the Constitution. But this president has shown a certain callousness when it comes to judges who rule against his whim. Judge Curiel during the campaign, Judge Robart now. Instead of attacking the judge, the president should be working with Congress to tighten up security where it's actually needed. The president has said, well, if there are attacks, the judge will be to blame. I remind him, not one attack on U.S. soil has been perpetrated by a refugee from one of the 7 countries in the executive order. This order doesn't make us any safer. If anything, the executive order increases the risk of lone wolf attacks, our greatest threat. That's what happened in San Bernardino. That's what happened in Orlando. And no authority less than Senator John McCain has said exactly that it will increase the likelihood of attacks by these lone wolves, these disaffected people who are egged on by the evil ISIS. So, I make this offer to my friends on the other side of the aisle. Join Democrats in rescinding the executive order, and we will work with you in a bipartisan way, in good faith, to actually make our country safer. Close up that visa waiver program, where people from countries, just because they're generally friendly to us, those countries are not checked. We know that places like France and Belgium have homegrown terrorists lured by ISIS. They can get on a plane and come here far more easily than a refugee from those 7 countries. Let's tighten that up. But instead, the president picked this executive order. Lord knows how he came to it. And every expert on terrorism will say there are a lot more important things and better things that we need to do. So let me repeat. The stakes are too high for party loyalty to stand in the way of doing what's right to protect this country. We ought to scrap the order and start over. The order not only does not protect us from terrorism, but make it worse. But it stands in the face of what America is all about, a country that has welcomed immigrants, as the beautiful lady with the torch in the harbor, in the city in which I live, has beckoned us for generations. Finally, Mr. President, I ask my Republican colleagues to put country over party when it comes to Russia. This administration has shown a disquieting reluctance to criticize Russia when it flouts international norms and laws. The administration seems hesitant to enforce new sanctions and has even hinted at relaxing existing sanctions on what has always been probably our most formidable enemy along with ISIS, Russia and Putin. Unbelievably, just yesterday, the president insinuated that the American and Russian governments were somehow morally equivalent. When asked about Putin's authoritarian regime by Bill O'Reilly, President Trump responded, "There are a lot of killers. You think our country's so innocent?" Can you imagine if a Democrat had said that? Every one of these seats would be filled with people decrying that kind of moral equivalence. Russia, a dictatorship where Putin kills his enemies, imprisons the press, and causes trouble anywhere he can in the world, morally equivalent to this great land? Come on, where are you? You know if a Democrat said it, you'd be just howling at the moon. Rightfully so. And here, I don't hear much. Mr. President, Vladimir Putin has little or no respect for the diversity of his people, for the freedom of religion and expression, for a free press, for free and fair elections in Russia and in America, it seems. And he has documented and he has demonstrated on more than one occasion he'll go to any length to silence political dissidents, including murdering them. Does that sound like America? I would ask President Trump. Maybe in the President Trump's mind it does, but it sure doesn't to just about every American. It's not the America that this body represents. My Republican colleagues, as I said, ought to be aghast. I don't think anyone from the other side would associate himself or herself with those comments. I am encouraged that the Republican leader and other Senate Republicans criticized the president for these dangerous remarks. But what worries me most is the policy. Russia is a persistent and strategic threat to this nation. Will this administration cozy up to Putin and his oligarchs and relax sanctions? Will they look the other way when Russia supports separatists in Ukraine and commits human rights violations in Syria alongside Iran, Hezbollah, and the Assad regime? Putin is the kind of bully where if you give him an inch, he takes 10 miles. We all have come across people like that. President Trump's rhetoric is ceding more of the battle space to our enemy each day. So what we must do in this body is ensure that current sanctions stay in place and are robustly enforced. We also need to increase sanctions on Russia for its interference in our election. We ask our colleagues, step up to the plate, do what you know is right, and join us in making sure that the president cannot unilaterally reduce sanctions and that we strengthen sanctions for what he has tried to do in our election. Madam President, the stakes are too high to let loyalty to this president, any president, stop this body from doing the right thing for the American people. On the cabinet, and particularly Ms. DeVos, on the executive order and the lack of respect for an independent judiciary, and on Russia, I ask my Republican colleagues once again to consider principle over party and their duty to country before deference to the president. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President. The senator from Washington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, over the last few weeks, people across the country have continued to make their voices heard in opposition to the nomination of Betsy DeVos. Moms and dads, grandmothers and grandfathers, students, young and old, in cities and towns, in urban, suburban, and rural communities. People are standing up and they will not be silenced. Thousands upon thousands have joined protests in their communities. Hundreds of thousands have emailed or called their senators, jamming our phone lines, swamping the voicemail system, and shattering records. Millions have engaged on social media, sharing information with their friends and signing petitions and pressuring their elected officials. And Madam President, it has made a difference. Every single Democrat will be standing with their constituents and opposing Betsy DeVos. And just last week, 2 Republicans announced their opposition as well. And I can tell you, I know for a fact there are other Republicans who are feeling the heat and could come around. So, Madam President, this nomination is dead even right now, on the razor's edge. 50 senators, Democrats and Republicans, will vote to reject Betsy DeVos. And we need just one more Republican to join us, to stand on the side of students and parents and public education in America and say no to Betsy DeVos. So, Madam President, I come to the floor today to kick off the final day of debate on this nomination. Now, I spoke at length on Friday making my case for why the Senate should oppose Betsy DeVos. And Democrats will hold the floor for the next 24 hours until the final vote to do everything we can to persuade just one more Republican to join us. And I strongly encourage people across the country to join us. Double down on your advocacy. Keep making your voices heard for these last 24 hours. Madam President, over the past few weeks, I've heard a number of Republicans wonder why Democrats and so many parents and teachers across the country were so focused on this nomination in this moment. Now, President Trump has done so much in these first few weeks, and so many of the people he has nominated to run critical agencies have not been people I can support. But what is it about Betsy DeVos that has inspired so much grassroots energy and opposition across this country? Well, Madam President, I think I understand. It's pretty clear to me. I think it's that for the vast majority of people across the country, public education isn't just another issue. It's different. For those of us who owe everything we have to the strong public education we received, for those who saw our children and grandchildren move through our public schools, for those of us who walked into a public classroom ourselves to teach, or have friends or family who've dedicated their lives to teaching, for those of us who see the role strong public schools play in our communities, especially our rural communities, often offering an educational and a community resource where it simply wouldn't otherwise be offered. We believe that a commitment to strong public schools is part of America's core. The idea that every student in every community should have the opportunities that strong public schools offer. This is a notion that is embedded in our values. It's who we are. It's in our blood. So, Madam President, for those people across the country who feel that way, who believe those things, the nomination of Betsy DeVos truly hits close to home. It was a slap in the face because she doesn't approach this the way most of us do. She doesn't cherish public education. She doesn't value it. She is someone who has dedicated her career and her inherited fortune to privatizing public schools, to tearing down public education, to defunding it in order to push more taxpayer dollars into private schools and for-profit charters. She has called public education, quote, a dead end. From where she sits, from a distance, she has called it, quote, an embarrassment. She has disparaged those who work in our public schools, saying that our best and our brightest, quote, steer clear. She has said education is, quote, an industry. An industry? Well, for someone like her, a billionaire right-wing activist who spent her career and her inherited fortune buying and selling companies, she just doesn't understand a, quote, industry that isn't focused on profits and that doesn't exist in the free market. So, Madam President, when people across the country hear someone like Betsy DeVos say these things about public education, when they hear a right-wing conservative billionaire more focused on her anti-government ideology than on helping our students, when they see that someone who has spent her career trying to destroy public schools has been nominated to lead the federal agency dedicated to public education, well, they start to pay some attention. And Madam President, when they see that person in a Senate hearing so clearly lack any understanding of the issues, when they see her unable to explain basic concepts in education policy, unwilling to make basic commitments to not privatizing or defunding our public schools, confused about the need for federal protections for students with disabilities, and so committed to a right-wing agenda that she pointed to the need for guns in our schools to protect against, and I quote, potential grizzly bears? In response, by the way, to a question from a senator representing the Newtown families. Well, people across the country pay even more attention, and they start to make their voices heard. So, Madam President, I am not surprised that opposition to Betsy DeVos has caught fire across the country. And I am not surprised that people are talking about it to their friends and writing letters to the senators and showing up to protest when they've never done anything like that before. Because this is about their kids, their schools, their communities. It's about the core idea that we are a nation that invests in strong public education and one that strives to guarantee the promise and opportunity it affords to every student in our country. Not that public education is perfect. Of course not. We have a lot of work to do. But that work should be directed towards strengthening public schools, not tearing them down. And the belief that public education is something that should be valued as an important piece of the fabric of this nation and the expansion of our middle class, not scorned and ridiculed by billionaires who never had any use for it themselves. Madam President, I spent a lot of time Friday here laying out my case in detail opposing Betsy DeVos. I talked about the open questions that are remaining regarding her tangled finances and potential conflicts of interest. I ran through the strong concerns with her record, her lack of experience, and her lack of clear understanding of basic education issues. I discussed my strong belief that her vision for education in America is deeply at odds with where parents and students and families across our country want to go, and went through the process how Republicans jammed this nominee through our committee, cutting corners and doing everything possible to protect her from scrutiny. So, Madam President, I won't go through all that again now, but I do want to make one more point, one that I hope will be compelling to my Republican friends who are still resisting pressure from their constituents and sticking with Betsy DeVos. And that is this: no matter what you think about Betsy DeVos's policy ideas, no matter what you think of her qualifications to run this agency, no matter what you think about her personal understanding of the issues or her financial entanglements, one thing is very clear. If she is confirmed, she would enter this job as the most controversial and embattled secretaries in the history of this department. She would start this job with no credibility inside the agency she is supposed to lead, with no influence in Congress, as the punchline in late-night comedy shows, and without the confidence of the American people. Madam President, a vote for Betsy DeVos is a vote for a Secretary of Education who is likely to succeed only in further dividing us on education issues, and who may try to take steps to implement her anti-student agenda, but would do so with people across the country and so many of us in the Senate on guard and ready to fight back. So, I urge my Republican friends, and we just need one more, let's cut this off right now. Let's ask President Trump to send us someone who is qualified, who understands the issues, and who truly cares about public education. And together, let's stand with our constituents and say no to Betsy DeVos. Thank you, Madam President, and I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me start by thanking Senator Murray and the members of the Help Committee for the work they've done to cast light on the record and the lack of record of Ms. Betsy DeVos, President Trump's nominee to be Secretary of Education. As the senator from Washington has told us, the more the American people learn about the record of Betsy DeVos, the more concerned they become. The American people are making their voices heard in every Senate office. The switchboard has been essentially shut down, and I can tell you that I've received over 14,000 calls from Maryland on this nominee alone. People are calling because the more they look at the record, the more they realize this nominee's lack of commitment to the essential mission of the Department of Education. And that mission is to provide every child in America with access to a quality public education. This concern about the nominee is shared across political parties. As Senator Susan Collins of Maine said on this floor, Ms. DeVos's concentration on vouchers, quote, raises the question about whether she fully appreciates that the Secretary of Education's primary focus must be on helping states, communities, and parents, teachers, and school board members and administrators to strengthen our public schools. Our mission must be to provide every child, regardless of zip code, with access to a high-quality neighborhood public school. It is absolutely true, Madam President, that in too many places around this country, we are failing to meet the goal. But the response to a troubled school should not be to walk away from it in favor of sketchy voucher schemes. Instead, we must work together to provide the necessary resources and interventions to help those schools and those students achieve success. Over the last 2 years, I've spent a lot of time traveling over the great state of Maryland. I visited schools, talked to college students, heard from parents. And no matter where I went, in every part of our state, everybody wanted the same thing: a good school, affordable college, either community college or four-year colleges, and a fair shot at reaching their dreams. The United States Department of Education is supposed to help them get that opportunity. Let me take a moment to talk about what the Department of Education means to some neighborhoods in my state of Maryland. Not long ago, I visited a pair of community schools in Baltimore City. The historic Samuel Coleridge Taylor Elementary School in Upton Druid Heights in West Baltimore, and the Benjamin Franklin High School in Brooklyn in South Baltimore. Upton Druid Heights is a historic African-American community in Baltimore. Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall, jazz great Cab Calloway, and civil rights pioneer Lily Mae Carroll Jackson all walked its streets. But today, it's a community in distress. Most of its children live in poverty. 95% of the students at Samuel Coleridge Taylor Elementary are on free or reduced lunch. Despite its challenges, it has a strong faith-based institutions and community groups. Ms. DeVos's approach to schools like Samuel Coleridge Taylor has been to give up on them, to abandon them, and divert resources to voucher programs. Fortunately, the Department of Education did not abandon this school. In 2012, it designated Upton Druid Heights as a Promise neighborhood. The department provided resources to support comprehensive services for families. These include Be More for Healthy Babies, which has dramatically reduced infant mortality rates in the city, Parent University to help educate parents of young children, and Financial Literacy and Education to help filling out income tax reform forms and help families manage their budgets. In 2012, Samuel Coleridge Taylor became a community school. It has a community school coordinator, a position that can be filled using funds under Title I of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, which provides financial assistance to schools with high numbers of children from low-income families. The community school coordinator works with parents and students and educators and community residents to learn the needs of the neighborhood and form partnerships to meet them. The University of Maryland School of Social Work, which is located just down the road, joined them to provide trauma training so that teachers could recognize and respond to trauma among the children and go on home visits to work with families. They received a grant to build a first ever playground on campus, something that most schools take for granted. Local churches provided safe spaces for kids. The Weinberg Foundation donated a beautiful library. There's a job center where parents can look for employment, and a food bank to send kids home with something to eat over the weekend. The school was transformed into a place where kids want to be, receiving the Mayor's Award for the greatest drop in students at risk for chronic absenteeism. It's been a success story. In a little different part of town, Ben Franklin High School exists, and it's isolated geographically in the Brooklyn neighborhood. It's on a peninsula on the southern part of the city. It's a historic waterfront neighborhood with strong ties to manufacturing. The Brooklyn community built ships for the United States in World War II. Many families in Brooklyn have been there for generations. As manufacturing left and Bethlehem Steel closed, Bethlehem Steel, which provided about 12,000 good-paying manufacturing jobs, as it closed, times got tougher for those working families. In the year 2011, Benjamin Franklin was one of the bottom 5% schools in the state of Maryland. Again, one of those schools that this nominee would have walked away from in favor of vouchers. Again, the good news is the Department of Education did not walk away. It provided extra funding to help turn things around. Using the community schools model, they assessed and responded to the needs of the students. Interns for the University of Maryland School of Social Work provide mental health services. The United Way offers a workforce development program and an on-site early childhood development center that helps teen parents graduate knowing their children have quality care. A family stability program helps families avoid homelessness. CSX is working with the school to build a football field. And students work together with their neighbors to take ownership of their community and protest the placement of an incinerator near them because they figured that this low-income neighborhood was a good target to put an incinerator, but the community fought back and won. They put thousands of hours into community service, including Chesapeake Bay cleanup. The school's Office of Student Service Learning helps connect students to internships and job training programs. In Brooklyn, the crime rate and the teen pregnancy rates have dropped, and attendance at Ben Franklin is up. When I asked the students what they liked about the school, they said, "We feel like someone cares now." And everyone is positive. At both these schools, Samuel Coleridge Taylor and Ben Franklin, the principals told me that the community schools model allowed them to form partnerships to meet the needs of their students' lives so that they could focus on delivering a high-quality education. And because the students' needs are being met more comprehensively, the students can focus on learning. And because you have a team outside of the teachers who's helping provide some services to these kids, the teachers can focus on teaching. It's important for us to understand that every child who walks through the doors of a school has a unique family circumstance and their own individual needs. The community school approach emphasizes the fact that no school is an island into itself. Every school is part of a neighborhood, and we need to understand the special circumstances of the children and families in those neighborhoods. And it's not just for urban schools like Samuel Coleridge Taylor and Ben Franklin. Community schools have shown success in rural areas of Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Montana, and across the country. Mr. President, this idea that every child should receive a good public education is as old as our republic itself. Our nation's founders knew the contribution of education to the success of our democracy. They knew that an educated population would be a strong safeguard against tyranny. In a letter in 1786, Thomas Jefferson wrote, and I quote, "I think by far the most important bill in our whole code is that for the diffusion of knowledge among the people. No other sure foundation can be devised for the preservation of freedom and happiness." As early as 1779, Jefferson was putting forward legislation to create a public school system that would give children a fair start. Jefferson later wrote to John Adams, and I quote, "It was a bill for the more general diffusion of learning. This proposed to divide every county into wards of 5 or 6 miles square, like your townships, to establish in each ward a free school for reading, writing, and common arithmetic, to provide for the annual selection of the best subjects from these schools who might receive at the public expense a degree of higher education at the district school." And he went on to say, "Worth and genius would thus have been sought out from every condition of life and completely prepared by education for defeating the competition and birth for public trusts." Even though America did not start the public education system at that moment in time, those ideas and that philosophy of education as the great equalizer and tool to develop the talents of Americans regardless of the circumstances of their birth are the foundations of the public school system that we have today. Madam President, President Trump gave remarkably little attention to education during his campaign. He pretty much ignored the public school education system in favor of his $20 billion voucher scheme that would drain huge amounts of resources from neighborhood schools like the two in Baltimore that I just discussed. With the president offering only vague promises and pricey schemes, it's even more important that we have an education secretary with a steady hand and a deep understanding of the critical mission of the department. It's clear that Ms. Betsy DeVos is not the right person for the job. Ms. DeVos advocates a concept of industrialized, privatized, and for-profit schools. This thinking is too small and too cramped for our kids. Our goal should not be vouchers for children to try to shop for a school with no accountability for quality. Our goal should be a neighborhood school for every child that meets their needs. We cannot abandon the families who cannot afford to make up the difference between the value of the voucher and the tuition at the private school. What do we say to them? We cannot abandon the students who cannot get accepted into the private schools because many of these private schools say yes to some and no to others. What do we say to those who have the doors closed on them? We cannot abandon the schools that a voucher program would drain the resources from. $20 billion is a huge amount of the resources that we currently provide for schools like the two I mentioned in Baltimore City and schools in neighborhoods throughout the country. So instead of a risky voucher program, we need to make our schools better by giving them the flexibility to meet student needs and the support to make sure that our children are all ready to learn. In her hearing and the responses to the questions for the record, Ms. DeVos displayed an astonishing ignorance about the agency that she intends to run, and indeed about the role of public schools in our country. All of us who have been part of this debate know that one of the most fundamental discussions in K through 12 policy has been over accountability and how best to measure student knowledge and school performance. There's been an intense discussion over whether to measure school and student performance by proficiency or student improvement and student growth. Ms. DeVos seemed totally confused about this discussion that's gone to the heart of many of the debates here in Congress. Perhaps we should not be so surprised that she has such a little understanding of the public education system, as she spent much of her career attempting to dismantle it in favor of private charter or for-profit schools. She's been referred to as the four-star general of the voucher movement. She has forcefully worked to expand vouchers, including spending millions on a failed ballot initiative to bring vouchers to the state of Michigan. When that didn't work, she created the Great Lakes Education Project to fund nonprofits and donate to state legislators who would advance vouchers and charters. With respect to the millions of dollars she and her family have spent trying to influence lawmakers, she stated, quote, "We expect a return on our investment." Well, she received a return in Michigan, where she played a role in a 1993 law that created incentives for charters to come to Michigan. The for-profit industry, in particular, responded, and they operate nearly 80% of the charters in the state of Michigan. In 2012, she pushed successfully for a law that allowed even low-performing charters to expand and repealed the requirement that the state publish annual reports on charter performance. I think we all believe that transparency is important, and it is shocking that there would be an effort to put the facts under the rug. After years of criticism, modest accountability measures were introduced in 2015, although Ms. DeVos opposed and successfully stripped a provision from the bill that would have established a commission to explore ways to improve Detroit public schools. Madam President, 70% of Detroit charter schools rank in the bottom quarter of Michigan schools. The nonprofit Ed Trust calls their performance, quote, "a civil rights issue," unquote. In a report just last June, the New York Times called the situation in Detroit, quote, "a public education fiasco that is perhaps unparalleled in the United States." It would be a big mistake to impose that fiasco on the rest of the country. Ms. DeVos has also advocated for online charter schools, and she was formerly an investor in the largest for-profit online school operator, K-12 Inc. In her response to questions to the record about this model, she cited questionable statistics for the accomplishments of several virtual academies. Those statistics were disproven in an article in Education Week, which compared them to the publicly reported figures used for state accountability. For example, Ms. DeVos wrote that Utah Virtual Academy has a 92% graduation rate. In fact, the most recently publicly reported figure is 42%. The last thing we need is a Secretary of Education coming up with alternative facts. While I believe that nonprofit public charter schools are important incubators for innovation, they have to play by the same rules as the rest of our schools. But Ms. DeVos has rejected that equal playing field. In an exchange with Senator Kaine from Virginia, where he repeatedly asked her whether or not the charter schools would have the same standards applied to them as public schools that receive federal funding, she refused to agree. It's pretty extraordinary when you have a nominee saying that she supports a taxpayer-funded blank check for some schools. Our Secretary of Education must be a responsible steward of taxpayer dollars and ensure that funds are delivering quality and results for students. Another area where Ms. DeVos raises serious concerns is that of enforcement of equal rights, especially the rights of children with disabilities. All of us know the Department of Education has a very important job in enforcing civil rights laws and making sure that we have equal access to education throughout the nation. Congress has prohibited discrimination in education on the basis of race, color, national origin in Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Title IX of the Education Act Amendments of 1972 prohibited sex discrimination. Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability. But all of us know that as late as the mid-1970s, public schools still accommodated only about 1 of 5 children with disabilities. And many states had laws that explicitly excluded children with disabilities. State laws excluding children with disabilities. So when Congress addressed this with the passage of the IDEA legislation, it was a big breakthrough for our country and for our children. The idea was very straightforward and very simple, that every child deserves a free, appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. And the law requires schools to design an individualized education program for each child with a disability. IDEA has been a lifesaver for children with disabilities and their families. It has empowered them to get the quality education they could not earlier receive. And the law gives them the tools with which they can fight to ensure that schools address their needs, which is why it was so alarming at the hearing to hear Ms. DeVos say that the application of IDEA and the rights behind IDEA really was a state function. The same states that historically discriminated against these very children. That is not what the IDEA legislation is all about. It is a national standard to make sure that we do not have discrimination based on disability. And yet Ms. DeVos, in exchange, concluded with, quote, "I think that is an issue best left to the states." So, Madam President, whether it's her position with respect to vouchers and poaching resources that otherwise would go to improve our public schools, or lack of support for the very idea behind IDEA, we have a nominee here who the overwhelming majority of the American people recognize is the wrong choice to be the custodian of the department that is responsible at the federal level for providing support and educational opportunities to our children. I do want to say, in closing, with respect to the issue of guns in schools, and Senator Murray, the ranking member, has addressed this as well. It was pretty shocking to hear Ms. DeVos trivialize the issue of gun violence in schools when she was asked about this by the senator from Connecticut, Mr. Murphy, quipping that guns might be necessary to, quote, kill grizzly bears. We've had lots of debates in this chamber, and obviously there are strong feelings, but I think we would all agree that it's not something that should be trivialized, the safety of our kids in our schools. So, in conclusion, Madam President, let us heed the words of the editorial board of the Detroit Free Press, who have witnessed firsthand the experiments that Ms. DeVos has made with education, and wrote in an editorial, quote, "Make no mistake, a vote to confirm Betsy DeVos as U.S. Secretary of Education is a vote to end public education in this country as we know it." In a speech in 2015, Betsy DeVos said bluntly, "Government really sucks," unquote. I suggest that she should not be leading the agency that is entrusted at the federal level with the education of our children, which, as our founder said, is really the root of equal opportunity and the opportunity for every child to achieve their dreams. And so I join with the distinguished senator from Washington State in urging my colleagues to vote no on Betsy DeVos for Secretary of Education. We can do better. We can do a lot better for our kids.
Madam President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Madam President, constituents from every state who care about our public schools and our students in public schools have broken records calling us, their senators, in opposition to Betsy DeVos as Education Secretary. In the past few weeks, I've heard from thousands of Hawaii residents concerned about voting for an education secretary who clearly does not believe in our nation's public schools. I'd like to share two of their messages today. One constituent wrote to me, "Dear Senator Hirono, as a proud Hawaii educator for 30-plus years, I'm deeply troubled by the possible appointment of Betsy DeVos to the position of U.S. Secretary of Education. Although I would personally never consider applying for a job I am not qualified to serve in, it's baffling to me that our new Commander-in-Chief thinks someone who has no experience as a teacher or administrator could be remotely prepared to lead our nation in this role. I don't have to explain to you what a selfless calling being a teacher is, nor do I believe our Hawaii delegation takes educating Hawaii's keiki lightly. So I implore you to work with other leaders in D.C. to make sure we have a suitable nominee for this essential position." Mahalo, Sandy from Honolulu. Sandy and teachers like her devote more time and effort than is mandated to ensure that our public school students have a solid foundation in education and for life. Teaching is a calling, and I have met with many, many teachers who are totally committed to doing the very best that they can for their students, and they want nothing less from the next Secretary of Education. They deserve a better qualified, better experienced, better prepared, and more committed Secretary of Education than Betsy DeVos. Next, I'd like to share a message from Lorelei, a middle school principal on Oahu. Her letter begins, "Dear Senator Hirono, as a strong supporter of public education, I ask that you oppose the confirmation of Betsy DeVos as Secretary of the U.S. Department of Education. Educators and students deserve a secretary who can commit to supporting every student in all public schools, and a leader that will work tirelessly to promote a public education system that provides each child with the optimum conditions for teaching and learning. Betsy DeVos's past work in education and her performance at the recent confirmation hearing demonstrated neither a depth of experience nor knowledge based in education policy and on critical issues facing the community. She ends her letter by saying, as a principal, I have spoken with teachers, parents, students, and community members across the political spectrum, and there is widespread agreement that Betsy DeVos is not the right person for the job. As Lorelei said, it shouldn't be asking too much
to have an education secretary who will stand up for public schools and the millions of our children who attend our public schools. That person is certainly not Betsy DeVos. In his opening remarks at Betsy DeVos's confirmation hearing, the chairman of the Help Committee said that Ms. DeVos was in the, and I quote, mainstream for supporting vouchers to send students to private schools instead of investing in our public schools. This is not mainstream thinking. Being told otherwise is, again, dealing in alternative facts. The chairman went on to repeat a so-called argument that Betsy DeVos and other school choice advocates make, that vouchers are simply Pell Grants for primary and secondary education. Now, this is a real head scratcher, and I say, what? Here we go down the rabbit hole again, where up is down and down is up. Pell Grants and vouchers are fundamentally different. Pell Grants help offset the ever-rising cost of a voluntary college education. All colleges charge students tuition, and Pell Grants provide opportunity to low-income students to be able to go to college. In contrast, every American child has a right to a free primary and secondary public education. Vouchers actually take resources away from public schools and make it that much harder to provide a good education for all of our students. Vouchers take money away from public schools. Pell Grants don't. When a student uses a Pell Grant at a private college or university, it has no impact on the funding a state college or university receives. But when a student uses a voucher to attend a private school, it takes away money from local public schools. How is taking money away from local public schools mainstream thinking? The Secretary of Education should be focused on improving our public schools, not taking money away from them. Furthermore, saying that Pell Grants are similar to vouchers reveals a fundamental lack of understanding of the Pell Grant program. Among her many duties as Secretary, Betsy DeVos would be in charge of managing $30 billion of Pell Grants per year, which help more than 8 million students afford a college education in this country. During the 2014-2015 school year, more than 21,000 students in Hawaii were able to finance their college education with nearly $81 million in Pell Grants. Last Congress, I led legislation to protect and strengthen the Pell Grant program. But under Republican majorities, Pell Grants are under the constant threat of irresponsible cuts and mismanagement and dismantlement. Even though college today is more expensive than ever, can we really trust Betsy DeVos to fight to protect Pell Grants? Someone who equates Pell Grants with vouchers is not someone who understands her responsibilities under the Pell Grant program. So can we really trust Betsy DeVos to support the Pell Grant program? I don't think so. I have spoken out against Betsy DeVos's nomination a number of times, but some questions need repeating. What are we telling our students if we have an education secretary who is not committed to improving the public education system so that our students can succeed in school and in life? 9 out of every 10 students in the United States attends public school. What are we saying to them? That the best we can do is to give them an education secretary who does not believe in the public schools they attend? Who doesn't believe that their education is worth fighting for? If this is the message you want to send to our students and their families, then vote for Betsy DeVos. On behalf of the nearly 200,000 public school students in Hawaii and their teachers and other educators in Hawaii, my answer is a strong, strong no. I urge my colleagues to question Betsy DeVos's commitment to our public schools, to the millions of students who go to public schools, and vote against her nomination. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll, please.
Mr. Alexander.
3. Let me know when you're good. You got a good audio, sir? Yeah?
All right, everybody, we are just waiting for President Trump to make an all-hands address to coalition representatives and senior U.S. commanders in Tampa, Florida. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream.
very specifically about the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights, which had issued guidance back in 2011 that advises institutions of higher education to use the so-called preponderance of the evidence standard for campus conduct proceedings. Some may be familiar with that standard. It's a standard that we've used in our jurisprudence for civil cases across the country. So you don't have to prove, nor should a victim of sexual assault on campus have to prove by a higher standard, say clear and convincing is a higher standard, or beyond a reasonable doubt is a criminal standard. What the Department of Education said to the campuses across the country, the universities across the country, is the standard you should use is preponderance of the evidence. And they base that determination after consulting with experts and advocates across the country. So that was the state of the law, and is the state of the law, I should say, currently. The guidance from the Department of Education about that evidentiary standard, my legislation, Campus Save, and that's where we are now. So I simply asked Mrs. DeVos whether or not she would commit to enforcing current law and abiding by the 2011 Department of Education guidance. Her response was that it would be premature, I'm using her word, premature, to make that kind of commitment. I was stunned by that answer. Why would it be premature to say you're going to enforce current law? Why would it be premature to say that you can't make a commitment to insisting upon an evidentiary standard that is in place right now? That made no sense to me, and I don't think it made any sense to people across the country who've been working on this problem and trying to get the attention of the Senate and the House and any administration for years, if not for decades. We finally had arrived at a place where we're finally arrived at a place where we're at long last dealing with sexual assault in a very aggressive, inappropriate, and fair manner. And now we have a nominee who says that she's not sure whether she can commit to that. So that gave me great pause and is one of the reasons that I don't support her nomination, but I have several reasons. And I know I'm running low on time, but I'll wrap up this portion in a moment. Another area of concern is the answers to questions she gave with regard to specific questions about students with disabilities. This was a set of questions asked by a number of senators, but I'll try to summarize it this way. She seemed to have both a lack of knowledge, an apparent and I think obvious lack of knowledge about basic federal law. A law that was passed decades ago, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. She didn't seem to know that that was a federal statute. She seemed to assert that somehow states could decide whether or not to enforce the policy that undergirded that federal law. That, of course, is not the case. It's federal law, and we have to make sure that individuals, in this case students, with disabilities get the rights that they are accorded by virtue of that law. So her lack of knowledge in this area was of concern, but maybe even greater was a lack of, or a seeming lack, in my judgment, of determination to once again enforce this law, to make sure that on her watch, that law that would protect students with disabilities would be enforced to the full extent of the law and nothing less. She didn't seem to be willing to commit to that, or didn't seem to have the kind of commitment that I would expect from a Secretary of Education. What we would all expect, Democrat and Republican, I would hope, is a Secretary of Education who's a champion for public schools, is a champion for those children in public schools, will fight battles and urge states to make the investments in public education, would urge the Congress to make investments in public education, in early learning, and all of the concerns that we have about lack of funding in public education. I would hope that both parties would want a Secretary of Education who is a champion for students with disabilities, who would be a champion for those who are victims of sexual assault on our college campuses. But unfortunately, because of a series of questions both posed at the hearing and questions that were submitted for the record, written questions to which Mrs. DeVos gave written answers, I see that basic commitment lacking. And for that and many reasons which we'll develop a little later tonight, I'll be voting no on her confirmation vote. So, Mr. President, I appreciate this opportunity to share some of my thoughts and hope to be back later this evening. I would yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to speak in opposition to the nomination of Betsy DeVos for Secretary of Education. My mom was a public school teacher, and she taught second grade until she was 70 years old. And she loved teaching. Her favorite unit was actually the monarch butterfly unit, where she would dress up as a monarch butterfly, and she would teach the kids about a metamorphosis. And then the costume that she wore, she would also wear actually to the supermarket afterwards. And she was dressed as this big monarch butterfly with little antennas on her head and a sign that said, "To Mexico or bust," because that's where the monarch would fly on its way from Canada through Minnesota and down. And actually, it was at my mom's, the night before her funeral, at the visitation, where I met a family that came up to me, and the mom was sobbing, and I didn't know what was going on. I'd never met them. And they had an older son with them who had pretty severe disabilities. And she said, "You know, your mom had my kid here in school when he was in second grade, and now he was grown up." And she said he always loved that monarch butterfly unit. And after he graduated, your mom would continue to go to the grocery store, and that was why she would go to the store every year, where he had gotten a job bagging groceries. And she would stand in the line in her monarch butterfly outfit for years and give him a big hug when she got to the end of the line. And that was my mom, and she loved her kids, and she was a devoted teacher. I went to public school through elementary to high school. My daughter went to public school, and I just learned that basic right that we have in this country, that every child should have the right to education. And so that led me, after reviewing the record of the hearing, talking to my colleagues on the committee, that we do not share, this nominee and I, the same value when it comes to that public education. And I note that two of my Republican colleagues, Senator Collins and Senator Murkowski, have come to the same conclusion. One of the most troubling examples of Ms. DeVos's views came when she was questioned by two of my colleagues, and I note Senator Murray is here. We thank her for her leadership on the Health, Education, and Labor Committee. But two of my colleagues, Senators Maggie Hassan and Tim Kaine, asked the nominee about whether schools should meet the standards outlined in the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or as it's known, IDEA. Ms. DeVos said she would leave the decision of whether to offer equal educational opportunities to the states. This is simply unacceptable. It is not the kind of leadership we need. It is not why we have IDEA, and I think most education professionals and people who are experts in this area would know that that is not the answer. I occupy the Senate seat that was once held by Minnesota's own Hubert Humphrey. He was someone who, of course, was never at a loss for words. He delivered a speech to the Minnesota AFL-CIO 40 years ago. And one line of that speech is just as appropriate and meaningful today as it was back then. He said, I quote, "The moral test of government is how that government treats those who are in the dawn of life, the children, those who are in the twilight of life, the elderly, and those who are in the shadows of life, the needy, the sick, and the disabled." I submit that Ms. DeVos's opposition toward providing equal education opportunities to students with disabilities does not meet that moral test. Her views are at odds with decades of bipartisan support for IDEA. In 1975, when Congress passed the original version of IDEA, half of all children with disabilities were not receiving appropriate educational services, and 1 million children with disabilities were excluded entirely from the public school system. In an impassioned floor speech, then Senator and later Vice President Walter Mondale of Minnesota talked about the need for IDEA. Before the 1975 law, disabled children were placed in segregated schools and classes with little emphasis on an adequate education, training, or development. Many parents also gave up on the poor services also offered by the public schools, and as a result, disabled students remained at home. To tackle this problem, Republicans and Democrats came together to pass legislation ensuring that students with disabilities would have equal access to public education, just like all other kids. The law guaranteed and continues to guarantee today the federal law that a free and appropriate public education to students with disabilities, that they get that. It is not a state-by-state requirement. It is a federal requirement. In 1975, both Minnesota senators played a significant leadership role in enacting this groundbreaking civil rights legislation. Senator Humphrey called IDEA one of the most significant pieces of legislation and a major commitment in this nation's commitment to its children. Then Senator Mondale argued that this landmark legislation holds a promise of new opportunity for 7 million children in this country. And when Congress first enacted this law in 1975, this was not a partisan issue. The law passed both houses with overwhelming majorities. The Senate voted in favor of the landmark legislation by a margin of 87-7. The House by a vote of 404-7. Bipartisan support for IDEA grew stronger over time. In 1991, President George H.W. Bush signed into law a bill that reauthorized the Disabilities Act. That bill was introduced by former Democratic Senator Tom Harkin and former Minnesota Republican Senator Dave Durenberger. The reauthorization was so uncontroversial that it passed by a voice vote in both the House and the Senate. Members from both parties supported IDEA when it was reauthorized again in 2003. Every single member of the Minnesota delegation, all 10, Democrat and Republican alike, supported IDEA's reauthorization that year. For 4 decades, IDEA has garnered support from both sides of the aisle because we all understand the need to support the most vulnerable among us. Every member of Congress knows a family member or a person who has been affected by a disability. For a lot of lawmakers, this is personal. When my daughter was born, she couldn't swallow for nearly 2 years. She had a feeding tube, and the doctors didn't know what was wrong with her. It ended up being a temporary problem and not a permanent disability. But those 2 years I still look back at as a gift. They were a gift It brought our family closer together, but they were a gift because they made me understand what parents of kids with disabilities face every single day. This wasn't just a temporary thing for the parents that I met. This was something they faced every single day. Since the passage of IDEA, our nation has moved to fulfill the promise of providing a high-quality education to kids with disabilities. Today, more than 4.7 million children with disabilities rely on IDEA to protect their access to high-quality education. Over the last 40 years, the Democratic and Republican members that have come before me have all fought to preserve those critical rights and opportunities. These are American values, but they are especially near and dear to our state, where we have this long and proud tradition of working to ensure that people with disabilities have access to the same basic resources and opportunities as everyone else. This is not just the original work by Senators Humphrey and Senators Mondale, carried on, of course, by Senator Durenberger and others, but it happened in our state as well. To cite a few examples, it was the Minnesota Ramp Project that introduced a new American model for building statewide standardized wheelchair ramps. Minnesota was the state that sent Paul Wellstone to the United States Senate, where he fought long and hard for mental health parity. My state is also home.
Central Command, General Joseph Botel.
Please, have a seat. Sit down. There's actually somebody more important than the CENTCOM commander here today. Well, good afternoon to everyone. This is a terrific day and a very special occasion for all of us here at MacDill Air Force Base. The commands here at MacDill have been extraordinarily busy over the last 15 plus years. They've been engaged in multiple conflicts and responding to crises on almost a daily basis in the most volatile and important regions of the world. Our mission is to protect America's interests and to keep our nation and its citizens safe. And the outstanding men and women, military, civilian, and contractors, have done and continue to do extraordinary work on behalf of our nation and in support of our partners and allies. We are very, very proud of all of you and, of course, of our families. As some of you may know, today is President Ronald Reagan's birthday. He was born February 6, 1911. In his words, and I quote, "We Americans don't want war, and we don't start fights. We don't maintain a strong military force to conquer or coerce others. The purpose of our military is simple and straightforward. We want to prevent war by deterring others from the aggression that causes war. If our efforts are successful, we will have peace and never be forced into battle. There will never be a need to fire a single shot." Ladies and gentlemen, that remains our focus today, and we are enormously grateful for the strong support we receive from our national leadership, starting right at the very top with our Commander-in-Chief. We are incredibly fortunate to have him here with us today. President Donald Trump has been in office for just over 2 weeks, 18 days to be exact. He wanted one of his very first trips to be here to MacDill Air Force Base to visit the commands and spend some time with our men and women in uniform. I cannot overstate this. This is a very big deal, and it is a real testament to how important you are to him. He holds our military in the highest regard, and we are enormously grateful for the President and the First Ladies, and indeed the entire First Family's strong support for our troops serving around the world and their families. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a very loud and warm reception for the 45th President of the United States and our Commander-in-Chief, President Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's so nice. A lot of spirit. Great spirit for this country. Thank you all. We have tremendous spirit, and I want to thank you. We had a wonderful election, didn't we? And I saw those numbers, and you like me, and I like you. That's the way it worked. I'm honored to be here today among so many of our really and truly great heroes. I want to begin by thanking General Votel and General Thomas for their distinguished leadership and service on behalf of our country. Very, very outstanding people. I'd also like to thank General Dunford, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That's big stuff when you have the chairman. Where is it? Joe, stand up for a second. This is one of the great people. Thank you. Also, Commander Vogel and everyone serving at MacDill Air Force Base. Quite a place. And we're going to be loading it up with beautiful new planes and beautiful new equipment. You've been lacking a little equipment. We're going to load it up. You're going to get a lot of equipment. Believe me. So importantly also, let me thank all of the coalition partners and their representatives assembled here today. We proudly, very proudly, stand with you, and we will be fighting for your security. They're fighting for our security and freedom. Let me recognize our great governor and a very good friend of mine, and somebody who endorsed me. That makes him a better friend of mine. You know, if they don't endorse, believe me, if you're ever in this position, it's never quite the same, okay? You can talk, but it never means the same. But this man is a great, great governor and has done a fantastic job. Rick Scott, Governor, stand up, please. Thank you, Rick. Finally, on behalf of the entire nation, let me express our gratitude to all members, and I mean all members, of our military serving in the United States Central Command and the United States Special Operations Command. We salute the Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, and Coast Guard, along with our civilian defense personnel who are so important to the success of what we're doing. Let me also recognize the military families and spouses who bravely shoulder the burdens of war. I want every military family in this country to know that our administration is at your service. We stand with you 100%. We will protect those who protect us, and we will never, ever let you down. As your president, I have no higher duty than to protect the American people. Highest duty we have. I said it the other night. Great, great Supreme Court nominee. You all saw that. But I said to myself, perhaps the only thing more important to me definitely is the defense of our nation. Supreme Court's so important, but we have to defend our nation. And we will do that, believe me. We will do that. And each and every one of you is central to that mission. The men and women serving in CENTCOM and SOCOM have poured out their hearts and souls for this country. They've really experienced things that very few people get to experience. You've shed your blood across the continents and the oceans. You've engaged the enemy on distant battlefields, toiled in the burning heat and bitter cold, and sacrificed everything so that we can remain safe and strong and free. Our administration will always honor our sacred bond to those who serve, and we will never, ever forget you. Believe me, we will never, ever forget you. We will ensure that the men and women of our military have the tools, equipment, resources, training, and supplies you need to get the job done. You've seen me say, we've been depleted. Our Navy is at a point almost as low as World War I. It's a long time ago. It's a long time ago. It's not going to happen anymore, folks. It's not going to happen anymore. Not with me. But we will ensure no taxpayer dollars are wasted. I have already saved more than $700 million when I got involved in the negotiation on the F-35. You know about that. And I want to thank Lockheed Martin, and I want to thank Boeing, and I want to thank all of the companies that have really opened up. And when I say opened up, Rick Scott understands this very well, opened up and cut their prices, okay? Because that's what they did. And we've got that program. It's going to be back in really great shape from really being very troubled. And we are going to be taking care of our great veterans. We will make a historic financial investment in the armed forces of the United States and show the entire world that America stands with those who stand in defense of freedom. We have your back every hour, every day, now and always. That also means getting our allies to pay their fair share. It's been very unfair to us. We strongly support NATO. We only ask that all of the NATO members make their full and proper financial contributions to the NATO alliance, which many of them have not been doing. Many of them have not been even close, and they have to do that. Central Command and Central Operations Command are at the very center of our fight against radical Islamic terrorism. America stands in awe of your courage. Those serving at CENTCOM have bravely fought across the theater of war in the Middle East and bravely battled a vicious enemy that has no respect for human life. Today, we express our gratitude to everyone serving overseas, including all of our military personnel in Afghanistan. SOCOM has dispatched its legendary warriors to the most secret, sensitive, and daring missions in defense of the United States of America. No enemy stands a chance against our special forces. Not even a chance. They don't have a chance. And that's the way we're going to keep it. And you're going to be better off because you're going to have the finest equipment known to man. Going to be better off. The proof that our nation has been blessed by God, look no further than the men and women of the United States military. They are the greatest fighters and the greatest force of justice on the face of the earth and that the world has ever known. The challenges facing our nation, nevertheless, are very large, very, very large. We're up against an enemy that celebrates death and totally worships destruction. You've seen that. ISIS is on a campaign of genocide, committing atrocities across the world. Radical Islamic terrorists are determined to strike our homeland, as they did on 9/11, as they did from Boston to Orlando to San Bernardino. And all across Europe, you've seen what happened in Paris and Nice. All over Europe, it's happening. It's gotten to a point where it's not even being reported. And in many cases, the very, very dishonest press doesn't want to report it. They have their reasons, and you understand that. So today we deliver a message in one very unified voice to these forces of death and destruction. America and its allies will defeat you. We will defeat them. We will defeat radical Islamic terrorism, and we will not allow it to take root in our country. We're not going to allow it. You've been seeing what's been going on over the last few days. We need strong programs so that people that love us and want to love our country and will end up loving our country are allowed in, not people that want to destroy us and destroy our country. Thank you. Freedom, security, and justice will prevail. In his first State of the Union message, President George Washington wrote that to be prepared for war is one of the most effectual means of preserving peace. Almost 200 years later, as the general was also speaking about Ronald Reagan, he said that wisdom comes in three very, very strong words: peace through strength. I've said it many times during the campaign, speaking in front of tens of thousands of people at one sitting, and I'd always mention America first, a phrase that you probably never heard: make America great again. Anybody ever heard that? And peace through strength. The men and women of the United States military provide the strength to bring peace to our troubled times. We stand behind you. We support your mission. We love our country. We are loyal to our people. We respect our flag. We celebrate our traditions. We honor our heroes. You are our heroes. And we are prepared to fight, and we pray for peace. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, John. Thank you very much.
All right, folks, that was President Donald Trump speaking in Tampa, Florida. You guys watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are now going to take you back out to the Senate floor, where they are considering the nomination of Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos. Let's go.
Many of which continue to offer the false promise of gainful employment upon graduation from their for-profit school. In reality, many of these institutions offer non-transferable credits or unaccredited degrees, are increasingly shuttering their doors, leaving students with egregious debt and nowhere to turn to finish their degrees. The Department of Education has an extremely important role to ensure all students of every race, income level, or whether that student has disabilities or not, have access to the critical tools provided by public schools and by student financial aid programs. Thousands of Vermonters have called or written to me worried that Ms. DeVos does not agree with these principles. And when I say thousands, put that in context. We're the second smallest state in the union. Thousands have contacted me. I share these concerns of my fellow Vermonters. They know that my children went to public schools. They want to be able to send their children to public school too. They want the best of education. And I'm telling these Vermonters, I will not support this confirmation. It is dangerous and short-sighted to confirm someone who has so much to learn about our nation's public schools and the challenges they face. Universal, free public schools were a revolutionary American invention. It has helped make America the great nation it is today. So in the United States, we should strengthen public schools, not snub them. Ms. DeVos is the wrong choice for our children, but also for our nation's future. Our public schools need strong leadership, not someone who has made her life work to undermine their success. So I oppose this nomination. I hope my fellow senators will too. And while I have the floor, Mr. President, I'll just take another minute to mention something else. So I have mentioned Vermont. February 1st of this year, Vermont welcomed 31 new U.S. citizens from 14 countries. They came through a naturalization ceremony in Rutland, Vermont. Later that night, more than 1,000 people from our small state of Vermont gathered on our State House lawn, just a few feet from where I was born and raised, in support of refugees and immigrants. We Vermonters understand what community means. It's a helping hand in a time of need. It's a kind word in a moment of distress. It's a welcoming embrace to calm a fear. We may be small, but in Vermont, there's no limit to our compassion. As with each of our 50 great American states, immigration is a rich part of Vermont's past. For decades, we've opened our communities to immigrants and refugees. They've all become part of the fabric of our state. They've enriched us with their diverse cultures. Since the president last week signed his disgraceful executive order that stymied our refugee resettlement program and sent a shameful message to Muslims that they're not welcome in our country, I've heard from hundreds of Vermonters, compassionate Vermonters, pleading that we continue our refugee resettlement program, welcome refugees of all religions, concerned Vermonters anxious about the threats to our constitutionally protected freedoms and rights, nervous Vermonters wondering what next steps this administration will take in the name of security, but are just rooted in politically charged scare tactics. Vermonters have already proven we will not back down. Marching in Montpelier and Washington January 21st, Vermonters' voices were heard. In candlelit vigils across the state, their empathy has been seen. At the naturalization ceremony on February 1st, Vermont's welcoming spirit could be felt. A man I admire greatly, Federal District Court Judge Jeffrey Crawford, gave stirring remarks at that naturalization ceremony. And the impact of those remarks is summarized by this one line, which he directed particularly to our new Muslim citizens. Quote, "You are equal in the eyes of the law," close quote. Judge Crawford's message was simple. You're welcome. You are equal. You are protected. My fellow Vermonters inspire me every day. We should all take note from their example of what it means to be patriotic Americans. So I ask consent to Judge Crawford's remarks from the February 1st, 2017 naturalization ceremony in Rutland, Vermont be included in the record.
Without objection.
And you know, Mr. President, I look at Judge Crawford. Frankly, I have no idea what either he or the other federal district court judge, what their politics are. I just know they uphold the law. We're fortunate in this country to have a federal court system. Men and women are made up of people of integrity and competence and independence. And I was shocked this weekend when, for the second time, the President of the United States tried to demean the federal judiciary, tried to downgrade an individual federal judge because he disagreed with him. And it's almost within hours, praised President Putin and tried to excuse the assassinations carried out in Russia against journalists or those who disagree with Putin by saying, well, that's no different than our country. Well, Mr. President, I'm proud to be a citizen of the United States of America, and we are different than Russia. You may have some bromance with Vladimir Putin, but let me tell you right now, show respect more to our country and our Constitution. Mr. President, I yield the remainder of my time to Senator Schumer.
Mr. President,
The senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I rise today to call on my colleagues to reject the nomination of Betsy DeVos as the next Secretary of Education. It is difficult to imagine a worse choice to head the Department of Education. Betsy DeVos doesn't believe in public schools. Her only knowledge of student loans seems to come from her own financial investments connected to debt collectors who hound people struggling with student loans. And despite being a billionaire, she wants the chance to keep making money off shady investments while she runs the Department of Education. We need someone in charge of the nation's education policy who knows what they're doing and who will put America's young people first. And that is not Betsy DeVos. Let's start with her record. Betsy DeVos has used her vast fortune to undermine Michigan's public schools. She is sure she knows what's best for everyone else's children, even though she has no actual experience with public schools. In Michigan, the K-12 policies she has bankrolled have drained valuable taxpayer dollars out of the public schools and shunted that money into private schools, sketchy online schools, and for-profit charter schools. Even worse, DeVos believes these schools should get the money with virtually no accountability for what these schools do with taxpayer dollars. The results have been a disaster for Michigan kids. Let's be perfectly clear. This is not a debate about school choice. It is not a debate about charter schools. There are people on all sides of this debate who are genuinely pouring their hearts into improving educational outcomes for children. Massachusetts charter schools are among the very best in the country, and they understand the difference. Before her nomination hearing, I received an extraordinary letter from the Massachusetts Charter Public School Association. The letter outlines their opposition to Betsy DeVos's nomination, citing her destructive record of promoting for-profit charter schools without strong oversight for how those schools serve students and families. People who work hard to build good charter schools with high accountability are offended by the DeVos nomination. This abysmal record is troubling because the Secretary of Education is responsible for safeguarding the investments that the federal government makes in public schools and for holding states accountable for delivering a good education for all their students, especially those who need the help the most. The Secretary is also responsible for enforcing critical civil rights laws like the Elementary and Secondary Education Act and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. But Betsy DeVos's confirmation hearing demonstrated to the entire world she is embarrassingly unprepared to enforce these laws. Her apparent unfamiliarity with these critical civil rights laws have terrified families who have children with special needs, terrified families in Massachusetts and all across the country. These parents are afraid that we could have an education secretary who doesn't even have a basic understanding of the federal laws that guarantee their kids a chance to receive a public school education. We still have a long way to go to make sure that all kids in this country have a shot at a decent education, particularly children living in poverty, children of color, children with disabilities, and children who are immigrants or refugees. And that's why the federal government got involved in education in the first place, to make certain that all of our children, not just some of them, but that all of our children get a chance at a first-rate education. Public education dollars should come with some basic accountability for how that money is spent and some basic expectations about what we get in return for these investments, not just doled out to some for-profit school that doesn't even meet basic standards in educating our children. You know, this is also true in higher education, where the financial stakes are huge for America's college students. The Department of Education is in charge of making sure that the $150 billion that American taxpayers invest in students each year through grants and loans gets into the right hands, and that students get an education that will help them pay back their loans. The student aid program is not well understood, but it is vitally important to get it right, because the $1 trillion of student loan debt currently out there will impact the future of an entire generation. Betsy DeVos has no experience in higher education. During her confirmation hearing, I gave her the opportunity to show that she is at least serious about standing up for students. I asked her basic, straightforward questions about her commitment to protecting students and taxpayers from fraud by these shady for-profit colleges. Her response was shocking. She refused to commit to use the department's many tools and resources to keep students from getting cheated when fraudulent colleges break the law. And in her responses to my written questions, she even refused to commit to doing what the law requires by canceling the loans of students who've been cheated by law-breaking colleges. An education secretary who is unwilling to cut off federal aid to colleges that break the law and cheat students would be a disaster for both students and for taxpayers. Betsy DeVos's refusal to guarantee debt relief for defrauded students could leave thousands of Americans saddled with student loan debt that the law says they are not required to pay. Betsy DeVos also refused to rule out privatizing the direct loan program. Think about this one. As if our students don't have enough problems already, DeVos is ready to let Wall Street banks get their claws into our students and start charging extra profits on top of the already high cost of student loans. If Betsy DeVos won't commit to strengthening the federal student loan program and running it for students, then she is absolutely unfit to be in charge of it. I am also deeply concerned about the conflicts of interest and potential government corruption if Betsy DeVos is allowed to take the reins at the Department of Education. You know, Betsy DeVos is a multi-billionaire, and that's fine. But for her, that's apparently not enough. She already makes money off several businesses that could profit from decisions that she makes as Secretary of Education, several businesses at least that we know about. She says she'll get rid of the ones we know about, but she wants to keep her family trusts and whatever investments two of them hold a secret from Congress and a secret from U.S. taxpayers. She says she doesn't have to follow the rules that everyone else follows and tell the Senate what her investments are or what they will be in those secret trusts. I want you to think about that for just a minute. She already has billions of dollars, but she won't give up her secret trusts and her chance to make investments that could create conflicts of interest while she is running the Department of Education. Who exactly does Betsy DeVos want to help out? The young people of America or her own bank account? You know, I really don't get this. I disagree with her education policies, but the one thing we ought to be able to agree on is that no one, and especially not some billionaire, ought to keep investments that go up or down in value depending on the decision she makes while she has a job working for the U.S. government. Because of that concern, I wrote a letter with several of my Democratic colleagues to raise concerns about her potential conflicts that aren't clearly resolved by her public ethics agreement. We asked her some simple questions about her lack of financial transparency and the shady investments that she plans to keep while she has a government job. And what did we get back? Nothing. Zero. Bupkis. She thought our questions about basic ethics weren't even worth an answer. Now, that stinks. This whole process stinks. At every step along the way, the Republicans have made it clear, no matter her inexperience, no matter her radical views, no matter her potential conflicts of interest, no matter her secrecy, no matter her blowing off basic anti-corruption practices, they will ram this nomination down the throats of the American people sideways. Here are just a few egregious examples. First, committee Democrats were allotted 5 minutes total during her hearing to question Betsy DeVos on her troubling record. Republicans suddenly invented a new rule that we couldn't ask additional questions. You know, this is an important job. I asked President Obama's Secretary of Education multiple rounds of questions, and he had led a public education system in the past. But I guess when a Republican nominee and a mega donor is in line to run education policy, we're all just supposed to fall in line and keep quiet. Second, breaking with standard practice and what we did for President Obama's education nominees, we were forced to hold Betsy DeVos's hearing before the ethics review of her billions was completed. The complicated ethics review raised a ton of additional questions, but we got absolutely no chance to question her about it. Third, Betsy DeVos is the first nominee ever to go through the Help Committee who has flat out refused to fully disclose her financial holdings. She will be the first nominee in recent history to hold secret trusts. She was supposed to complete a form that requires nominees to list in detail all of their assets, investments, and debts, so that the committee has a full understanding of the nominee's potential conflicts of interest. Nope. She wants to keep many of her holdings in a family trust a secret, so she just won't tell. And fourth, Republicans ignored and overrode the rules of the Senate in order to barely squeeze the DeVos nomination out of committee as quickly as possible. And now, with at least 50 senators, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, publicly opposed to this nomination, the Republican leadership has rigged the vote so that Senator Sessions can drag her across the finish line just before he is confirmed as Attorney General. Why is Senator Sessions even voting on this nomination? It is a massive conflict of interest. As the AG, Sessions will be responsible for enforcing the law against DeVos if her cesspool of unresolved financial conflicts results in illegal behavior. But apparently, the Republicans just don't care. Let's face it, the Republican leadership wants DeVos, and they are willing to ignore her hostility to public schools, willing to ignore her indifference to laws that protect special needs kids, willing to ignore the giant ethical cloud that hangs over her, ignore it all so that billionaire and Republican campaign contributor Betsy DeVos can be Secretary of Education. The American people can see what's happening here. Now, I commend my Republican colleagues, Senators Collins and Murkowski, for standing up for what is right and saying they will vote against Betsy DeVos's nomination on the floor. I know how difficult it can be to stand up for what is right, even under overwhelming pressure from your own team just to keep your head down and go with the flow. They've been listening to the teachers and parents in their states, and I deeply respect their principled opposition to this nomination. I've also heard from thousands of teachers and parents and education leaders in Massachusetts raising deep concerns about Betsy DeVos's nomination. I hear their concerns and I share their concerns. You know, this isn't just political. This is deeply personal. It's personal for me. My first job out of college was as a teacher. I taught little ones, children with special needs, in a public elementary school. And I have never lost my appreciation for the importance of strong public education, because I've seen how public education opened 1 million doors for me, and I know it opens doors for young people in Massachusetts and all across this country. I believe that strengthening America's public schools is critical for securing a better future for our children and for our grandchildren. And I also understand the vital role that the Secretary of Education plays in making sure that every young person has real opportunities and a fighting chance to succeed. We are one vote away from making sure that this job is not entrusted to Betsy DeVos. One vote. We need just one more Republican to stand up for the children of America, to stand up for public education, to stand up for college students, to stand up for basic decency and honesty in government. Just one more Republican. And we can say that this Senate puts kids ahead of partisan politics. Just one more Republican. And we can say that this Senate still cares about public officials who put the public ahead of their own interests. Just one more Republican. That's all we need. Just one. I assume that the rush to complete this nomination has something to do with the fact that Republicans' phones have been ringing off the hook from citizens who are outraged by the idea of this nomination. Before these Republicans decide whether to help Donald Trump reward a wealthy donor by putting someone in charge of the Department of Education who doesn't really believe in public education, I want them to hear from the people of Massachusetts, the people who on their own have contacted me about this nomination. I have received countless letters and calls from constituents in Massachusetts, including a batch of letters from a new local grassroots organization, Essex County No. 6 Indivisible, who are really concerned that Betsy DeVos is a danger to our schools. And so I just want to share a few of those letters with my colleagues right now. I heard from Matt Harden, who is a teacher from Plymouth, and he wrote this: I have been a teacher for 15 years and a parent for 7. I feel incredibly proud of the schools in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and my view as a music educator is that it's not simply a job, but a vocation. The recent referendum in the Commonwealth regarding the expansion of cap on charter schools was soundly defeated by the electorate. I have grave concerns about Ms. DeVos and her ties to corporate interests in education. Schools are not businesses, and students are not products on an assembly line. This line of thinking is a clear and present danger to our students and reflects a lack of familiarity with the basic public education system. In this matter, my concerns are not limited to the borders of our own state, but the equitable access to education across our nation. Ms. DeVos is not the right person to be an intellectual and educational leader for our nation. We need real change and ideas, not privatization and politicization of our youngest and most vulnerable citizens. I also heard from Alexandra Lewis, a special education teacher from Cambridge. She had this to say: I'm a special education teacher who works with children with developmental disabilities, and I urge you to vote against the confirmation of Betsy DeVos as Secretary of Education. I have grave concerns about the qualifications of Ms. DeVos due to her lack of experience in the public education system, as well as her record of support for charter and private schools that are not obligated to follow federal education standards or guidelines. Most urgently, as a professional who specializes in evaluating and treating children with autism, Down syndrome, learning disabilities, ADHD, and other developmental and behavioral disorders, I am extremely concerned about Ms. DeVos's apparent lack of understanding of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, the federal law that guarantees, quote, a free and appropriate public education, close quote, to children with disabilities. During her confirmation hearing this week, Ms. DeVos appeared to be unfamiliar with IDEA, stating that she felt that enforcement of this federal law should be left up to the states. This is unacceptable and clearly indicates that Ms. DeVos is unqualified to serve as Secretary of Education. With approximately 13% of public school children in special education, it is essential that an education secretary be knowledgeable and supportive of the federal laws that guide special education services. Please vote no on Ms. DeVos's confirmation. Yes, Alexandra, yes. My office also heard from Diana Fullerton, a school adjustment counselor from Salem. Diana says she had never written to a politician before, but she felt strongly enough about Betsy DeVos to write this. I am a school adjustment counselor in an elementary school in Gloucester. I have never gotten involved much in politics until this election. I went to the Boston Women's March on Saturday, and this is my first time writing to a politician. I am extremely concerned about Trump's nominee for Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos. In my work, I support students who are very vulnerable on IEPs, in high poverty environments, identifying as gay or transgender, and coming from backgrounds where English is a second language. I believe that Ms. DeVos' extreme and uneducated positions on the needs of students in public schools could harm my children. Please vote against her nomination as Secretary of Education. Thanks, Diana. I will. I heard from another teacher from Newton who said, I am opposed to Betsy DeVos as the next Secretary of Education. I have spent my entire life as a teacher, first in public and private schools, for 14 years teaching French, and then as a member of the faculty of Lesley University for 26 years, and now as a teacher in a lifelong learning program at Brandeis. I cannot imagine having a Secretary of Education who has never had any direct educational experience. I am also very worried about her views of public education and her appalling record on civil rights. Strong education is the foundation of our democracy. Please do what you can to maintain and improve our current system. Thank you. And yet another teacher contacted our office, this one from Abington. She wrote, I believe in my community's public schools. In fact, I've worked in them as a teacher for over 15 years. The nomination of Betsy DeVos has me seriously considering a change of employment. Betsy DeVos believes in school privatization and vouchers. She has worked to undermine efforts to regulate Michigan charters, even when they clearly fail, and yet she has never worked in a school. The marketplace solution of DeVos will destroy our democratically governed community schools. Her hostility toward public schools disqualifies her. I am asking you to vote against the confirmation of Betsy DeVos. We also heard from parents all across the state, including Leslie Bolian, a mother from Andover. And here's what Leslie had to say. I am the mother of an 8-year-old who is dyslexic. She is smart and very capable of learning what other kids can learn. However, she needs specialized education. Through the public school system, she is learning to read and continues to reach new milestones daily. I fear that Betsy DeVos could put my daughter's education at risk. I urge you to oppose Secretary of Education nominee Betsy DeVos, who is best known for her anti-public education campaigns. The chance for the success of a child should not depend on winning a charter lottery, being accepted by a private school, or living in the right zip code. It is our duty to ensure all students have access to a great public school in their community and the opportunity to succeed. Betsy DeVos has consistently worked against these values, and her efforts over the years have done more to undermine public education than support all students. DeVos has no experience in public schools, either as a student, educator, administrator, or even as a parent. She has lobbied for failed schemes like vouchers to fund private schools at taxpayers' expense. These privatization schemes do nothing to help our students most in need, and they ignore or exacerbate glaring opportunity gaps. We need a Secretary of Education who will champion innovative strategies that we know help improve success for all students, including creating more opportunities and equity for all. Betsy DeVos is not that person, and I urge you to vote against her for Secretary of Education. Thank you, Leslie. Kate Brigham, a mother from Somerville, also wrote us. Here's what Kate said. My name is Kate Brigham, and I am a constituent of yours from Somerville. I am writing to urge you to vote against Betsy DeVos's confirmation as Secretary of Education. The future of our kids here in Somerville and across the country are depending on you to see the difference between education progress and privatization. The majority of America's school kids attend public schools. We cannot leave their futures and the future of our country in the hands of a woman whose ideas to privatize school funding have already left the state of Michigan and its children in shambles. Her personal financial conflicts of interest are staggering. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which DeVos did not know was a federal law, guarantees rights to both students with disabilities and to their parents. So this isn't just about civil rights, it's also crucial to families. We cannot afford a Secretary of Education who's confused on what the law is. My own 2-year-old daughter benefits from Massachusetts' wonderful early intervention program and will need special education services when she turns 3 in September. IDEA and the ADA were both signed into law by Republican presidents. Disability rights are not and cannot become a partisan issue. Thank you for ensuring that public education for all will be protected. Somerville and Massachusetts needs it, and we won't succeed with Betsy DeVos as Secretary of Education. Thank you, Kate. Thanks for writing. Samantha Lambert, a mother of 4 from Everett, also contacted us with her concerns. Here's what Samantha wrote. I'm a voter from Massachusetts who has struggled with the change coming as a result of this election. It is difficult to focus when there is a new outrage at every turn. No one frightens me more than Betsy DeVos. Why? The impacts of her ignorance and disdain for public education will remain with us for a generation. I have 4 children, all educated in the Everett public school system, one of whom benefits from special education. We have one opportunity to get it right for our children. I was asked by a conservative friend who was curious why this appointment brought such a backlash, and the answer was simple for me. Our job is to protect our children, the nation's children, those unable to influence their future with a vote. There is no mandate for the destruction of our most treasured institution, the foundation of our democracy. My son deserves a free and fair education, as do his siblings, as do their peers. The children in our school district are in the lower socioeconomic rung. Many rely on public transportation and neighborhood public schools. That takes the choice out of school choice, doesn't it? It favors students on economic lines, furthering the divide and putting an undue burden on the schools left behind, who will struggle to serve the students that need this gift of education most. The public hearing demonstrated that Mrs. DeVos is wholly unqualified for this appointment. Her answers, or lack of answers, specifically regarding IDEA and the school choice were frightening. As a parent, I was literally shaking. My 9-year-old son was listening to a portion and heard Senator Hassan mention dyslexia in her question. He cheered and asked if we were going to make sure all kids get special help to read. I couldn't answer him because in her answer, Mrs. DeVos seemed not to know that IDEA is a federal law protecting these beautiful minds, protecting them from being a line item that could be wiped away, their future successes and achievements going right along with it. I ask you, please oppose Betsy DeVos for Education Secretary for the good of all our nation's children. Thank you, Samantha. Thanks for writing. We also heard from Laura Fukushima, a mother and former teacher from Dedham, who wrote us to say this: before having my own children, I taught in public schools for 5 years, 3 in Boston and 2 in Tennessee, Sumner County. And I'm writing to ask you to vote against the confirmation of Betsy DeVos as Secretary of Education. It is evident that Ms. DeVos is passionate about education, judging from the enormous amount of money she has poured into shaping policy. And I have no reason to doubt her intentions are good, but that doesn't qualify her for this job. Here are my concerns. Aside from having no experience in public schools, either as a parent or a student, she has no experience in any kind of school as an educator. Second, at her confirmation hearing, she demonstrated a lack of basic understanding of many pertinent issues and concepts, and intimate knowledge of which is required to shape good educational policy. Third, despite lacking both the prerequisite knowledge and experience within the field of education, she actively used her wealth to sway legislators in Michigan away from their initial support of bipartisan measures based on a broad coalition of informed participants to regulate and improve charter schools. For the record, I do support charter schools, but understanding that there is a vast disparity in their quality, I see the need for rigorous oversight. Her efforts, I believe, have been more detrimental than beneficial to the children of Detroit. And fourth, her suggestion that enforcing IDEA should be left to the states is very troubling. Such policy would leave our most vulnerable students very far behind. While I agree with Ms. DeVos that our educational system would benefit from some additional choice for parents, I think she's wildly mistaken if she believes that a completely free market will fix our schools. We need a Secretary of Education who believes in proper oversight and can help create effective measures of assessment and accountability to improve education for all our children. That's what the Department of Education is for. To run it successfully, we need a secretary, unlike DeVos, a secretary who is well-trained in the field. Thank you, Laura. A mother from Clinton also wrote in about how she would be personally affected by Betsy DeVos. Here's what she said. I have an 8-year-old daughter with autism spectrum disorder who receives services through our public elementary school. I believe that every individual deserves an equal education. IDEA must be upheld! Exclamation point. My daughter is doing very well with her studies because of the support she receives. She is a very smart girl, but she needs and deserves accommodations. I am thankful there are laws to protect her. Betsy DeVos thinks that states should decide how to fund education for individuals with disabilities. I believe it should remain federally mandated. I wouldn't be able to afford a private education for my daughter in a special school, and I know there are many more parents like me. I also opposed expanding charter schools in our state. I believe publicly funded schools should be publicly run and overseen. I request you reject Betsy DeVos for Secretary of Education. Thank you. Another parent wrote to say this: I'm writing to express my strong opposition to the confirmation of Betsy DeVos as Secretary of Education. She has demonstrated no commitment to public education throughout her life, and her support of charter schools in Detroit have been a demonstrated failure. The framing of for-profit charter schools as providing choice for parents is a false framing. It provides the illusion of a poorly regulated and poorly supervised choice for some parents, while limiting the resources and choices left to the other parents and leading to a downward spiral in the quality of public education. Transferring public funding of education to for-profit charter schools, creaming off the children of the most motivated parents, and leaving the more difficult, lower income, and children with special education challenges is a prescription for failure of public schools and will result in herding lower income students into dysfunctional schools, setting them up for a lifetime of underemployment. I am not a teacher, nor a member of a teachers' union. I am a mother, and I was proud to send my son to the Brookline Public Schools for his entire K-12 education. I want other children to have the chance for a quality education, not to be fodder for a private, for-profit charter school with no commitment to the public good. Quality public education is the foundation of a free society and the key to sustaining a vibrant economy in the future. Please oppose the confirmation of Betsy DeVos. A woman from Canton also wrote in. She said, as a parent of public school children, I urge you to reject the nomination of Betsy DeVos as Secretary of Education. A free and appropriate education is the cornerstone of our democracy. But Ms. DeVos has shown no interest in preserving public education. In fact, she has worked tirelessly to divert public funds into private pockets by way of deregulating and expanding charter schools, and to offer vouchers which can be used at private and religious schools. This is clearly a violation of our principle of separating church and state. Ms. DeVos's strategies have had disastrous consequences in Michigan. 80% of charter schools there operate for profit. When schools look first to satisfy investors, they rely on teaching to standardized tests, not on educating children. Here in Massachusetts, we overwhelmingly rejected the idea, one funded by billionaires and resisted by parents and public school teachers. Please join us in opposing a lead educator who has never gone to a public school nor sent her children to one. Please consider that the nation's future depends on educating every child, and that to do so, we need to restore and strengthen our public school system, not dismantle it in favor of profiting off the backs of our youth. Thank you. It is no surprise that we also heard from many constituents struggling with student loans. And one of those was Lean Weir, a college student from Brighton, who had this to say. As a college student and a resident of the state of Massachusetts, I am writing you to express my deep concern over the potential appointment of Betsy DeVos to the position of Secretary of Education. Ms. DeVos is extraordinarily unqualified to lead such a department. The fact that the president has chosen such a person with no experience in education administration in any capacity at any level is an insult to the millions of teachers, students, and school administrators across the country. Ms. DeVos's policies will undermine already struggling public school systems by allocating taxpayer funds to advance a cynical and deeply troubling agenda against established science. I myself am a recipient of federal college grants and loans, and I am growing increasingly concerned about Ms. DeVos's competency in managing the looming student debt crisis. Now, more than ever, is a time for the Education Department to be run by capable and caring individuals, not willfully ignorant ones. A young mother from Winthrop also reached out to us. She had this to say: I urge you to vote no on the confirmation of Betsy DeVos, a singularly unqualified individual among a veritable sea of unqualified individuals this administration has chosen to lead our country. My husband and I have no personal stake in public education over the next 4 years. Our daughter is only 7 months old. But I am the child of 2 public school teachers in Rhode Island. My friends are teachers. My friends' children are in school. My nephews, cousins, etc. I believe in public schools, and I believe that Betsy DeVos is not the right direction for our public education system. She is dangerous, and her lack of knowledge is appalling. Also, and I thank you so much for asking about this at her hearing, student loans are not a business. They are a crisis in this country. My husband has a 6-figure debt with interest rates at 7.5%. He had to take a job rather than pursue his dream of working in criminal justice because he needed a job that could pay his $1,000 a month student loan bill. Our saving grace is that I have a good job and my student loan debt is nearly paid off because I was loaned a reasonable amount at a reasonable 2% interest rate. We are a case study in how the program should work versus predatory lending. So true. Thanks for writing. Liz Bosworth, a mother of 2 from North Dartmouth, had this to say: while I am fully aware that you do not support the nominations for many of President Trump's nominees, I am currently most concerned about Ms. DeVos. I watched parts of her hearing, and I remain concerned that there was a denial for a second hearing. I hope this leads to continued questions and a final opposition of her as Secretary of Education. Your lines of questioning serve to highlight her lack of qualifying experience, but still, in light of the last 6 months' politics, I believe anything is possible. As the mother of 2 small children and a daughter-in-law, niece, cousin, friend, and wife of public school teachers, I find her to be quite alarming and somewhat scary as the potential leader of that office. We are strong proponents of public education and are teaching our children to value their time in school and to achieve high levels of success. With that comes some anxiety around their aspirations to higher learning. As a master's level social worker, I will be paying off my loans until I start to pay for my son's higher education. I do not want the debt for my children that I have. At this rate, I am saving far much less money per month for their college funds while paying off my own. I want my children to go higher than myself, but I also want them to do so with a level of confidence that their finances that I was not afforded. Ms. DeVos, highlighted by you in the confirmation hearing, has not been involved with student loans on any level and does not have the experience to become entrusted with my current debt or the debt of my children. Finally, I would like to highlight my abject fear of the treatment of those students with learning disabilities, particularly severe and profound disorders, if she is confirmed. While I see many walks of life in my field, my mother was a proud special education teacher in New Bedford for 33 years. She was proud to be able to teach life skills like budgeting, simple cooking, and social skills to her students who may not ever be college ready. We worry about those kids and what will become of them if Ms. DeVos is confirmed. My husband is currently employed in a collaborative that works with mentally ill children who need a different kind of educational process, but can still achieve the same goals. I am not sure they would ever qualify for a voucher to attend some charter school. We are committed to families and community maintenance of all students with the right care at the right time. I am not sure that Ms. DeVos is committed in the same way. Please vote to oppose Ms. DeVos. Thank you, Liz. Thanks for writing. I heard from another student in Boston who told me the following. I am writing you today as a public school teacher and a PhD candidate in urban education, leadership, and policy studies. I believe in public schools. Betsy DeVos believes in school privatization and vouchers. She has worked to undermine efforts to regulate Michigan charters, even when they clearly failed. The marketplace solutions of DeVos will destroy our democratically governed community schools. She has no professional experience in the education field. She does not truly understand the nuances of public education, nor does she want to understand. I managed to earn scholarships that took care of most of my schooling, but I still have about $80,000 in student loans. Paren, not bad for 2 expensive private institution degrees. I am a first-generation college student, and my single mother could not afford to help me pay for my schooling. Betsy DeVos just doesn't have experience in K-12 public schools, but she has no experience in running the student loan department. The federal student loan program is far from perfect. We need someone running it who is knowledgeable in the process, who believes in making college more affordable, and who understands what it feels like not to be sure how you will pay for college. She has no qualifications of any kind in this area. I am asking you to vote against the confirmation of Betsy DeVos. Please consider this request and the thousands of other people across the country who vehemently disagree with Ms. DeVos's candidacy. Thank you. Sarah Rothery, a mother of 2 from Northborough, told me about her 2 sons, saying, I'm writing to ask that you oppose the confirmation of Ms. DeVos for the cabinet position for which she was nominated under President Trump. I have put 2 sons through college thanks to Stafford loans and personal savings, and I think she has no idea what is involved in middle-class families financing college educations today. One of my sons is now an 8th grade history teacher in the public charter school, Abby Kelly Foster in Worcester, and worries that Ms. DeVos has no real understanding of urban education as well. Thank you, Sarah. Thanks for writing. I have also heard from Alicia Betano. Sorry about that, Alicia. A former student from Merrimack who bravely shared with me her own experiences. This is from Alicia. I suffer from a nonverbal learning disorder. Up until I was 13 years old, I was not diagnosed with anything. I went to aides, speech therapists, everyone. I had trouble in math and sciences. I was thought of as stupid. I was yelled at by aides. When I was 13 and diagnosed, my teachers didn't understand. They thought sitting me closer to the whiteboard would allow me to understand better, despite the fact that it was their teaching methods that confused me. I was told I would not go to college or graduate. My parents had to hire an advocate to work for me to get my teachers in school to understand my disability. It took me some time to figure out what I wanted and needed. But in May, I graduated college. Betsy DeVos would be a horror for those with disabilities, not just learning ones, but mental ones. I was lucky I had parents and one teacher backing me. But what about the ones that don't? Putting Betsy DeVos into office will hurt our children in America. That's not making America great. Alicia, Thank you for writing. I really appreciate it. And congratulations on your graduation. A man from Brookline also wrote in saying this: as someone passionate about education, especially the education of students in Massachusetts, as a graduate of a public elementary school, middle school, high school, and college, as a young professional burdened by education debt, as the husband of an early childhood educator working in struggling Boston neighborhood, as a member of a family filled with men and women dedicated to careers in public education, I strongly urge you to oppose Secretary of Education nominee Betsy DeVos. My vote for or against candidates in future elections will be informed by whether the candidate publicly opposed this Secretary of Education nominee. Betsy DeVos has consistently worked against public education, and she is incredibly unqualified for this position. At best, she should be an undersecretary focused on public-private partnerships. If you must work with the incoming administration, suggest her nomination for that role, but you must oppose her cabinet-level appointment. DeVos has no experience in public schools, either as a student, educator, administrator, or even as a parent. She has lobbied for and been employed by initiatives that have undermined public education in America. We need a Secretary of Education who will champion innovative strategies that we know help to improve success for all students, including creating more opportunities and equity for all. Your vote, I urge you to vote against Ms. DeVos for Secretary of Education. Now, what does Betsy DeVos have to say to Matt and Diana, or to the thousands of other teachers who have more experience in public education than she does? What does she have to say to Leslie and Samantha, whose children have benefited from the programs she wants to cut? What does she have to say to Sarah, who relied on Stafford loans to put her sons through college? And it's not just individuals who are worried about Betsy DeVos. We've heard from groups across the state as well. The Massachusetts Charter Public School Association wrote me saying this: Dear Senator Warren, as the association representing the 70 Massachusetts Commonwealth Charter Public Schools, we are writing to express our concerns over the nomination of Elizabeth DeVos as U.S. Secretary of Education. We do not express these reservations lightly, but we believe it is important to raise certain issues that should be addressed by the nominee. Both President-elect Trump and Ms. DeVos are strong supporters of public charter schools, and we are hopeful they will continue the bipartisan efforts of the Clinton, Bush, and Obama administrations to promote the continued expansion of high-quality charters while pursuing reforms that will strengthen traditional public schools. But we are concerned about media reports of Ms. DeVos' support for school vouchers and her critical role in creating a charter system in her home state of Michigan that has been widely criticized for lax oversight and poor academic performance, and appears to be dominated by for-profit interests. As the senior senator from Massachusetts and a member of the U.S. Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions, HELP, which will hold hearings on the nomination, you will be in a position to ensure the nominee commits to holding the national charter school movement to the highest levels of accountability and oversight that are the hallmark of the Massachusetts charter system. By all independent accounts, Massachusetts has the best charter school system in the country. We are providing high-quality public school choices for parents across our state. Our urban schools are serving the highest need of children in Massachusetts and are producing results that have researchers double-checking their math. These gains held across all demographic groups, including African American, Latino, and children living in poverty. The cornerstone of the Massachusetts charter public school system is accountability. The process of obtaining and keeping a charter is deliberately difficult. The State Board of Elementary and Secondary Education is the sole authorizer and historically has approved only 1 out of every 5 applications. Once approved, each charter school must submit to annual financial audits by independent auditors and annual performance reviews by the State Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. Every 5 years, each charter must be renewed after a process as rigorous as the initial application process. For-profit charter schools are prohibited by Massachusetts law. Our schools have also created partnerships with many Massachusetts public school districts to foster collaboration and best practices sharing, and have forged an historic compact between Boston Charter Public Schools and the Boston Public Schools that has become a national model. Bipartisan support has been key to the development and success of the Massachusetts system. Created in 1993 by a Democratic legislature and a Republican governor, public charter schools have continued to receive support from all governors, Republican and Democratic alike, and Democratic legislative leaders. If the new president and his nominee intend to advance the cause of school choice across the country, they should look to Massachusetts for their path forward. The history of charter schools in Michigan offers a more cautionary tale. The same researchers from Stanford that declared Massachusetts charter public schools an unqualified success had mixed reviews for Michigan's charters. According to media reports, last year, Ms. DeVos actively campaigned against bipartisan legislation that would have provided more oversight for Michigan's charters. If these reports are true, we are deeply concerned that efforts to grow school choice without a rigorous accountability system will reduce the quality of charter schools across the country. We hope you agree that quality, not quantity, should be the guiding principle of charter expansion. Without high levels of accountability, this model fails. We ask that you use the hearing to probe the incoming administration's intentions regarding education policy in general and school choice and quality specifically. We'd be happy to provide you with more information on the Massachusetts model and would welcome a meeting with your staff to brief them on our concerns. Sincerely, Massachusetts Charter Public School Association Board of Directors. The people of Massachusetts cannot afford Betsy DeVos, and this is why I will vote no on her nomination and why I urge my colleagues to do the same. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Majority Leader. I have one request for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate has the approval of the majority and minority leaders. Duly noted. Now, Mr. President, President Trump's outstanding Supreme Court nominee, Neil Gorsuch, has earned high praise from all across the political spectrum. Some of it has come from unlikely corners, whether Democratic senators, left-leaning publications, former President Obama's own legal mentor, even his former top Supreme Court lawyer. We've heard from those Gorsuch has taught. We've heard from many who've worked alongside him. In fact, just a few days ago, we received a letter from several of his former law colleagues, so let me share some of that with you now. We're Democrats, independents, and Republicans, the letter began. Many of us have served in government, some during Republican, some during Democratic administrations. Some of us have served in both. We've clerked for Supreme Court justices and appellate and district court judges appointed by Democratic and Republican presidents. We represent a broad spectrum of views on politics, judicial philosophy, and many other subjects as well. But we all agree on one thing. Our former colleague, Neil Gorsuch, is superbly qualified for confirmation. He's a man of character, decency, and accomplishment. one who represented all of his clients without regard to ideology, and one who merits this appointment. Clearly, it's not going to be easy to paint Judge Gorsuch as anything but extremely qualified and exceptionally fair. But that hadn't stopped some on the left from trying. They started musing about blocking any nominee before the president had nominated anyone. It's a good reminder that much of the opposition we're seeing from far-left groups and Democratic senators isn't so much about Judge Gorsuch as it's about their dissatisfaction with the outcome of the election. As a Washington Post headline recently declared, Democrats' goal with court nomination, make it a referendum on Trump. Prominent Senate Democrats, the article read, are giving the nominees 10-plus years on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit almost secondary consideration. It seems they believe their best and perhaps only bet to bring down this highly qualified judge is by injecting Trump into the process. The very next day, the New York Times ran an article about Democrats' apparent hope that this Supreme Court fight will be more about Trump than Gorsuch. In other words, our Democratic colleagues are finding it hard to oppose Judge Gorsuch on the merits, so they're trying to divert attention and invent new hurdles for him to surmount. That's the playbook. Sure enough, we see them running the play. Consider the Assistant Democratic Leader's speech the other day. It was supposedly about Judge Gorsuch. He sure had a lot to say about President Trump, about things President Trump has done, about things President Trump might do, about refighting old battles, but precious little about the qualifications of the actual nominee before us, and precious little about the increasing number of accolades he's been receiving, especially from well-known folks on the political left. I mentioned several a moment ago. Now we can add another to the list, Alan Dershowitz, a famous constitutional scholar and longtime Harvard law professor. Dershowitz described Gorsuch as highly credentialed and hard to oppose, and dismissed the idea that he would be caricatured as some sort of extreme right-wing ideologue. That doesn't seem to fit what I know about him, Dershowitz said, adding that Gorsuch will be hard to oppose on the merits. Indeed, he will. That's precisely why our Democratic colleagues are making the debate on his nomination about other things and other people. That's also why they're arguing that there are special hurdles for Judge Gorsuch to clear, hurdles that they are forced to admit were not there for the first-term nominees of Democratic presidents. When even a left-winger like Rachel Maddow can't help but admit that Judge Gorsuch is a relatively mainstream choice, when even Maddow characterizes a Democratic attempt to filibuster his nomination as radical, it's hard to argue otherwise. Now, that won't stop many on the far left from trying. I invite Democrats who spend many months insisting we need 9 to now follow through on that advice by giving this superbly qualified nominee fair consideration and an up or down vote. It's time to finally accept the result of the election and move on so we can all move our country forward. Now, that would also apply to other nominations before the Senate. Just before the election, the Democratic leader said he believed the Senate had a moral obligation, even beyond the economy and politics, to avoid gridlock. Put simply, he said, we have to get things done. And yet, just a few months later, Democrat obstruction has reached new extreme levels that the smallest number of cabinet officials have been confirmed in modern history at this point in a presidency. It's a historic break in tradition, a departure from how newly elected presidents of both parties have been treated in decades past. In fact, by this same point into their terms, other recent presidents from both sides of the aisle had more than twice as many cabinet officials confirmed as President Trump does now. President Obama had 12 cabinet officials confirmed at this point in his term. President George W. Bush had all 14 cabinet nominees confirmed at this point. President Clinton had 13. President Trump has a mere 4. Well, Mr. President, it seems this gridlock in opposition has far less to do with the nominees actually before us than the man who nominated them, just like we're seeing with President Trump's outstanding Supreme Court pick. The Democratic leader and his colleagues are under a great deal of pressure from those on the left who simply cannot accept the results of a Democratic election. They're calling for Democrats to delay and punt and blockade the serious work of the Senate at any cost. They would like nothing more than for Democrats to continue to resist and prevent this president from moving our country forward. Unfortunately, many of our friends across the aisle have given in to these groups' calls for obstruction, and some have even gone to unprecedented lengths to delay for delay's sake. They've forced meaningless procedural hurdles. They've stalled confirmation votes as long as possible. They've postponed hearings, and they've even boycotted committee meetings altogether. Their excuses are ever-changing, at some border on the absurd. We don't like the seating arrangement, they say. We can't be late to a protest, they argue. There was even some excuse about a YouTube video. Look, enough is enough. The American people elected a new president last November. Democrats don't have to like that decision, but they do have a responsibility to our country. American people want us to bring the nation together and move forward. It's far past time to put the election behind us and put this president's cabinet into place, just as previous Senates have done for previous newly elected presidents of both parties. Now, I'd like to say a few words about one nominee who we'll be voting on tomorrow. The nominee for Education Secretary, Betsy DeVos, is a well-qualified candidate who earned the support of 20 governors and several education groups from across the nation. As Education Secretary, she'll be our students' foremost advocate, working to improve our education system so that every child has a brighter future. Importantly, she also understands that our teachers, students, parents, school boards, and local and state governments are best suited to make education decisions, not Washington bureaucrats. I have every confidence that Ms. DeVos will lead the Department of Education in such a way that will put our students' interests first, while also strengthening the educational opportunities available to all of America's children. So I would urge colleagues to join in confirming Betsy DeVos so that she can begin the very important work before her without further delay.
President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I sat here and listened with interest to the Majority Leader's comments about this strategy of obstruction and slow walking the President's cabinet. And I share his frustration, but more than that, I regret on behalf of the people we were sent here to represent, the American people, that petty politics has gotten in the way of our colleagues across the aisle's ability just to get over the fact that the election didn't turn out quite the way they hoped and to get back to work on behalf of the American people. So this week we'll continue to grind our way through consideration of President Trump's nominees despite the best efforts of our friends across the aisle to obstruct and to slow walk. Because of their insistence on taking advantage of every possible procedural delay, they've tried to grind the Senate into a near halt. But we've overcome that obstruction, and of course, we came together early Friday morning and voted to move forward with the President's nominee for Education Secretary about 6:30 in the morning, a little earlier than we're usually convened, but I'm glad we were able to get it done. So I'm confident that we'll get Ms. DeVos confirmed soon. Then, thanks to former Democratic leader Harry Reid, the Democrats know they cannot block these nominees from taking office. Because of the so-called nuclear option, they reduced the voting threshold from 60 to 51, meaning that with 52 Republicans and hopefully a little help from some of our friends across the aisle, every single one of President Trump's cabinet nominees will be confirmed. We can take that to the bank. So all they can do, which is all they have done to this point, is to slow the process down for no reason other than the fact that they can. Again, thanks to Senator Reid, all of the President's nominees will be confirmed. But this type of behavior is really pretty juvenile, if you ask me, and it can't actually accomplish anything. It's a strategy in search of a goal. They don't have any particular goal in mind, because at the end of the day, the President will get the cabinet that he has nominated and deserves. So after we follow the vote tomorrow on Ms. DeVos for Cabinet Secretary of Education, we'll vote to confirm Senator Sessions, our colleague of long standing, as Attorney General. And in addition to him, the Education Secretary, the Secretaries of Health and Human Services, and the Secretary of Treasury, too. These, of course, are key positions in the new administration. And now, 18 days after President Trump's inauguration, he still doesn't have the help he needs in these critical posts. I believe this kind of mindless obstruction is actually irresponsible, if not downright dangerous. Now, I know our Democratic colleagues said that, well, they confirmed General Mattis, the Secretary of Defense, and later on the Secretary or the Director of the CIA, and yes, they finally confirmed the Secretary of State. But the Attorney General is part of the National Security Cabinet. They run a lot of the counterterrorism efforts for the Department of Justice. So this is not only irresponsible, this is, I believe, dangerous. It should also be an embarrassment. The American people expect their senators and Congress to do our jobs and fulfill the duties to those who we represent. Now, if our Democratic colleagues don't want to support one of the very well-qualified nominees of the president, well, that's fine. That is their right. But don't slow walk and slow down the institution of the Senate just to score some political points or to feed some of the irrational rage that you see depicted in some quarters. Dragging this out doesn't do any good. It won't change the outcome, and it ill serves the American people. So let's get these nominations done so they can be sworn in and begin their service to this new administration and, more importantly, to the American people. In addition to our work on nominations, last week the Senate started to consider a number of measures to block a host of regulations put in place by the Obama administration during the last 6 months that President Obama was in office. Under President Obama, our country witnessed a volcanic profusion of rules and regulations that empowered unelected bureaucrats and shut out the voices of the elected representatives of the people. The result? Well, job creators have less freedom to operate and innovate and are instead suffocated by more and more red tape and compliance costs. That translates into a slower growing economy, which means less jobs, which means the American people are the ones who get hurt directly as a result of this profusion of red tape and regulation. According to recent reports, the 600-plus regulations issued by the Obama White House came with a $700 billion price tag for our economy. Our economy is not even growing at 2%. And I think this overregulation is largely responsible because this profusion of regulations hit businesses both big that can absorb some of the cost, but also small businesses, including local community banks that are going out of business on a daily basis because they simply can't afford to compete and to pay for the accountants and lawyers to comply with all of the red tape and the mindless regulation from the previous administration. But it's not just financial services, it's healthcare and it's agriculture, it's all sectors of the economy. I am grateful that President Trump has made it clear where he stands on all this, and he's already issued guidance requiring the government to cut regulations should it want to add more. Cut 2 regulations for every one you want to add. With President Trump at the White House, Congress can reverse many of the Obama regulations and give the American people and our anemic economic growth some relief. Through the Congressional Review Act, Congress can review and ultimately block recent regulations handed down by the federal government. And that's what we did last week, and that's what we're going to continue to do. We can roll back many of the Obama administration rules that are killing jobs and stifling economic growth. So at the end of last week, we repealed a rule called the stream buffer rule, which actually didn't have anything to do with streams. It was a job-killing regulation that was more about stifling domestic energy production, and I'm glad we did away with it. And on Friday, Congress passed another resolution, one I was happy to co-sponsor, one that was aimed at chipping away the regulatory burdens for our community banks and other financial services organizations brought on by Dodd-Frank. I'm all for transparency, but I'm against laws that give advantages to foreign companies over our own. This Securities and Exchange Commission rule would have done that by forcing American companies to disclose confidential information that their foreign competitors can keep under wraps. It should go without saying that each of us want a level playing field for our businesses that help create jobs and grow the economy. That's why we blocked this rule. Of course, this and other resolutions are just the first few steps in a broader strategy to kill overbearing regulations so that our innovators, our entrepreneurs aren't suffocated by unnecessary paperwork and bureaucracy. That's part of what the American people sent us here to do. And certainly the verdict they rendered on November the 8th is that they did not want a continuation of the status quo under the previous administration. They wanted change. And it's integral to restoring our economy, the kind of change we're bringing about, to restoring our economy and helping it grow for everyone. So I look forward to working with the White House, with our colleagues, as we continue to find new ways to build up the American economy. If I can just close, Mr. President, on one last topic. I see some colleagues here wishing to speak. Tomorrow we'll vote on the nomination of Betsy DeVos to the Department of Education. The federal government, through the Department of Education, funds about 10% of public education because most of that comes from our states. That is the funding and the regulation of education from kindergarten through 12th grade. But what this fight over this well-qualified nominee is all about, it's about power, as so many of these fights in Washington, D.C. are about, and the desire to keep power over public education in all of our states, all across the country, right here inside the Beltway. I believe President Trump chose wisely, not because he chose another education bureaucrat that knows all the acronyms and knows the arcana known to people that have been brought up within that establishment. Instead, he chose an outsider, someone much like himself, but someone more interested in results rather than paying homage to and feeding the education establishment here in Washington, D.C., and retaining the power over the important decisions that should be handed back down to the states, down to teachers and parents and students as they choose how best to accomplish our universal goal of making sure every child has a good education. But this fight isn't about the quality of education in our country. This fight, for those who are opposing Ms. DeVos, is largely about should we retain power here in Washington, D.C., so that Washington can continue to dictate to the states, to parents, to teachers, what policies they need to apply in our K through 12 education system, or whether we're going to return that power back where it should be, back into the hands of parents and teachers and in local school districts. That's what this fight's all about. So that's why I'm glad tomorrow we will confirm Betsy DeVos as Secretary of Education. Listen to what the American people told us on November the 8th when they said they don't want to maintain the status quo because the status quo is not working for them, it's not working for our economy, and certainly not working for our children, each of whom deserve a good education. So yes, Ms. DeVos is going to shake things up a little bit, but more importantly, she's going to be part of this effort to return power to parents and teachers and to our local school districts. That's what this vote will be about tomorrow. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
President. The senator from Utah.
Mr. President, I rise today to briefly discuss a number of ongoing efforts here in the early days of the 115th Congress. It is a strange time to be working on Capitol Hill, as strange as I've seen in my 4 decades here in the Senate. That's true for a number of reasons. Let me give you an example. Republicans currently control the Senate, the House of Representatives, and the White House, and are in widespread agreement about most major policy issues. Sure, there are details that need to be worked out, both on the process and the substance, on things like tax reform, trade, and of course, health care reform. But by and large, Republicans all have the same ultimate goals for these key areas. Yet, despite the overwhelming consensus that exists on most of these issues, there seems to be an obsession with advancing a narrative of a deeply divided Republican majority. According to this popular narrative, House and Senate Republicans have completely different views on tax reform. Republicans in Congress oppose everything President Trump wants to do on trade, and Senate Republicans are deeply at odds on how to press forward on repealing and replacing Obamacare. As chairman of the Senate committee that is right in the middle of all these issues, I get asked to comment on these matters literally dozens of times every day. The questions take many forms. Senator X says Congress should do blank with Obamacare. What do you think? Can the House's tax reform plan pass in the Senate? President Trump said blank today is that going to fly in your committee. These questions may seem petty, they may seem pretty straightforward. However, the underlying question behind all of these lines of inquiry are, will you publicly disagree with or criticize another Republican so we can write another story about Republican divisions? Matters such as repealing and replacing Obamacare or reforming the tax code are certainly important topics that are rightly under intense public scrutiny. However, given that these monumental efforts are still in the early stages, the fact that there are some relatively minor differences of opinion shouldn't be all that noteworthy. And the existence of these differences in the initial stages of the process doesn't significantly jeopardize the success of these efforts. The purpose of the legislative process, particularly the process we use here in the Senate, is to allow differences to be aired and worked through so that at the end of the process, consensus can be reached. Differing views on some issues at the beginning of the process are to be expected. And once again, they are hardly noteworthy. Case in point, Republicans are united in our desire to repeal and replace Obamacare. The vast majority of us want reforms that are more patient-centered and market-driven, and as far as I know, pretty much all of us want to return most of the authority for regulating the health care system back to the states. On some of the other questions, let me make clear what my position is, just so there's no confusion on these points. I believe that we should repeal Obamacare, including the taxes, and provide for a stable transition period. I believe that the work to replace Obamacare should also begin immediately, meaning that our repeal bill should include as many Obamacare replacement policies as procedures allow. A more complete replacement can and should be crafted in the coming months as we work through some of the more complicated issues. Now, that has been my position since roughly March of 2010, when the final pieces of Obamacare were signed into law. And I've repeated it in numerous times over the years. Moreover, I believe that most Republicans in Congress share that same view. Do some Republicans have different views regarding the proper order and procedure for this endeavor? I'm sure they do, but I don't know of a single Republican who does not want to get rid of Obamacare. I certainly don't know any Republicans who are fine with the status quo in our health care system. That being the case, no one should be trying to parse anyone's words or split hairs in order to manufacture divisions in the Republican ranks on repealing and replacing Obamacare. I have little doubt that we can work through whatever differences do exist, and more importantly, I think we will. I'm not going to speculate today on the floor about what the final process or product will look like, but I will say that at the end of the day, only three numbers matter: 218, 51, and 1. Those are the numbers of supporters we need at each step to pass an Obamacare repeal and replacement. At this point, given what we currently know, I strongly believe that the process I described earlier, a full repeal and a responsible transition coupled with a sizable down payment on replacement, followed by a committed effort to implement additional replacement policies in the coming months, provides the best path forward to achieving those thresholds. And like I said, most Republicans in Congress agree with me. We can discuss other ideas, and I'm happy to engage in that discussion. But those numbers, 218, 51, and 1, have to be the standard by which we judge any alternatives. And while I'd love to see the final product passed with even larger numbers, and even with some Democrats on board with us, those numbers give us a clear picture as to how much consensus is necessary. Once again, I think we can get there. And I'm continually working with colleagues in both the House and Senate to make sure we do. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, I come to the floor this afternoon to oppose the nomination of Betsy DeVos, President Trump's choice to be Secretary of Education. And I fundamentally disagree with my colleague from Texas who said earlier that this is a fight about power and who maintains power, whether it's going to stay in Washington or whether it's going to be in the state and local communities. In New Hampshire, we believe in local control of education. It's a bedrock of our public education system. And this fight is not about power in Washington versus power in the states. This is a fight about, are we going to continue to support our public school system, our system of public higher education? Or are we going to take the money out, the support out, the policies out, and put that into private schools, into religious schools, and gut the public education system in this country? You know, my parents were part of the greatest generation. I grew up in post-World War II America. They understood that the best way for me to have opportunities for the future, my sisters and me, was to make sure that we had a good education. And I benefited by going to great public schools in the state of Missouri, in the state of Pennsylvania, and I was also able to go to public higher education, without the ability to attend a public university in Pennsylvania and then in West Virginia and in the state of Mississippi. I would not have been able to get a college education because my parents wouldn't have been able to afford to send me to a private school, just like they wouldn't have been able to afford to send me to private K through 12 schools. I'm proud of the schools that I attended and proud of the support that my parents and so many other parents gave to public schools in America. My children and grandchildren have benefited from the great public schools in New Hampshire. And as governor, I was proud to work with the Republican legislature to improve the schools in the state of New Hampshire. We expanded public kindergarten in our state because at the time I became governor, we didn't have public kindergarten for all students. And we were able to open the door for an additional 25,000 kids to go to public kindergarten. We were able to increase funding for schools in New Hampshire during my time as governor. And I learned during those experiences and also as a teacher. I taught in public schools in New Hampshire, in Dover, and also in Mississippi. I learned the connection between public education and good schools and our economy. Now, I taught in Mississippi in 1970. At that time, there was no public education in Mississippi that was a requirement for all students. So if you didn't want to go to school in the 70s in Mississippi, you didn't have to. And we saw the impact that that had on economic indicators in the state of Mississippi. Now, since then, they have adopted compulsory education for students in Mississippi. But it was a great lesson to me to see how important good schools are and a good education is to making sure we have a strong economy in this country. And if I talk, as governor, when I talked to businesses in the state of New Hampshire, one of the things they told me that they needed in order for their businesses to succeed was a skilled workforce. Young people who had a good education, who could learn the skills on the job, and they looked for communities to locate in where there was a strong system of public education in those communities. I value public schools as one of our nation's bedrock civic and democratic institutions because they provide the best opportunity for kids from all walks of life to get a quality education, and they pass on to each new generation, including the children of immigrants, America's shared ideals and values. Regrettably, after careful study of Mrs. DeVos' record as an activist, I've concluded that she doesn't agree with this view of our public schools. She has no relevant experience as a teacher, as a leader in public schools. She has never attended a public school, and she's not sent any of her children to a public school. To the contrary, she has spent her entire career and countless millions of dollars of her personal fortune working not to improve public schools, but to privatize them, to weaken them by diverting public funds to private and religious schools. And given her past record, it makes no sense to put Ms. DeVos in charge of the Department of Education unless the aim is to devalue, defund, and perhaps eventually destroy our public schools. And I think that's unacceptable. In my state of New Hampshire, support for our public schools is bipartisan and it's passionate. In rural communities, in small towns, and our cities across the state, our public schools are institutions that have support from communities. They're a big part of our communities' identities and shared experiences. And across centuries and generations in the Granite State, public schools have been at the heart of our common civic life. So I think it's not surprising that my office has been inundated with letters, with emails, with phone calls, strongly opposing the DeVos nomination. My office has received more than 4,000 letters and emails from Granite Staters. Now, that may not seem like a lot to somebody from the state of California, but from the state of New Hampshire to have 4,000 letters and emails on a nomination is unheard of. And almost all of them oppose this nomination. In addition, we've received 1,405 telephone calls in opposition and only 3 in support. 3. 1, 2, 3. 1,405 opposed and 3 in support. I'm impressed not only by the volume of constituent messages, but by the intensity of their opposition. Megan is a social studies teacher. She writes, and I quote, "Mrs. DeVos clearly lacks even a basic understanding of federal education policy, laws, and instructional practices. She has no relevant experience. There is just no way I would ever be certified to instruct students in New Hampshire if I lacked as much knowledge and experience in my field. But she gets to be the nation's chief educator? How is this good for kids?" End quote. Roger is a retired public school teacher from Concord, and he writes, quote, "Please reject DeVos because she's anti-public education in word and in practice, lacking the understanding of the public education system and having no understanding of the dreamers sitting in public schools this morning, creating their own American dreams, learning of the promise and justice that is America." End quote. And Sam from the Seacoast writes, "It's important that we maintain a strong public school system. This is not a partisan issue. Any person, regardless of party, can see that Ms. DeVos is unqualified to fill the position. You need to vote no to save our education system." And Mike from Durham writes, "I'm really concerned that we might have someone with so little experience in education and with seemingly anti-public education views as our next education leader. I fear that a DeVos confirmation will only exacerbate the already segregated school experiences that children have in our country. I want all students to have a fair shake at a high-quality school experience, not just ones who live in wealthy communities or who have parents savvy enough to advocate on their behalf." End quote. Now, many of the letters that I've received are from parents who are outraged about Ms. DeVos' comments on the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which is one of the landmark civil rights laws of the 20th century. In response to a question from my colleague, Senator Hassan, Ms. DeVos made it clear that she was unaware that that law was a federal law and that it governs our schools. IDEA ensures that children with disabilities have the opportunity to receive a free, appropriate public education, and that they are accommodated in our schools and classrooms just like all other children. In her testimony, Ms. DeVos said that decisions about how to treat students with disabilities should be left to the states. Can you imagine what would happen in states who decide they don't want to make sure that those students can go to schools? I received this message from Marilyn, who lives in the western part of New Hampshire. She says, "Thank you for opposing the confirmation of Betsy DeVos as Education Secretary. She is a dangerous, unqualified choice. As the parent of a daughter with Down syndrome, I fear for the future of IDEA if DeVos is in charge." And Ashley Preston, who was Teacher of the Year in New Hampshire in 2016, wrote this to me: "If our Secretary of Education does not understand and value the importance of federal laws such as IDEA, how can we expect states and local school districts to do that? These are the elements crucial to ensuring the best chance for our future." Well, the Department of Education has oversight not only of K through 12 public schools, but also higher education, including a portfolio of more than $1.2 trillion in federal student loans. I've had the opportunity not only to teach in our K through 12 schools, but to work in public universities in New Hampshire and in private universities. Listening to Ms. DeVos' testimony, I was appalled by her lack of understanding of higher education policy. She acknowledged that neither she nor her children had ever received a federal loan or a Pell Grant. And this is the worst part, When asked to commit to enforcing rules that ensure students aren't cheated and end up with no degree but a mountain of student debt, in other words, the predicament of students who went to Trump University and so many other private for-profit colleges, she refused to do that. She refused to say this is something that we should support as a policy in America. I'm also deeply concerned by her support for charter schools that are not accountable and her reputation as, quote, the four-star general of the voucher movement. Now, I believe there's a role for charter schools. I think as we try to improve our public system of higher education, we need to look at a number of models. I voted for New Hampshire's charter school law. But we should hold them accountable, just like we hold our public schools accountable. We should ensure that they don't drain resources from public schools. There was a report that came out in 2012 or 2013 that was done by a working group under the auspices of the Annenberg Institute for Social Reform. And one of the things they discovered in their report were some similar challenges across charter schools. They found that there was uneven academic performance, that some of them had overly harsh discipline practices, that funding sometimes destabilized traditional schools, that there was a lack of transparency and oversight that led to conflicts of interest and, in some cases, fraud, and that many of them practiced policies that kept students out for various reasons. Now, Ms. DeVos was one of the architects of Michigan's first charter school law in 1993. It's been widely criticized for lacking accountability and safeguards for students. In her confirmation hearing, Ms. DeVos refused to agree that for-profit charter schools should be held to the same standards as public schools. And just as disturbing is her support for school vouchers, which would siphon funding from public schools and divert it to private and religious schools. Advocates of vouchers like to call it school choice. But in practice, parents have learned that choice is not a reality. Florida, under Governor Jeb Bush, was the first state to enact a statewide voucher system. And nearly 93% of private and parochial schools in Florida, after that law, refused to accept any voucher students. In New Hampshire, we have parts of the state where if we don't have public schools, there are no other choices for our students. I don't care whether you've got a voucher or not. You can't drive 3 or 4 hours to get to the next public school or the next private school. So let's be clear. Vouchers and other privatization schemes advocated by Ms. DeVos, they're not about pedagogy. They're about ideology. They are all about disdain for what many voucher advocates like to call government schools. Well, government schools are public schools. They're schools that our communities have for their kids. And what Ms. DeVos fails to understand is that quality education has nothing to do with whether a school is public or private. We have public schools in New Hampshire that we need to work on. But what counts are high-quality teachers, it's support from parents and communities, it's facilities where kids can enjoy learning and be safe, it's rigorous academic standards, and it's the resources to make sure that children can get the learning that they need, including individualized assistance to kids with special needs. What counts is the political and budgetary commitment to create high-quality schools in every neighborhood, regardless of zip code. Because Betsy DeVos doesn't understand these basic truths about education in America, because she's driven by an ideological hostility to our public schools, she is the wrong person to serve as our Secretary of Education. I intend to vote no on the nomination of Ms. DeVos, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in rejecting this unqualified nominee. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President. The senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I rise today to speak in opposition to the nomination of Betsy DeVos for Secretary of Education. My reason is very simple. Mrs. DeVos lacks the experience required to oversee the Department of Education, an agency that serves over 50 million public school children across America. Despite spending many years giving hundreds of millions of dollars to backing political candidates and ballot initiatives that support unproven education policies, she remains shockingly unfamiliar with federal law and even some very basic education concepts. Educating our children is an incredibly important job, and we need someone who is experienced, prepared, and well qualified to lead the Department of Education. As I've said before, Mrs. DeVos has no experience in public education at any level, not as a teacher, not as an administrator, not as a student, not as a parent, not as a school board member, and not even as a borrower of public loans for college. Ask any parent. Our children are what we hold most dear. And it only makes sense that the individual that we entrust with our children's education should have at least some experience in public education. Mrs. DeVos has absolutely no experience, and I repeat, no tangible experience with neighborhood public schools. In fact, her only experience in education is her work lobbying for the transfer of taxpayer money to private schools. She has also pushed for the rapid expansion of charter schools without sufficient accountability to parents and to students. Which brings me to her track record in my home state of Michigan. Mrs. DeVos has pushed for school vouchers to send our public tax dollars to private schools. Her staunch advocacy for the use of taxpayer funding for private and charter school systems earned her the nickname as the four-star general of the pro-voucher movement. The vast majority of children in Michigan and in the United States attend neighborhood public schools. Voucher programs rob these children of the resources that they need to receive high-quality education near where they live. Michigan voters soundly rejected her plan, and we cannot, and I repeat, we cannot put her in a position to push for voucher programs on a national scale that will weaken our neighborhood schools and will weaken, in particular, our rural schools. Now, let me be clear. I support innovative models for improving our education system, but only when those models are proven to work. For example, I have worked hard to ensure that all children have access to the skills and education that are vital to joining the modern workforce and competing in today's global economy. I introduced legislation that will reduce the price tag for higher learning by allowing students to complete college-level courses while they're still in public high school. The Making Education Affordable and Accessible Act will help students save time and money as they kickstart their careers through a very personalized curriculum. Whether an early middle college program or dual and concurrent enrollment program, these models help traditional public school students save money and get ahead by earning college credit while they finish their high school education. These programs are typically run by a local school district or an intermediate school district and are offered at little or no cost to the student. They also help students identify their major or interest area sooner so that they can complete their college degree and graduate as much as 1 year earlier. Across the state of Michigan, students are participating in more than 90 early and middle college programs that are proven to significantly increase high school graduation rates. Jobs for the Future found that nationally 90% of early college students graduate high school versus 78% nationally. This is just one example of the kind of innovative approach with proven results that policymakers should support to improve education outcomes. Education reform must be driven by data and validated outcomes and not by political ideology. Our primary focus must always be on increasing opportunities for the millions of students in our neighborhood public schools. And given Mrs. DeVos's history of supporting policies that undermine traditional public schools and the communities that they serve, I do not think she would act in the best interest of American students. Mr. President, Michigan has been devoted to great public education for generations, a commitment that stretches back to even before the founding of our state. Some of our state's earliest pioneers, including my ancestors, settled under the guidance of the Northwest Ordinance, which stated, and I quote, "Schools and the means of education shall forever be encouraged." Our nation has strived to live up to this creed ever since, honoring the fundamental truth that all of our children have the right to an education, no matter who they are, where they live, how much money their parents have, or how they learn. Government at all levels, state, local, and federal, share the responsibility of ensuring that our children have access to quality education. In addition to providing significant federal dollars to local school districts, the federal government plays a critical role in preventing discrimination and creating opportunity. Federal education laws play a vital role ensuring that all students have equal access to learning opportunities. Laws like the landmark 1975 Individuals with Disabilities Act, or IDEA. Before the enactment of IDEA, too many of our children with disabilities were denied the chance to learn from our broader community. And likewise, our broader communities were denied the chance to learn from these youth and the extraordinary perspectives and contributions that they offer to American society. Now, thanks to IDEA, 6.5 million of our children, or 13% of all public school students, are not condemned to a life of isolation or mere accommodation. Instead, federal law ensures every child has access to the resources that he or she needs to become productive and included members of our increasingly diverse 21st century. IDEA assists public schools with offering high-quality special education and early intervention services for children with disabilities from birth to age 21. As a result of IDEA is responsible for millions of youth with disabilities graduating from high school, enrolling in college, and finding jobs as valuable participants in the American economy. But IDEA will not enforce itself.
All right, guys, let's line. Yeah, you guys can follow me. We'll go this way here.
Okay. Do you want to make any remarks to the press officer?
I do not.
Okay.
That was quick, so everyone be ready. I was meant to stay out of the way.
All right, guys, looks like the Senate floor feed has been temporarily interrupted. We're going to go ahead and show you this. It looks like Gorsuch, the Supreme Court nominee, is meeting with someone. This is what we're getting a live feed from. Oh, Dianne Feinstein and Gorsuch. Interesting.
If anything makes one self-conscious, this is it. When you don't talk and you just stand there like a dummy.
Well, you can talk if you want.
Oh, we can talk? Thank you. Actually,
all right, guys, thanks.
The press guys were out there 2 hours before. I'm serious. It's I guess a big deal.
Sorry. Now they can go home. All right, guys, come on, let's go. Thank you. Let's go back out the way we came in.
Okay, guys, so it looks like it's a pretty odd feed. They sent this to us immediately. It looks like they're trying to refeed it back. In the meantime, I do want to take you live to Boston, Massachusetts, a live look at the aerials of the airport where the Patriots are returning to after their championship win. Okay, guys, we're going to go ahead and show you that clip again of Feinstein and Gorsuch.
Stand here like a dummy.
Well, I can talk if you want.
Oh, we can talk, thank you. Actually,
all right, guys, thanks.
the press guys were out there 2 hours before. I'm serious. It's I guess a big deal.
Sorry. Now they can go home. All right, guys, come on, let's go. Thank you. Let's go back out the way we came in.
Okay, everyone, we are working to get that Senate floor proceeding back for you. I know many of you guys tuning in to watch that discussion on the Senate floor as to whether or not they're going to confirm Betsy DeVos.
The worst economic.
And it looks like we aren't able to get that feed fixed right at this moment. So we do want to go ahead and show you guys a feed we weren't able to bring to you live this morning. Tom Brady and the coach of the Patriots holding a press conference this morning following their win at the Super Bowl.
There were so many plays. I got back to my room last night and pretty late and was still pretty wired. So I watched the highlights and, you just go through the sequence of all those plays and how many critical plays needed to be made. And Coach talks about situational football, and there was so much of that went on to score two-point plays like we did, down 16 against, a great football team. And it was just a great team performance. So I'm so proud to be a part of this team. We faced a lot of adversities over the course of the year and overcame it with a lot of mental toughness, and it was just a great way to really culminate the season. We've gotten to this game before and not finished it off the way that we wanted, and it took a kind of a miraculous effort to do it, and just so happy that we were able to get it accomplished.
Tom, right here, Tom Lydon from Fox 25. First of all, congratulations. Secondly, a little housekeeping first. Do you have any update on where the jersey is? And then the third part of the question is this. What can happen? Is this the next step in the process to improve the relationship between you and the commissioner?
Well, I didn't. The jersey, I put it in my bag and then I came out and it wasn't there anymore. So it's unfortunate because that's a nice piece of memorabilia. So if it shows up on eBay somewhere, someone let me know. Try to track that down. So it's just such an exciting game, and it's an honor to be here and have the commissioner present us with this trophy. It certainly means a lot, and my kids will be happy to see that trophy. They always ask, "Daddy, what about the trophy?" And I get to bring them one home, so it's pretty cool.
Tom, Peter Schrager, NFL Network and Fox Sports. You mentioned the adversity and what you've had to deal with this year. both professionally and personally. Last night, when you get back, you get a chance to consult the whole thing and take it all in. What are your reactions when it's just you and your family and you're in an intimate setting on what this last year has been like?
Well, it's just, it's a lot of emotion, and, football is such an emotional sport. And, you come after a game where it's a long game, it's 4 hours long, and there's the highs and the lows. And being in there at halftime, we weren't feeling great about, how we had played, but we still really didn't feel out of the game. And then, got off to a slow start in the third quarter, then finally got, started executing a lot better, certainly on offense. So you're pretty spent after the game, and I think there's a lot of emotions from the lows of, not playing great to the highs of playing great. And then finally, at the end, it was just a great way to finish. So to celebrate with my teammates and then to see my family, it was just a night I'll never forget. So it was just a great win for our team. And like I said, there's so many great teams I've been a part of, and just happy that this team, will be able to be mentioned with some of those other great teams because of ultimately the way that we finished the season.
Tom?
Okay, guys, we're actually going to cut out of this press conference from this morning because we want to take you live to Boston. These are live images coming in from over the airport. The Patriots returning home after their big Super Bowl win last night. A historic win. A major moment in football history after a season that didn't start off too favorably for Tom Brady. As you know, the Deflategate drama from last year, the suspensions, that didn't hold them back. They came back from a huge deficit to win in overtime, the first overtime in Super Bowl history. We're bringing you these live images coming in from the airport in Boston.
Chris and Steve. Hey, not too bad. How you doing? I'm out at Logan with got live view. Live fired up. Just want to make sure. Just give you a mic check here. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Check check. I think so. Again, I just want to give you a heads up. I don't know if they're interested in, but there's going to be a first plane that's going to land any second. That's just friends and family, and then the team plane's supposed to land around 4:40. I told them. I mean, you'll probably roll in the whole thing anyway, right? So yeah, I told Bill. So I just want to give you a heads up. All right, thanks. Bye.
Now, for those of you tuning in on Facebook and YouTube, we'd love to hear your thoughts on yesterday's huge Super Bowl win. Some may describe it as an upset. Others may describe it as a huge victory. Perhaps you were pulling for the Patriots. We'd love to hear your thoughts here on News Now. Feel free to leave your thoughts in the comment section, and we'll try to read your opinion here on News Now. Our Facebook viewer, Mike Bell Jr., describing yesterday's Super Bowl win as the biggest comeback in Super Bowl history. Susan Powell saying, epic game. Congrats, Pat. Wajdi Asakli, another viewer on Facebook, saying, "What a game. Once in a lifetime. Congratulations." This viewer commenting from Israel. Wow, a worldwide event. Yesterday's Super Bowl, more than 100 million people tuning in to the big game. Again, the Patriots coming back from a huge deficit to win in overtime. Facebook viewer Brian says Tom Brady is without a doubt the GOAT, which stands for greatest of all time. Now, if you guys have an opinion that you want to share with us here on this live stream, you can tweet us. I'm Samia. You can tweet me at Samia Fox 10. That's SAMIA Fox 10. Or you can tweet Fox 10 News Now. I'll try to read your thoughts on yesterday's big game right here on News Now. YouTube viewer commenting in the chat room, they shouldn't wait. They should just elect Tom Brady to the Hall of Fame right now. Again, if you have thoughts on last night's game that you want to share, tweet me at Samia Fox 10, and I'll read your thoughts on yesterday's game. Now, viewer Sotiri tweeting me. I'm going to go ahead and put this on the screen. Viewer Sotiri says they need to change that banner on the bus in "Congrats Patriots" instead of "Good luck." Sotiri, watching from Belgium, pointing out that, yep, the message on the bus still says "Good luck Patriots" as opposed to "Congrats." Sotiri, thank you for sharing your thoughts with me. Viewers, if you guys want your tweet read on air, if you want to share your thoughts about last night's game, feel free to send in a tweet. We'd love to hear your thoughts on how you felt last night's game went. Are you happy the Patriots won? Or were you pulling for the Falcons? Let us know. I'll read your thoughts here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Another viewer comment coming in, this time from Ryan S. Ryan S. saying the Pats earned that, and they are a great team, but every Superman has a kryptonite, and theirs is Eli Manning. Hashtag Giants Nation. So those were Ryan S.'s thoughts, a little trash talking going on, but of course, underneath that trash talk, a little bit of a congratulatory message to the Patriots. Okay, guys, well, we're still waiting for the Patriots' arrival in Boston. So in the meantime, I do want to switch things up and take you to Joint Base Andrews now. We are going to go ahead and show you the arrival of Air Force One. There it is. Trump returning from Florida. Okay, guys, looks like we've lost that feed again. Donald Trump returning to D.C. He just boarded Marine One. We're going to take you back now to Boston, where we are awaiting the arrival of the New England Patriots. That's right. They are the Super Bowl 51 champs. This is a live look at the airport. Boston Logan International Airport. The team expected to arrive any minute now. And viewer Ryan S. tweeting me this as well. Just a heads up, the Patriots are landing between 4:35 and 4:40. Just started descending near Long Island. Ryan sent me this information about 15 minutes ago. He was saying that they are landing between 4:35 and 4:40 Eastern time, which is right about now, guys. So again, any minute now, the Patriots, the team, will be landing, returning home after their big Super Bowl 51 win. If you have thoughts that you want to share regarding last night's big Super Bowl, you can tweet me at SamiaFox10, or you can tweet Fox News Now at Fox10 News Now. We'll read your tweets here on air while we wait for the arrival of the championship-winning team. And while we wait for the Patriots to arrive, I do want to read you some headlines from FoxNews.com. Tom Brady's Super Bowl jersey goes missing after the game. Texas Rangers to assist in the search for the jersey. Somebody may have intercepted Tom Brady's jersey, and now Texas officials are calling in the Rangers. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick requested Monday afternoon that the vaunted Texas Rangers work with Houston cops to retrieve the New England Patriots quarterback's missing jersey. In Texas, we place a very high value on hospitality and football, Patrick said in a statement. Tom Brady's jersey has great historical value and is already being called the most valuable NFL collectible ever. It will likely go into the Hall of Fame one day. It's important that history does not record it, that it was stolen in Texas. Brady, celebrating his Patriots' historic Super Bowl 51 overtime win against the Falcons, returned to the locker room at Houston's NRG Stadium during the hoopla Sunday night and noticed his number 12 jersey wasn't where he left it. All right, guys, we're actually going to cut out of this and take you now to Sean Spicer.
Where he reiterated the United States interest in NATO. The two leaders agreed to continue close coordination and cooperation to discuss the full range of security issues facing NATO and its member countries. Following that call, the President spoke with New Zealand Prime Minister English, affirming the close relationship between the two countries and our appreciation for New Zealand's significant contributions to international peace. You guys, as you saw this afternoon, the President had an opportunity to visit with leaders of both Southcom and CENTCOM to get an update on the issues facing our military and the hotspots around the world, the challenges we face, and the actions that our brave men and women around the globe are taking to help keep this country safe. The President obviously had a chance to sit down with enlisted members of our military after that, hear from them their concerns and issues, and most importantly, thank them for their service to our nation. Tomorrow, we have a delegation that is heading out to attend the inauguration of Haitian President in Port-au-Prince. The State Department's Undersecretary for Political Affairs, Tom Shannon, will lead the delegation, which includes representatives from both the State Department and the White House. The President is also looking forward to welcoming the Prime Minister of Japan this Friday, and we'll have further guidance on that visit this weekend. With that, I take a few questions. Steve.
Sean, can you give us an example of a terrorist attack anywhere that the news
We'll
media
provide
has not reported on?
we'll provide a list later. There's several instances, and the President again got a great update today on the fight against ISIS that's going on throughout the region and what our military is facing throughout this globe trying to combat ISIS. But there's a lot of instances that have occurred where I don't think that they've gotten the coverage it's deserved, and I think that's what the President was clearly referring to there. Steve.
Are you rethinking your strategy toward this executive order? What's your next step in pushing this ahead?
We're not rethinking the strategy at all. I think the court has asked both parties to present their cases. Remember, what we're discussing right now has nothing to do with the merits of the order. The law is very clear on this, that the President has huge discretion to protect the safety of the American people and our nation's institutions with respect to who can come into this country. This is just purely on the injunction that the judge issued, and I think that we're going to make that case tonight, or he's got those, both sides have put forward their rulings. But again, this is, when you look at the case in Massachusetts, or the judge in Massachusetts, clearly the law is on the President's side, the Constitution's on the President's side. He has broad discretion to do what's in the nation's best interest to protect our people, and we feel very confident that we will prevail in this matter.
So you're not thinking about withdrawing the executive order?
Oh, absolutely not. No. This law, this executive order was done in the best interest of protecting the American people. And I think this is something that has broad support from American people from one coast to another. And we're going to continue to do what we have to. And this President is committed to making sure that this country and his people are safe.
Sean, the President over the weekend said that he believed that jihadis were now pouring into the country. Is there any evidence to suggest that that's true, or is that what intelligence is telling him?
Well, I think part of the reason he issued the order the way he did was to ensure that people didn't have an advance notice, and he protected the country and ensured that we have an idea of who's coming in and out of this country.
So is anybody coming in?
I'm not going to get into specific information that the President has. Needless to say, again, that his number one priority is to do what he can to keep the American people safe. Yeah.
John Yoo, who was, obviously a major figure in the Bush administration, who spoke about was a big proponent of executive authority, today wrote in the New York Times about his concerns about the way that the new administration is taking action. What do you say to him?
Well, again, I think if you look at Secretary Kelly's comments from last week, this was an action that was fully coordinated through departments to make sure that everyone understood what we were going to do, to make sure it was compliant, that it was in the best interest of keeping America safe. Mr. Hughes obviously spent some time in the Justice Department, and I think he should understand better than anybody that we took all the necessary steps and did it in a way that protected the country.
You said, just to be clear before, you said that you're going to follow up later with what the unreported terrorist.
I think there's
underreported or underreported.
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 Yeah.
And what are the reasons, though?
the president said that we all know what the reasons are.
Well, I think that I think the president's comments were very clear at the time. He felt as though members of the media don't always cover some of those events to the extent that other events might get covered. That a protest will get blown out of the water, and yet an attack or a foiled attack doesn't necessarily get the same coverage. He's doing what he can to protect this nation, to protect our people. And that's why I think sometimes the polls don't reflect what you see on the media. You see a wide degree of support for the president's policies to protect this country, to create jobs, to grow the economy. And yet a lot of those stories and successes that he's had in a mere 2.5 weeks in office aren't exactly covered to the degree to which they should be.
So he thinks that these terror attacks are underreported to make him look bad?
No, that's not it. That's not what he said at all. I think his statement was very clear on that. Yeah.
Do you have a plan to reinstate extreme vetting?
What?
Extreme vetting of refugees. Is there a plan to reinstate it?
To reinstate it?
Reinstate, yeah. After the
Well, obviously, if we win, once we win the case,
Right.
it'll go right back into action. We're complying with the court. Once we prevail, it'll go right back into action. And again, part of that plan was a 90-day and 100-day plan, respectively, with respect to refugees and then people coming in, to make sure that we took the steps and developed a further plan to protect the country. Whether we add people or go more stringently in other aspects is up to part of what is determined during that period.
Sean, can you elaborate a little bit on what the president said to Bill O'Reilly about the irregular voter registration list and what Vice President Pence is going to be doing on that?
Well, I think he's very clear that he has named Vice President Pence to lead a task force that will look into this. But obviously, when you see so many people that have registered in 2 states, that presents a problem. There are people that have registered in 2 states, have died, and been still on the rolls. I think we need to look into this to make sure that we're protecting the integrity of the vote, that one person's vote should count the same as the next. And any attempt to undermine that really undermines anyone else's vote right now. And that's the problem, is that we need to make sure that when somebody votes, that we have the highest degree of integrity of that county.
Hey, Sean, when the president tweeted this morning, I call my own shots, was he referring to Steve Bannon's role in the White House or his Time magazine cover? What was he referring to?
There was nothing specific, but I think the president, there's been a lot of attempts to discuss how this works. The president's, from the day one, back through the campaign, and frankly, his time as a successful businessman, always called the shots. He's the decider. He's the one who develops the policy. He's the one who makes the decisions. And I think that there's so many times when you see things that don't recognize that he is the guy that calls those shots. He develops the policies, he implements the policies, he makes the key decisions.
And just to follow up on that, the New York Times said this morning that you're rethinking your strategy of how swiftly to roll out initiatives. Are you?
No, look, I would just say that story was so riddled with inaccuracies and lies that they owe the president an apology for the way that thing was. There were just literally blatant factual errors, and it's unacceptable to see that kind of reporting or so-called reporting. That is literally the epitome of fake news.
Part of that story was the detail.
You'd start at the top. I don't think the president owns a bathrobe. Definitely doesn't wear one. There was no meetings in conference room. I mean, it's just from top to bottom, it made up stories that just don't exist. And I think that's unfortunate for people, but that look to news institutions like that for their news, because it is just not an accurate portrayal of what's really happening.
Was the president specifically the claim about whether he was briefed on the order, the makeup of the NSC?
What's that?
The story talked about how the president is disappointed that he hadn't been adequately briefed.
The president is briefed on all aspects of what goes on.
That specifically. What was he told and who briefed him on?
I'm not going to get into details. I would say that the president is clearly aware of the policies that come out of the White House with his name on them. That is what I was getting at earlier to Steve. The president's, when it comes to decisions and policy, it's the president who leads, the president who tells us how to implement it. Thank you guys very much. Enjoy the landing.
One more question, Sean.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you, guys.
That was White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer speaking with the press. They're now giving us tape playback of Trump leaving Air Force One. We brought you these images live earlier. We're going to replay it for you in the corner since it's being resent to us. In the large portion of your screen is another airport, specifically the Boston Logan International Airport. We are awaiting the arrival of the New England Patriots. In the corner of your screen is a replay. Trump's arrival. After his weekend in Florida. Okay, so that wraps up that feed that we were getting in the corner of your screen, a replay from earlier as Air Force One landed at Joint Base Andrews. You're now looking at a live look at Boston Logan International Airport. The biggest event of the week, the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 51. A historic Super Bowl. The first ever Super Bowl to go into overtime. An epic comeback by the Patriots. The winning team now returning to New England to celebrate their win with their fans. This is a live look at the airport in Boston. We are waiting for their arrival. They were scheduled to arrive sometime in the last 10-15 minutes. Looks like things are running a little bit behind schedule. But we'll carry this feed for you live here on News Now.
sober stuff is terrible.
Seriously? Really? And I'm gonna go tell them.
Okay, sure. Even if you guys just want to take these live pics, they're really good. If you guys just want to take the live pics.
I haven't. I've scanned the crowd.
Yes, I have you. Sure. Sure. Yeah. know that the Massport Fire and Rescue are supposed to be christening the plane with the water cannons out here. The governor is on the tarmac as we speak, greeting the players here and their families as well. We know that 2 planes landed here, the family plane and then, of course, the players' plane. These buses are pulling up, as you can probably see, off to the side. We also saw that on Skyfox as well, and the players are going to load on to these buses and head out to Gillette, where I'm told that there is a massive crowd growing as we speak. Folks have been waiting for hours most of the day to catch a glimpse of their Super Bowl champions. Well, right now we know for sure the governor's been out here. We've been speaking with his ground team here. There are a few, obviously there's a number of members of the media as well, although we're told that the players are not going to come to us. They're eager to get back to Gillette and back to their fans and to their families. But as we understand right now, just the governor right now at this point. Yeah, no, I was going to say, yeah, we were told, that's exactly the information that we were told, that they're waiting to, be back on their home field of Gillette to do another media avail and address fans who waited up until the very late hours last night as they watched that, nail biter of a game. Well, people, I have to say that back, we're sort of farther out on the Massport side of the airport, but as we were coming in, we know that there was a ton of folks that were really wanted to get a glimpse of these players, and they were hoping that they'd be closer to some of the terminals where they could catch a glimpse of them. But a lot of people very, very excited here at Logan, including the staff here. They're extremely excited. They have their Patriots gear on as well. So this is certainly an exciting moment, a happy moment for so many out here. Yeah. We are roughly, it's sort of deceiving because the camera has an excellent zoom on it. We're roughly 75 yards or so away from the plane here. But I do know that he is on that plane, and we have seen several of the players come out here. I am not sure, though, that Tom Brady has come off yet, but they are flying that Patriots flag as they come out. It is windy. It is windy. But certainly, as you said, Vanessa, it's a beautiful sunset out here, especially when you have the boats in the harbor here, and you have all of this excitement on the tarmac. People just gathered around talking. As you can see, there's a little bit of a huddle, and I believe that's where the governor is addressing some of the players, and there is a few members of the media down there as well.
Bill Belichick, I think. Yep, with his girlfriend Linda Hollander.
Oh, I'm being told right now that Bill Belichick is coming off of the plane right now. Yes, that's right. We were told that there were two separate planes, one for friends and family, and that they were going to be landing on a different tarmac, and then one for the players. But, you know, I can imagine they've been waiting all season to celebrate with their families, so I can imagine that some of them wanted to continue to stay with them and continue to celebrate with them. We saw some car seats come off the planes as well, so maybe some of the little ones just couldn't be torn away.
Get off us.
Are we clear, guys? I think we're on Kevin, so.
Yeah. I'll do it. I'll just let Bill know. No, you did good.
All right, everybody. Well, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. We're just showing you live pictures right now at the Boston Logan International Airport, where the Patriots are returning to New England after their big win last night. Let me know in the chat, did you guys root for the Patriots or did you root for the Falcons? Let me know. We're watching live here right now. We've got a reporter out there, so I'll keep the sound up and see if she's giving us any live updates. And then coming up later in the show, we still have the Betsy DeVos hearings happening right now on the Senate floor, as well as a local story here. As you know, Trump's immigration ban has been kind of put on a hold right now, and we're talking to a local person here to see how that's affected them. That's Steve Kraft's story. He'll be up here with me chatting about that shortly. Thanks for joining us here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney. Again, let me know in the chat, did you guys root for the Patriots or did you root for the Falcons? Let me know. Thanks for joining me live here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody. Well, it looks like we momentarily lost that feed, but we did get to see some people come down from the plane. Again, what a great day it is probably for the Patriots. I'm sure they're all very happy. The picture that's trending online right now is Tom Brady kissing his beautiful wife, Giselle. What a perfect life. All right, you guys. Well, I appreciate you watching with me. Let's take you to another live event. This is on the Senate floor, the hearings for Betsy DeVos. Pretty controversial. Let's see what they're saying. Let me make sure the volume is up and ready. We are streaming live here. It's about 3:15 here in Phoenix, Arizona, but I know a lot of you are watching from all over the U.S., so I appreciate you joining me.
The same opportunities that a child in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania might have in a larger school district, one in a metropolitan area that could afford, because you don't have all the travel and everything else that's involved, that they could afford to basically maybe have a charter school. In my state, even the legislature couldn't. They've looked at charter and voucher systems, and they couldn't find a pathway forward because of the limited funding. And knowing that it would divert. If there's no more funding going into it, that means you've got to cut the pie more. And they were concerned about even going in this direction. And my legislature in the last 2 years has flipped completely to a Republican majority in both the House and Senate. All good people, well-intended. They're looking at all these different avenues. But at the end of the day, you've got to take care of those who you're responsible for. And in rural West Virginia, that's a child who might have to ride 1 hour just to go to school. I don't know where you would put a charter school. I don't know where with a voucher system you could send them. If we have a problem in deficiencies, that's basically the responsibility of the county and the community. It's the responsibility of the parents and guardians to be involved. It's a responsibility for all of us to speak up. Well, I guess what we're going to end up is all the children with disability or children that basically have not the means, or a person in their family that's able to drive them or take them to a special school, they're all going to be left so-called behind. It's just not who we are in West Virginia. And I ask for your consideration that maybe we can find a secretary who has the experience and understands and has the real life experience. They might have attended a public school themselves. I'm a product, I'm sure you're a product of private education. Public schools, yeah. Wasn't a lot of private in Oklahoma or West Virginia. But we are a product of the public school systems. Probably more than likely rural public school systems. We did pretty well with them. People cared. We had to give a little bit and make some sacrifices, and we did that. But the bottom line is that there was no options. We made the best out of what we had. And these kids aren't going to have options. The majority of kids in West Virginia or Oklahoma won't have those options. And you better make sure that school system you have in that rural setting, a public school setting in a rural setting, is giving that child every opportunity that he and she can excel. And who knows, maybe one day they'll be sitting in my seat or your seat. I hope so. For with that, I'd say that I must oppose her secretary position that she has been achieving, that President Trump has put her forward to, with all due respect. and I think I've stated my reasons for that, but I would hope that people would understand that our rural public schools truly need a champion. We need that champion to really step forward and lift us all up. And with that, I would yield the floor, Mr. President.
Mr. President. Senator from Massachusetts. Thank you, Mr. President, very much. I am here this afternoon to stand up to one of the most dangerous nominees in President Trump's cabinet of big oil and big banks and big billionaires who are going to be populating the cabinet of the United States. The Secretary of Education is responsible for a budget that includes $36 billion for elementary and secondary education, $150 billion for higher education each year. And on top of that, the Secretary of Education is responsible for more than $1.2 trillion in outstanding federal loans. This nominee, Betsy DeVos, would shape the policies and programs that affect more than 50 million students across our country. Young people may just be 16% of our population, but young people represent 100% of the future of the United States. And we need a Secretary of Education that believes that all children deserve access to a quality public education, regardless of income, race, ethnicity, neighborhood, or disability status. Betsy DeVos does not share this commitment to equal opportunity, and she is unqualified to serve as Secretary of Education. Betsy DeVos has a long and well-documented record of opposing public school systems. She has implemented school choice voucher programs. She has simultaneously expanded and deregulated charter schools. In Massachusetts, we recognize that education is a passport to the job opportunities of the 21st century. Massachusetts students at the 4th, 8th, and 10th grades are #1 in America in math, verbal, and science. We're #1. Math, verbal, and science, 4th, 8th, and 10th grades. If Massachusetts were a country, we would be second behind Singapore in reading for the whole planet. That's Massachusetts. Now, we have a very high percentage of our students who are minorities in our home state. I live in Malden. Malden is a city of 60,000 people. Malden High School, 2016 graduation class, 28% white, 25% Asian, 24% Latino, 23% black, 1% Pacific Islander. 28, 25, 24, 23, 1. What is our goal? Well, our goal in Malden, our goal in Massachusetts is to be #1. #1, not just in the United States, but #1 in the world. We know you can do it if you make a commitment to these kids. And it's not just our traditional public schools, it's our public charter schools. Our private schools, our preparatory schools are enormously successful. Many of them are world famous, these high schools that are sent, that people send their children from around the country to go to a school in Massachusetts. But the success of our public charter schools is largely due to very strong accountability measures brought about through state regulations and rigorous oversight. That's the key to our charter school system. It's accountability, it's oversight. You're not going to be draining money out of the charter school system for profits for private corporations. It has to be invested in the kids. But Betsy DeVos wants charter schools to have less accountability and has fought to keep charter schools unregulated across Michigan. When the Michigan State Legislature introduced a bipartisan bill that would have expanded oversight of charter schools, Betsy DeVos stepped in. She and her family donated $1.45 million to state legislators in order to strip the helpful oversight accountability language out of the bill. That works out to $25,000 a day over a 7-week period the bill was being debated. Betsy DeVos and her unlimited funding ultimately succeeded in blocking the common sense accountability legislation, and the students and families of Detroit were denied the key protections and oversight that their schools needed. But Betsy DeVos's school choice priorities go beyond expanding and deregulating charter schools. She has pushed for voucher programs that would use taxpayer money, your money, to pay for a child's private school tuition. Under a national voucher system, the funding that would normally go to local school districts would instead be diverted away from public schools towards the for-profit private institutions. In addition to the private schools that benefit from a voucher system, 80% of the charter schools in Michigan are run by for-profit companies, a much higher percentage than any other state. And these companies are focused first and foremost on making money. We don't allow this to happen in Massachusetts. We have only one goal, and that is to be number one. That money must stay in the school system, especially if you're trying to educate a minority population, which is the future workforce of our country. That's key. They don't come from the traditional backgrounds in many circumstances. The Secretary of Education must fight for all children and families, not promote companies seeking to profit off the backs of our students. Not even Michigan, the state where DeVos and her family money have tried to exert the most influence over education policy, has implemented a statewide voucher system, despite spending $5.6 million on a campaign to promote school vouchers. The DeVos family failed to amend Michigan's state constitution. If Betsy DeVos is allowed to expand her school choice policies across the United States, it would be devastating for our students and for the future of our country. Her ideas are too extreme. They will not work for our students or for school districts in our nation. I also share serious doubts that Betsy DeVos will support all students in America. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act is the primary federal law that ensures that all students in every state have access to a free and appropriate public education, regardless of physical or mental handicaps, learning or attention disorders. This law covers students who are blind, deaf, vocally or mobility impaired, and those with autism or ADHD. Congress passed the original form of IDEA in 1975. It is a bedrock law in our country. Yet when Betsy DeVos was asked about it during her nomination hearing before the HELP committee, she stated that states should be responsible for determining how and even if to enforce the IDEA. Now remember, IDEA goes right to the heart of what we're going to do for those kids with disabilities. And that's a bedrock law in our nation. States must abide by it. We need a Secretary of Education who understands long-standing federal education law and will commit to protecting every student in America, because every student deserves the guarantee that they can and they will receive a free and appropriate public education that is promised and protected by law. If this laundry list of efforts to undermine public education wasn't enough to cause skepticism about Betsy DeVos's qualifications to be Secretary of Education, in her confirmation hearing, Betsy DeVos would not commit to keeping guns out of our schools. Her response when asked about the issue was, quote, "I think that's best left to locals and states to decide. Guns do not belong anywhere near our schools or our students and teachers, not in public or private schools, not in elementary schools, and not in our high schools. I am proud to have stood with Senators Chris Murphy and Richard Blumenthal on the floor of the Senate for 15 hours, calling for congressional action on common-sense gun safety legislation. And as a senator, the safety and security of Massachusetts schools, neighborhoods, and communities are my top priority. Our Secretary of Education has the safety of every student in every state in his or her hands, and I do not believe Betsy DeVos is up to that job. I do not stand alone in this conclusion that Betsy DeVos is unfit to be Secretary of Education. I have received tens of thousands of letters and phone calls from constituents all across Massachusetts urging me to reject her nomination. Many of these come from teachers and administrators, the people who work on these issues every day. I have a letter here from Todd Simon Dinger, the principal of Rockport Elementary School in Rockport, Massachusetts, who wrote to me last week and said, quote, Senator Markey, as a strong supporter of public education, I ask that you oppose the confirmation of Betsy DeVos as Secretary of Education. We must have a secretary who can commit to supporting every student in all public schools and provide leadership that will help our neighborhood schools succeed. Betsy DeVos's record in education and her performance at the recent confirmation hearing proved that she is the wrong candidate for the job. As a principal, I have spoken with teachers, parents, students, and community members who agree that America's future depends on a strong investment in our nation's public schools. The offices of so many of my colleagues who have spoken on the floor already have, like me, received these kinds of letters and messages literally on a minute-by-minute basis from our constituents. Their passion is born of a deep commitment to ensuring that the very best education for all of the children of the Commonwealth can only be provided if the standards for that education is high. And I commend them and I agree with their concerns. All children deserve that standard. And so from my perspective, you can't have a more fundamental issue before us, this privatization of the public school system in America, the voucherization of our public school system in America. There's a model. It's Massachusetts. We do it right now. We're #1 in the country. And we look over our shoulders at those who are behind us. But it's a standard that basically says we are going to invest in the public schools, in the charter schools. We're going to make sure that they have the highest possible standards. And that's a recipe for ensuring that every child, regardless of their nationality or their income, gets an education they need for a portable passport to a global economy for the rest of their lives. That has to be our goal. What's happening using the philosophy of Betsy DeVos is a failure. It's a proven failure. We already see the results. What's happening in Massachusetts, what happens in implementing the standards of the laws that we already have on the books across our country, it points us in the correct direction. So, with that, Mr. President, I urge a no vote on Betsy DeVos and her nomination as Secretary of the Education Department, and I yield back the balance of my time, and I question the presence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
All right, you guys. Well, we're going to take you back to Senate floor as soon as another person speaks. But right now, at the same time, protests happening, people against Betsy DeVos. As you know, a lot of people are really against having Betsy DeVos as the Secretary of Education. This is happening right now live in Cleveland, Ohio. So let's turn up the sound and see what they have to say. Thank you for joining us right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, as well as Fox News Now on our YouTube channel. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and right now we're streaming for you protests, people against Betsy DeVos. They do not want her to be the new Secretary of Education, and at the same time, her confirmation hearing happening right now on the Senate floor. As soon as someone else comes up and starts speaking, I'll put that live in the upper box as well, so you can hear both these events and see both these live events happening right now. Looks like we do have someone speaking live right now on the Senate floor, so let's take that right now.
Continue this historic journey to being recognized as the greatest single football team in the history of the United States. And even as the Falcons were ahead by 25 points, even as the rest of the country thought that the game was over, we in Massachusetts, we in New England, we have our own model. In Belichick, we trust. In Brady, we trust. We knew that it was not over. We knew that there was still hope. We knew that there was a plan that could be implemented that would ensure that the Patriots once again would prevail. And so I thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity to be recognized on this most important of all subjects. This incredible Patriots victory has brought joy to people all across New England. It's brought dismay to people in other parts of the country. They still continue to be mystified about this incredible team and the incredible leadership that those three great leaders provide. But for us, we realize that we're in the presence of greatness. We know how spoiled we are to have such a great team. And I just wanted to rise and congratulate the New England Patriots. Their leadership of Bob Kraft, Bill Belichick, Tom Brady, but all of this team, because their motto is a very simple motto. It says, do your job. And that's what every Patriot did last night. And because they stuck it out through every single play, at the end of the day, they were able to enjoy that historic victory. And so from my part, I can't be more proud of any group of New Englanders. It was just a fantastic victory. As a season ticket holder, when I was 19 years old, when it was 7 games at $6 a piece, $42 as a season ticket holder at Fenway Park, you can imagine how almost impossible it is to believe that we have reached such a stage where even those who have been critics of the Patriots now are forced to recognize that Bill Belichick is the greatest coach of all time. Tom Brady is the greatest quarterback of all time. And the Patriots, led by Robert Kraft, are the greatest franchise of all time. And we are very proud that that victory last night cemented that place in history. And once again, I just want to congratulate each and every one of them, and especially the Patriots fans who through thick and thin have been with that team every step of the way. And with that, Mr. President, I yield back the balance of my time. The presence of a quorum.
Clerk would call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
All right, everybody. Well, I've got Fox 10 anchor Steve Kraft up here with me in the middle of this protest right now for Betsy DeVos. What do you think about this?
Well, she's the most vulnerable, I think, of all of the different nominees who are still waiting to find out if they're going to make the cabinet or not.
Yeah.
So there are 2 Republicans who've already come out against her.
Which is interesting because you would think that obviously the Republicans don't always side with what President Trump wants, but they really don't like this pick, clearly.
Some of them don't, yeah. The reason, what the opponents say, is that Betsy DeVos doesn't know what she's talking about at all, that she's never really set foot inside a public school in her life, and that she has no real educational experience as an administrator or a teacher, and that she's a very, very super rich activist person who believes strongly in charter schools and vouchers, and aside from that, doesn't really know anything about administering a Department of Education or even being principal of a school or doing anything at all involving the educational field besides having strongly held opinions, which is not enough to become the #1 educator in the United States. That's what her opponents say.
Right. Did you see the SNL skit that was exactly like embodied that?
Yes, I did. I mean,
and
that's
I don't really know. And
right. And even when she was in her hearings, she as much as admitted, she didn't know what she was talking about. But she does have opinions as an activist.
Sure.
About that the government shouldn't really be part of the educational field, and that people should send their kids wherever they want, and that we don't really necessarily need public schools. People should just be able to figure it out and have our taxes pay for charters and pay for religious schools. And
I wonder why Trump felt so strongly to pick her as the Secretary of Education. I guess just maybe he believes in charter schools as well. And
well, I mean, there are a lot of Republicans, and I think he's playing to his base because he's being loyal to them as he promised he would do. And a lot of those folks like the idea of what's called school choice, where you send your kid anywhere that you want, and parents have more control, and states and boards of education and so on and traditional public school bureaucracies have less. Now, the opponents say what we ought to do is to improve our existing public schools instead of essentially scuttling them. And if you're going to have someone who feels the way Betsy DeVos does, then they should have some real credibility in the educational world, which she doesn't have.
Well, clearly people feel pretty strongly about this. As you can see, these protests happening in Cleveland, Ohio. Only about 3 hours from where I'm from, Cincinnati.
A bit north.
It looks cold out there, doesn't it?
Sure does.
But what's, I'm going to pull up some video, just some Trump video here.
Because where things stand right now, unless as I read it, unless one more Republican senator comes out against her. Remember, Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski are Republicans from Maine and Alaska, respectively. And they came out, they said they're going to vote against her. So that makes it 50-50. In which case, Vice President Pence's vote, he gets to vote in the case of a tie in the Senate. So she still gets confirmed.
Okay. So there's no question
Well, there is a question because the opponents have to pick off one more Republican, because all the Democrats will vote against her and 2 of the Republicans. They've got to get one more Republican to say, I just can't vote for her and I'm going to vote against her. And in that case, that's the end of her bid. So who could that person be? There's some speculation, if anybody. Maybe Lamar Alexander, who is very, very influential in this kind of stuff and has shown some reservations about her, expressed some reservations about her. But in this current political environment, there are an awful lot of Republicans who are very loyal in doing what the president wants them to do at this point because he's the new president. They feel like they've got to cut him some slack and bringing in his team.
Sure.
And also, guys like Lamar Alexander are afraid of the Trump base. They are a large, loyal, active political force. And Republicans, mainstream Republicans like Lamar Alexander, ignore or diss the Trump Republicans at their peril. So
isn't that interesting?
They may be afraid. Everything in politics is transactional and keeping your position, and what do you have to do to not get tossed out of your gig?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of leeway being given to the president politically right now. So to come out against someone like Betsy DeVos as a Republican, you just got to believe that she's supremely unqualified for that post in order to vote against her as a member of the president's party. So it's remarkable to me that two senators who are Republicans, who you would think would ordinarily be like, gimme votes, are not voting for her, and because they feel she's that unqualified.
And again, like, you really nailed it down when I saw that impression of her on Saturday Night Live. I thought, wow, so this is how people think of her.
That's how the opponents think of her.
That's how the opponents think of her.
There's a lot of people who like her.
Yeah. So yeah, there's definitely two sides to it, which is good. But it's interesting, isn't it, that there's some really traditional Republicans that don't agree with Trump at all, and that I think his plan when he had Mike Pence be his vice president was to get some of those traditional Republicans back on his side, because Mike Pence is really sort of a traditional Republican, but I guess it didn't work too well, since there's still many that are against what he wants.
There's been some pretty jaw-dropping picks that he's put on the cabinet. If you take Ben Carson as the housing secretary, a guy who as much as said he didn't know anything about housing, and he's now going to be the boss of HUD. And then Rick Perry as the energy secretary, a guy who didn't even understand that most of the job if you're in charge of the energy department, most of the job is safeguarding our nation's nuclear stockpiles and nuclear weaponry. It is not developing oil wells. He didn't even know that when he went to his confirmation hearing.
Well.
And he's going to get confirmed. There's another guy who doesn't know what the heck he's talking about. He's going to be part of the cabinet. Hopefully, he'll be on a learning curve, and he'll have people around him who can make up for what he doesn't have.
Why do you think that he's choosing people that maybe aren't the best picks according to some people? Do you think it's because he knows them personally, or he feels he's being told by someone, no, this will be a great pick? I just wonder why.
Well, I don't want to guess, and I can't get inside the president's head, and it's not my place really to venture into that territory. But I can only guess from my perspective, someone who follows this stuff pretty closely. Part of it is loyalty to the Trump voters, what he perceives as the kind of folks that they want on his cabinet. And part of it is maybe people who backed him, who he thought were helpful to him down, as the election developed, to give them back. It's a political payback, or payoff, which every president does.
Right.
Every president of either party. So you reward your friends. And someone like Betsy DeVos was a influential backer of Donald Trump, and someone like Rick Perry, who originally was running against him and insulted Trump up and down and said he was unfit to be the president, came around later on. Well, because Donald Trump is a political force. He won the election. He captured the imagination of millions of people in the country, and so. He is putting people on his cabinet who he believes will be loyal to him, which every president does as well.
Sure. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Some of these picks, though,
are people that are going to be...
Right, but then you get down to, basic fundamental, does this person who's going to be the boss of this multi-billion-dollar, thousands of people working for it, federal agency, know what they're talking about? And if you fundamentally don't know what you're talking about, that's why it's a bumpy road on some of these hearings. Whereas other people who were manifestly qualified, for example, General Mattis, was pretty much of a slam dunk as defense secretary. He's very respected from people in both parties and of all political persuasions. And Rex Tillerson, who's a business titan, CEO of Exxon, an unusual pick for Secretary of State, but when he was vetted and when he made his presentation before Congress, people there were impressed enough
to let it through,
although there were 43 votes against him, which is a historic high in opposition to a Secretary of State.
Oh, really?
Nevertheless, he had enough to get in, so he's now the Secretary of State.
Do you think that President Trump was anticipated that there would be protests on almost every decision he makes? I mean, with Betsy DeVos, simply just Secretary of Education. Do you think, gosh, there's a protest for every choice I make here?
But
all the orders.
I think he likes the conflict. I think the conflict benefits him.
Yeah.
And I think that he needs someone to fight against. He needs an opponent at all times. So he'll try to say, the media is my opponent, or, all these different people. I'll pick fights with all these different people. And that's a strategy, a governing strategy for him, that he's a fighter.
kind of constantly.
If you don't
needing
have
a
someone to fight,
scapegoat.
yeah. If you don't have someone to fight against, you can't be a fighter.
Right.
So you need an opposition. You need an opponent.
Yeah.
You either have to gin one up or you have to have a genuine one. Now, having watched the presidency for 2 or 3 weeks now, a couple things, my way of looking at things, I feel like all of us as Americans should be a little bit patient, step back a little bit, and try to see what Mr. Trump's vision of the country is going to be as it plays out.
Sure.
Before anyone as a private citizen totally decides whether the guy's going to be a great president or one of the worst presidents in United States history. However you look at it, you have to give him a little bit of time to bring in his team and what he wants to do and to.
There are protests after every single. I mean,
there are.
Even right after he announced his pick for Supreme Court. We went right live right after to protests right outside the Supreme Court after every single choice.
It's going to be that way. I think it's true because when you think about it, he won the election and he won the electoral vote.
Yeah.
But he lost the popular vote by 3 million votes.
Mm-hmm.
And however you slice it, there are millions of people who just disagree with President Trump.
Sure.
And they don't feel like being silenced. And additionally, we haven't even gotten to the big issues. So
I know. It's just getting started.
When the Affordable Care Act is repealed.
That'll be a big one.
And then the huge question is, okay, he promised to repeal it, promise kept. Now what are you going to do?
Right.
With a 22 or 24 million strong group of people who stand to lose their coverage. Or he promised them something better and cheaper. There are going to be massive protests. Imagine all those people who, if it comes to pass that millions of those people no longer have insurance, wow, that's going to be a mess.
Yeah, that'll be. There was one last week in New York, so they're starting to trickle in a little bit in that. Yeah, as you said, we're just getting started. I mean, these protests right now, this is just for the Secretary of Education.
Uh-huh.
So can you imagine, like you said, what's going to happen when they...
And also, to be fair to her, a lot of the people who are going to be against her are teachers' unions and people who are part of the establishment that Mr. Trump wants to overthrow.
Okay.
So it's not surprising that if you're in a teachers' union or someone who works in a school system, that you're going to be very upset about this.
Yeah.
And that you might take that as a call to arms to get out there and have your voice heard. And of course, we may then hear counter demonstrations from people who support the president, and they're going to get out there, and that's America. There's going to be 4 years of demonstrations.
It's going to be a long 4 years, I have a feeling. Did we have protests like this every time when former President Obama made new decisions in office, or we not? I wasn't working here then, so I don't know.
No, we didn't have this kind of street protests.
So it's interesting to see.
We had the Tea Party, though.
Yeah.
If you remember that, and that was huge, and that was during President Obama's first term.
Okay.
So in 2010, after the bailout of the banks and the stimulus packages went through, and then the Affordable Care Act, I covered lots of protests, some of them pretty large, of people who were very opposed to President Obama, who were Tea Party people.
Mm-hmm.
We covered all those the same way we're covering all these now.
Sure.
It's just that things have flipped, and we have a Republican in the White House and Democrats and independents and some Republicans who are protesting against him. But when President George W. Bush was president, we had the wars in Afghanistan, especially the war in Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
And that war generated large numbers of protests also.
That's true.
So,
yeah. So it's not the only president we've seen protests with, but it's at the same time, the silver lining is, and again, I'll show you guys the protests. It's sort of nice to see people feel so strongly about one way or the other, that people don't just sit back and aren't paying attention to what the president's doing, that people really feel passionate in politics and what he's choosing to do, whether they agree with it or not. I think it's good to see people still trying to show their beliefs, whether or not.
Well, it's still a free country, and
right,
and hopefully it'll stay that way.
Yeah. So you have an interesting story, though, which is why I invited you up here. About the immigration ban, which
right, it's the Trump travel ban. It's supposed to be a 90-day deal until we can figure out the problem, whatever that means. Figure out what's going on, whatever that means.
Yeah.
So the president's feeling is, and he said this many times, he doesn't feel the country is sufficiently safe. He doesn't feel that we're vetting refugees and immigrants to the country from certain Muslim-majority nations intensely enough. So he wants to put a stop to that completely. at least temporarily, to figure out what, if anything, should be changed.
Okay.
Now, he's conveniently leaving out some of the largest majority Muslim nations that have actually contributed the most terrorists to 9/11, for example. Like, so the Saudi Arabians are not part of this ban, or travel ban as it's called, and 15 of the 19 hijackers were Saudis. Saudi Arabia is not on the list.
Yeah, you explained this last. That's
Egypt's
interesting.
Egypt's not on the list. And they had people who were 9/11 hijackers. They're not on the list. Lebanon's not on the list. Jordan is not on the list. And so the countries that are, countries like Syria, which has a chaotic civil war, Somalia, which is a chaotic place, Libya, which is a chaotic place.
And he said, because obviously it was a temporary ban on some of those Muslim majority countries, but didn't he originally send the executive order that the refugees were completely banned forever, right? Is what he wanted.
Right.
But then now
so
it's
where
it
is now is that now it's not happened yet because of court challenges.
Okay.
So
people are saying that's unconstitutional and
yeah,
you
some
can't do
judges
that.
are.
And
yeah, appeals court judges are. So now it's going to go through federal appeals court, and then no doubt to the U.S. Supreme Court to decide whether the president has the power to make this executive order stick or not. But today, we wanted to put a human face on this.
Yeah.
So I went to a market that's an international market in Phoenix called Bay's International Market. It's a really cool kind of grocery store and cafe in Phoenix, not too far from here downtown.
Okay.
And I think the folks who started it are from Lebanon originally. And they have food from all over the Middle East and beyond, and halal.
That's a good idea
meats.
to go there.
Yeah, and we ran into a guy who's a former U.S. Army captain who was born and raised in Iowa.
Okay.
And he is of Syrian extraction, and his wife is of Syrian extraction, but they're both from Iowa. And they're trying to get some of her relatives who are stuck in Damascus, which is a war-torn city, basically the area, to get them out and get them into America. But they can't because of this whole mess, right?
Okay.
And then we talked to another woman who was from Iran. She's from Tehran, and she was working as a checkout person. And she and her husband have permission to be in America, and they're here, and she's trying to get her parents out of Iran.
But they can't.
Can't. And not only that, if she misses them. If she goes back to Tehran to see her mom and dad, she won't be able to get back into our country because she is not yet a U.S. citizen. She's on the path to it. It's a green card and then U.S. citizen, but she's not herself a citizen, nor is her husband.
Okay.
So she wouldn't make it back into America.
So she can't even visit her parents.
She can't visit them. They can't visit her.
Wow.
So she said she felt like she was in prison.
Yeah.
And she's very upset about it. So every single executive order, there are human beings on the other end of that order. And sometimes there's a hard results. And this is one of those cases where the people are really, that I talk to who are, one guy is like, as American as anybody else in the country.
Yeah.
But yet he feels like the president is not listening.
Yeah.
And so he's upset about it.
That, when we show the protest, it obviously makes an impression, but being able to talk to a specific person and share their actual story about how it's affecting them will make a lot more of a difference. So that should be interesting to see that story.
I think this is a very complicated issue, and I think there are millions of Americans who support President Trump on this, who feel on a gut level, because I think this is a president who makes decisions very much from his gut, who really agree with him and think this would be a very good thing for the country, and that the borders have been too porous for too long, and that we need to dial it back and seal things. Now, the people on the other side, because I always give you folks two sides, and you can do what you want with it.
Yes, we're very balanced here.
But they say there are absolutely no cases of terrorists coming into our country from these other places. None, since 9/11. The terrorism that we've had in our country has been people from countries that are not involved in the ban, or Americans who were born here, who become radicalized, and then they get a gun, and then they go and shoot up San Bernardino,
right?
Government hearing meeting room and kill all their co-workers, you know.
Yeah, I
that
think
kind of
tackling
outrage.
cybersecurity would be even more important right now with how ISIS is able to contact people here in the U.S. over social media and how that's not flagged or monitored by Facebook or Twitter or however they're I mean, how is it that you can be chatting in these dark chat rooms with people from ISIS and not get caught before anything happens?
It's a very, securing a country as diverse and as huge as ours, geographically, and number of people who live here from so many different places is an extremely difficult job.
Yeah.
So, just as a citizen, I can understand the concern. We all feel that concern, right?
Sure.
So the question is, what is the most intelligent way to do it without causing a lot of grief for innocent families? And the people who defend this say maybe it's painful for certain people, but the president's doing the right thing to protect the country. And the folks who are against him say it's a really stupid move. He's not really getting at the actual problem, partly because they claim the Trump organization does business in Saudi Arabia and Egypt and doesn't want to anger, doesn't want to piss off the Saudis.
Right.
So,
like where you said, which was where most of the terrorists were actually from, but they're not on the list.
Right, right. But that's the opponents.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
And then the legal question hanging over all of this is, ultimately, when the Supreme Court decides, does President Trump have the power to do this? I personally think, if I were to guess, that the Supreme Court would say, yes, he does have that power, because there's a lot of leeway given to the president when it comes to immigration and national security to make executive orders, especially in the area of immigration. So it could go either way, obviously, but that's my personal guess.
So on Friday, what we know is that a federal judge sided with the Washington Attorney General and temporarily blocked the ban.
Right.
So they can kind of block it for a little bit, but not forever. Either way, it's going to either end or go through. And
some of President Obama's, it's just a shoe on the other foot type deal, because some of the things President Obama wanted to do in the immigration field were blocked by a federal judge in Brownsville, Texas.
Okay.
A Republican federal judge. Now we have a federal judge in Washington who's blocked President Trump's ban. Interestingly, the guy who's the federal judge is a Republican.
That is
He was
interesting.
put on the bench by George W. Bush.
So it's not just this divide of who's a Democrat and who's a Republican. There are many Republicans that are against President Trump.
And it isn't really that they're against him personally, necessarily. It's a legal question.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who the president is or what you feel about him or her. It is, what does the law say, and what does the Constitution give the president the power to do?
Okay.
So you make a ruling that's purely on the merits. It's on the merits. Does the president have the right to do this as far as this particular judge is concerned? No.
Well, that should be interesting
So
to see.
it's going to go up the food chain. We have a federal court and then the Supreme Court.
So, because what I'm reading, it says for now, refugees and travelers from those 7 banned countries can enter the U.S. I mean, is that effective immediately? And
We're in a state of limbo where nobody really knows. For the moment, you can still get in.
Okay.
But the fear is that the
If you leave.
spigot could be shut off at any moment.
Right.
So the woman who is a checkout person from Iran, if she goes back and things change in a week, she's stuck.
She's stuck there.
She
can't come back.
out of luck. She's out of luck.
So it's
And
like,
she came here to
gamble?
escape there.
Right.
And she loves the United States, and she wants to live here, and the American dream and the freedom and the liberty that we all were born with is for her very precious.
But,
she doesn't want to lose
but
it.
her parents are still there, right, is what you said. So
They are.
Does she gamble and go and visit them really quickly and risk not being able to come back? Or do
No.
you just stay and wait out
You
what
stay,
could happen?
she stays, waits it out, and the one thing they do, and I was surprised by how much of this there is, maybe I shouldn't be, she talks to them like all the time on, just over online.
On Skype
On
and
Skype,
stuff?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Isn't that amazing that
So it doesn't
we
matter
can use
what
that technology?
It doesn't matter what the politics of your country are, even in a place like Iran, which is politically very different from our country.
Right. She can still talk to them.
Yeah.
And share information and see them. So I love Skype. Thank you, Skype and technology, for letting us still talk to
It
our
is
family
amazing.
members.
It is
Isn't that
amazing.
amazing? I love it.
People
And
used to
FaceTime.
leave and they would never see someone ever again.
Back in the day when you just write letters to each other.
Or all of our parents or grandparents who were immigrants who came here and just left everything.
Never to see their family again.
Everything and everybody behind forever.
And now it's like, I'll FaceTime you in a few hours.
I know, or I'll WhatsApp you, or
yeah. Yeah, the WhatsApp, I remember when I first tried that when I went to Spain in college. I thought it was so cool. I could still text, my parents. I could still...
Yeah.
So that's cool. Thank you for technology. That at least they can...
Now, where did you go in Spain? I'm curious.
Barcelona.
Man,
yeah.
Lucky you.
I only went, I didn't only go, but I chose that for spring break, college, senior year. My girlfriend
How long were you
moved
guys
there.
there?
I was there, I went alone for 10 days to visit my girlfriend who had moved there because she studied abroad in college and then she met a boy and stayed. Well,
Is she still
came
there?
home, finished college, then moved back. They're engaged now, so yeah.
Some Spanish guy?
Yeah, so she speaks fluent Catalan.
Crazy.
And they live in Barcelona together in a cool apartment, and she's got all Spanish friends and totally new life.
Crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
That's an unbelievable city.
So I went trying to speak my high school level Spanish, and they all laughed at me because they speak like a mix of French and Spanish or something. But
yeah.
Have you ever been?
I have.
Isn't that beautiful?
It's one of the world's most beautiful cities.
Did you see the church, the La Sagrada?
Sagrada Familia.
Yeah, still working on it.
Yeah,
still working on
crazy.
it.
It's a cool place.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting country generally.
It is. Yeah, it was fun.
So did you get out of Barcelona, or were you just in Barcelona?
I went to Tulsa for a little bit, and that's about it. I mainly just stayed in Barcelona, but it was still a great experience.
Wow,
And,
that's really cool.
So it was fun. A little scary flying by myself all the way across the
It's a
country.
long way.
But it was nice, The bigger or the longer the trip, the bigger the plane, I guess. So
Oh,
it
you
felt
want a
safer.
giant plane,
Yeah,
yeah.
one of those really big planes.
Did you go on the Ramblas, that whole kind of walkway they have that goes through the city?
I don't think so. I don't think I did. I saw the church and I saw.
They got this area where
Oh,
everyone
yeah.
cruises around and walks around like thousands of people.
Yeah, I might have done that because we ate lunch somewhere where there were tons of people around.
Yeah.
Just the hills and everything was so beautiful. I didn't even know what to bring back for my family. I brought them back like cheesy traveler stuff, like coffee
But
cups
yeah, when
and stuff.
people from Europe come here, they feel like the same way that you felt about going to Barcelona.
Yeah.
So they'll come here and they'll come to the Grand Canyon, or they'll go to San Francisco or New York or DC.
Yeah.
And they're like, wow, I
Wow.
can't believe how unbelievably cool this place is.
Or yeah, New York is definitely a place I think people like to visit when they come here, and
Yeah.
they try Shake Shack and things like
They go
that.
to Times Square and
Right.
all that kind of
So-
stuff. That's our attraction to them.
Yes, Times Square and cheeseburgers. That's what we're all about.
And
here.
downtown Phoenix.
Yes, downtown Phoenix, everybody. It's up and coming. It's cool.
Yes, it is.
I love it. Well, thanks for chatting with me about your story that airs when? 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
So you better
I
get on
ought
it.
to see how it's doing
about
in editing.
4:10.
Wow.
Thank you for chatting with me
About
for
an
so
hour from
long.
now.
I hope I didn't make you too late for your
No,
story.
we'll work it out.
You guys catch him on Fox 10 at 5 with that story, and follow him on Twitter. What's your Twitter account?
S-Craft Fox 10, 2 Fs.
Guys, SCraftFox10, follow him. All right, you guys. Well, that was Fox 10 reporter Steve Kraft up here with me, just talking about his story that's airing at 5 o'clock. If you're not here in Phoenix, you can always go to fox10phoenix.com and catch the broadcast on there as well. Let's take you back now to the Senate floor, where they're still debating Betsy DeVos to be the Secretary of Education.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Booker, Burr, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Casey, Cassidy, Cochran, Coons, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Crapo, Donnelly, Duckworth, Inze, Feinstein, Fisher, Franken, Gardner, Gillibrand, Grassley, Hassan, Hatch, Heinrich, Inhofe, Isaacson, Klobuchar, Lankford, Manchin, McCain, Menendez, Merkley, Moran, Murphy, Murray, Peters, Reed, Roberts, Rounds, Rubio, Schatz, Shaheen, Sullivan, Tester, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warren, and Wyden. Senator Wicker voted in the negative. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mrs. McCaskill, aye. Mrs. Ernst, aye. Ms. Heitkamp, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Harris, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Nelson, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Corker, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Alexander, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Heller, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Perdue, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Sessions, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye.
Hey guys, appreciate you watching with me live right now on the Fox News Now stream. Just giving you a bit of an update if you're just joining us here and you're wondering what's going on. This is live on the Senate floor. They are now voting for Betsy DeVos to be the Secretary of Education. Will she make it through? We will see shortly here. You're watching live with us on the Fox News Now stream.
Or desire to change their vote? If not, the yeas are 91, the nays are 4. The motion is agreed to. The Sergeant of Arms is so instructed. A quorum is present.
Mr. President.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senate's not in order.
Senate will be in order.
Thank you.
Senator from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, tonight the senator from Maryland, Senator Cardin, and I, and a bipartisan group of United States senators have introduced a resolution reaffirming the strong alliance between the United States and Australia. I'd like to speak about that just for a few minutes. I don't know what happened during last week's telephone call between the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Australia, but I do know this: the people of the United States do not have better friends than the people of Australia. We're more than friends. As one Australian told me when our family lived there 30 years ago, well, we're mates all right, he said. The English may be our ancestors, but you Americans are our cousins, first cousins. We started out the same kind of people, my Australian friend said, underprivileged, a long way from home, doing the same kind of thing, looking for a new life, found a hard life, hoped it would be a better one for our children. Each wave of new ones lifted up the last ones. A pioneering spirit in the countryside here, the Australian said, in America too. Even though they live down under on the other side of the world, for a century Australians have stood with us every time we were at war. And we have stood with them. Mr. President, the Senate's not in session.
The senator is correct. The Senate will be in order. Please take the conversations out of the chamber. The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Even though they live down under on the other side of the world for a century, Australians have stood with us every time we were at war. And we've stood with them. During World War II, when Australian troops were fighting in North Africa and Europe, and the Japanese were bombing Darwin 4 times a day, the United States came to the rescue. In 1992, Dick Cheney and I, as member of President George H.W. Bush's cabinet, traveled to Townsville in Australia to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Battle of the Coral Sea, when the United States Navy stopped Japan's advance. Today, no two countries trust one another and cooperate in security arrangements more than Australia and America. We trade, we visit one another, and our students study in each other's universities. 30 years ago, our family lived an American dream, and we moved to Australia. We arrived on Australia Day, January 26, 1987. 199 years after the first fleet of English settlers sailed into Sydney Harbor. After 8 years of swiveling in the governor's chair, on the very day I was sworn out of office, my wife Honey and I and our 4 children flew to Sydney for 6 months off in the land down under. It was my wife's idea, an opportunity for a retreat from the merry-go-round of power and to discover what really was important. We rented a home in view of the most beautiful harbor in the world, bought an Australian car, and I learned to drive on the wrong side of the road. Our 4 children walked to Australian schools. We all sank deeply into the culture of our America's favorite cousins. I attended Chester A. Arthur Society meetings, where Australian Parliament members competed to show that they know more about United States history than American United States senators do. We spent the night in the South Wales bush. We saw 9-foot crocodiles in the Northwest Territory. We traveled by train to see the Melbourne Zoo and took a horseback trip across the snowy mountains. It didn't take long for us to understand what Mark Twain meant when he wrote, "When a stranger from America steps ashore in Sydney, the thing that strikes him is that it's an English city with American trimmings." Mr. President, we made friends then that exist to this day. Last year, 4 of those friends, the Australian Foreign Minister Bob Carr and the Australian Ambassador to the United States Kim Beazley and their wives, spent the weekend with us at our home outside the Great Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. We cherish those friendships and our country's relationship with Australia. It is always appropriate for the United States Senate to reaffirm the importance of that relationship, and I'm glad to join Senator Cardin and a long list of bipartisan United States senators who do that again today. To offer a more complete understanding of what makes Australians our favorite cousins, I ask consent to include in the record Chapter 30 from my book, 6 Months Off, written after our time in Australia.
Without objection.
Thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Wisconsin?
Mr. President.
The Senate.
Ask 30 seconds of recognition.
Yes.
Senator from Tennessee.
I ask consent to include in the record, following my remarks, the bipartisan resolution introduced by Senator Cardin and a number of other senators today.
Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered.
Thank you very much.
The Senator from Wisconsin.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise to urge my colleagues to join me in opposing the nomination of Betsy DeVos to be Secretary of Education. And simply put, Betsy DeVos is completely unqualified to serve as Secretary of Education in this great nation. Many others share this view. I have heard from thousands of parents and teachers and other citizens of Wisconsin who are concerned about the future of our educational system and urging me to oppose Mrs. DeVos and certainly opposing her vision for America's students. As of today, over 20,000 Wisconsinites have emailed me. We've had over 7,000 phone calls opposing the confirmation of Mrs. DeVos. And Senate Democrats are unified in our opposition to Mrs. DeVos serving in this capacity. Even 2 Senate Republicans have announced that they cannot support Betsy DeVos. If just one more of my Republican colleagues were to announce their opposition, were to vote no, we could do the right thing and tell President Trump that he really needs to find a new candidate for Secretary of Education who is qualified to run that department. Now, while Betsy DeVos has spent decades advocating for a particular vision for education, she has never actually worked as a teacher or as an administrator. Her career has involved investing hers and her family's considerable wealth and using those resources to advance privatization of our K-12 education system. Now, she did not attend a public school, either for grade school or high school or college, and nor did her children. And she has never worked as a teacher, a principal, a professor, a counselor, or in any other formal role in our education system. Her confirmation hearing before the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee clearly demonstrated how little she knows about federal education law and policy. It was startling to see her ignorance about critical measures like the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or the debate over growth versus proficiency as a measure of student achievement. Betsy DeVos has demonstrated that she neither has the knowledge nor the experience in education that would allow her to be a successful leader of the Department of Education. Now, Mrs. DeVos has worked to advance a vision of K through 12 education that is fundamentally hostile to our public education system. My home state of Wisconsin has a long and very proud tradition of support for public education. Back at the founding of our state, we wrote the guarantee that every child should receive a free public education into our very founding document, our state constitution. Wisconsin had the first kindergarten in the United States. Wisconsin is proud of something that we actually call the Wisconsin idea in higher education, that the walls of the classroom should be the borders of the state, if not the borders of this nation or the entire world. Mrs. DeVos's experience in education, however, has been a decades-long effort to privatize it. Her record of support for vouchers, as well as charter schools that lack adequate accountability and oversight, is very troubling and could lead to diversion of public dollars in even greater amounts out of public education. Now, regardless of any vision or experience of Mrs. DeVos, she is a nominee with, let's say, complex and opaque finances. She has a very opaque record of financial dealings and political giving, including on matters directly related to the work that the department does, which she seeks to lead. Given her and her family's investments in companies that benefit directly from federal education programs, I remain very concerned about what we simply still don't know. I'm also troubled by Mrs. DeVos's and her family's long history of contributing to organizations that have been hostile to the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender community. Even some of these organizations promoting the discredited idea that sexual orientation or gender identity can be changed through so-called conversion therapy. Now, while she told me and several of my colleagues at our hearing that she believes that all students should be treated equally, I really remain concerned about how this long history of support for these anti-LGBTQ organizations will influence a department which, over the last 8 years, has shown some tremendous leadership in supporting LGBTQ students and parents in the education system. Now, the federal government's primary role in elementary and secondary education is to promote equity. And I'm not convinced that Mrs. DeVos will be the leader that the department needs to do just that. Congress passed the Elementary and Secondary Education Act in 1965 as a civil rights measure. It was designed to ensure that every student, regardless of zip code or parents' income, has access to a quality public education. We continued that important tradition in reauthorizing this law, which is now in the form of a very strongly bipartisan bill, the Every Student Succeeds Act. The next Secretary of Education will have to implement that act. And I fear that Mrs. DeVos, as a vocal proponent of state and local control, will not be the strong voice that we need to hold states accountable for serving all students, particularly those who have been historically left behind. And when we passed the Every Student Succeeds Act, we made sure that there were strong federal guardrails to assure that we never forget why there's a federal role in education to begin with, for equity and civil rights, and to make sure that every child can succeed. Furthermore, I'm very concerned that Mrs. DeVos would not commit to robustly supporting the Department's Office of Civil Rights or enforcing the very guidance that protects transgender students from discrimination. Betsy DeVos lacks knowledge about and commitment to the federal laws that ensure students with disabilities have access to the various supports that they need to receive and benefit from a quality public education. As I noted, she demonstrated a complete lack of understanding about our federal obligations to these students. I've heard from numerous parents in Wisconsin, parents of students with disabilities, who were appalled by her inadequate answers to questions at our education panel hearing. She was unprepared to answer questions about the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act and and these parents have written to express their distress of what her filling the role of Secretary of Education could mean for their children if she were to be confirmed. Now, one Wisconsin mother of 3 special needs children wrote to me about how this federal law provided the legal rights that she needed to advocate for them, to advocate for the best possible educational environment for her 3 sons with special needs. I heard from another mother, Melissa from Beloit, who detailed how the Individuals with Disability Education Act makes it possible for her daughter, Rowena, who has Down syndrome and autism, to actually thrive in a public education setting along with her peers. Finally, as a strong proponent of making college more accessible and affordable, I do not believe that Mrs. DeVos has the experience or vision that it will allow her to successfully lead the department in supporting higher learning. There is a student debt crisis in this country, but Mrs. DeVos doesn't have a plan to address it and has even expressed skepticism about a federal role. While she's acknowledged that there are some bad actors in higher education, she's also refused to commit to enforcing regulations that help students who are defrauded by dishonest schools like Corinthian colleges. We need an advocate for those students as Secretary of Education, not one who is looking to ways to shirk that responsibility. Despite the fact that the department oversees billions of dollars in grants and loans that allow students to pursue higher education, she has expressed skepticism about any federal role in making college more affordable. She's even refused to oppose cuts to a program that helps students who commit to a career in public service, or to support efforts to ensure that the value of the Pell Grant keeps pace with the cost of college. For all of these reasons and many others, Betsy DeVos is not the right choice for Secretary of Education. I call on my colleagues to defeat her on the question of confirmation and to afford this new president the chance to send us a nominee who is prepared to be an advocate for all students and public education in this country. Thank you.
Mr. President.
The senator from Florida is recognized.
Mr. President, I yield the remainder of my post-cloture debate time to Senator Schumer.
The senator has that right.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida is recognized.
Mr. President, I know that we're in the middle of an important debate about a topic of our education in our schools, and one of the topics that I hope young Americans will learn more about is the state of affairs across the world when it comes to human rights. We're a vibrant society engaged in a heated debate, as we often have throughout our history, about items of political matters. If you look here today, there are people standing up to speak on different sides of the same of an issue. You see that the Republican Party today controls the White House, the Senate, and the House, and yet you have people with the freedom in this country to be able to stand up and oppose that. We've seen that across the country in demonstrations and in speeches and in all sorts of other protected speech. We're very fortunate, we're very blessed to live in a nation with those freedoms. But that's not the case all over the world. And I wanted to take this opportunity in the midst of all of this debate and discussion about an important topic, the nomination before the Senate, to remind people that despite our differences on these issues, we are truly blessed to be able to live in a country where opposing the party in power does not mean you go to jail. And as I've been doing for some time now, I've wanted to come this evening and highlight yet another example of human rights abuses that are taking place in a very important part of the world. For the past couple of years, my office and I have been highlighting human rights cases through our social media campaign. We call it #Expression, Not Oppression. And the goals of this are to raise awareness about these cases and the individuals who are suffering at the hands of these repressive governments. We know through history that some of the oppressed people, we may not think these floor speeches matter. We may not think that mentioning them here in this forum matters, but it does to them, because one of the first things oppressors tell them is that the world has forgotten about you and you don't matter anymore. So that's one of the first reasons why we come, is to raise awareness and to let them know we know their names and we know their story, and we'll continue to speak out on their behalf. The second is to show their families and their loved ones that elected officials like me here in the United States have not forgotten them, because we know that tyrants, as I said, like to tell political prisoners that they're alone in their struggle. And the third is to call for action, whether it's for the administration to make their causes a priority too, or to call on these governments to release these individuals. And there's one more reason why I think that this effort, that again, #Expression, Not Oppression, is important. Because as well as all the good work being done here on both sides of the aisle in defense of human rights, promotion of democracy and the defense of God-given freedoms like religious freedom and freedom of the press and free speech, which we celebrate here even in this debate, they have to continue to be a pillar of our foreign policy. And so I hope that these cases we highlight bring that guiding principle to light. Today I wanted to discuss the cases of 2 Chinese political prisoners whose courageous wives I had the opportunity to meet last week when they visited here in Washington, D.C. These women personally requested that I intervene on behalf of their husbands, pressing the Chinese government to immediately and unconditionally release them, and in the case of one, to account for his whereabouts. But perhaps just importantly, they urged me that I press our own State Department to prioritize these cases diplomatically in the hopes that these families could be reunited in the not-too-distant future. And so I come here today to urge our now new Secretary of State, Mr. Tillerson, to prioritize the release of these men in his diplomatic engagement with China. In the coming weeks, I also expect we'll have a chance to hear from the President's nominee to be the United States Ambassador to China, Governor Branstad of Iowa. When he comes before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee for his confirmation hearing, I will bring up these cases and others and urge him to make their freedom a priority of his work, if confirmed. Jiang Tenin-Young is a 45-year-old lawyer. He was disbarred by the Chinese government because of his vigorous human rights advocacy, including his representation of blind legal advocate Chen Guangcheng, fellow rights lawyer Gao Zhicheng, Falun Gong practitioners, and other human rights cases. Despite the risks of this work, he has been steadfast in his support of the families and of their right to lawyers and legal advocates caught up in China's sweeping nationwide crackdown on the legal community in July of 2015, which ensnared roughly 250 lawyers and advocates. Jiang's wife indicated, consistent with a spate of recent media stories, that his family and friends lost contact with him in late November of last year. That's when a Chinese state-controlled newspaper reported that he had been detained for a series of trumped-up charges. His wife has received no formal confirmation of his precise whereabouts, and to date, he has been denied access to a lawyer of his choosing. Even more troubling is that this is entirely legal under China's laws, even though it violates all international norms of justice. Under China's own laws, authorities may hold him or anyone for up to 6 months without informing his family where he is held and without allowing him to access a lawyer, conditions that the United Nations Committee Against Torture has found places detainees at a high risk of torture. Indeed, reports over the past months about 4 other human rights lawyers provide detailed information about the Chinese authorities' use of torture to extract quote-unquote confessions and impose unbearable psychological pressure. All these realities underscore that China remains a country of rule by law. Congressman Chris Smith of New Jersey and I co-chair the Congressional Executive Commission on China, which found in our 2016 annual report that, quote, the Chinese Communist Party has continued to reject the notion that the rule of law should supersede the party's role in guiding the functions of the state, unquote. As such, lawyers, advocates, dissidents, and others often find themselves in the party's crosshairs, persecuted under the law rather than protected by it, and they have no recourse for justice. A second Chinese individual I want to highlight today is lawyer Tong Jingleng, who has also been disbarred for his rights advocacy. He first gained prominence as a lawyer working on cases related to village compensation, corruption, and also by representing activists. In January of last year, he was convicted of, quote, inciting subversion of state power. That's a charge, and he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. He was first detained in May of 2014 on suspicion of picking quarrels and provoking troubles. Just imagine that. Picking quarrels and provoking troubles is a crime in China. This happened, by the way, during the lead-up to the 25th anniversary of the Tiananmen Square protests, when the Chinese government worked desperately to wipe out any discussion or memory of this historically brutal crackdown. In reality, all Tong and other activists did was participate in a nonviolent disobedience movement seeking legal and social reform in China. Following his conviction, Tong eloquently wrote, this is a quote, inside the grand edifice of the court, we can see stately and ornate furnishings and decorations, and we can see the government employees in dignified attire. But we cannot see the law, and we can definitely not see justice." End quote. He continues movingly speaking of the faith that has sustained him in the midst of injustice. Quote, "The Holy Bible has a passage that reads, 'Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake.' Today we have been pronounced guilty, thrown in prison, separated from our families, and have endured humiliation and difficulties, and I am far from being able to convince or prove to others how these tribulations could have become my blessings. But God's will is inevitably difficult to understand. I often pray and ask Him to give me more strength so that I may persevere until the moment of revelation. I dare say in 2011, while in a secret jail and now in detention almost every day I have passed has been calm and fulfilling. I have never lost my direction." End quote. The courage and conviction of these men should be an inspiration to us all, an inspiration which should propel us to act. And I would add a reminder, again, of how blessed and fortunate we are to live by the grace of God in a nation where we have the freedom to speak, to object, to state our views without fear of the circumstances and the consequences that these brave men now face. The Chinese people yearn for the protection of their most basic human rights and bravely stand with their fellow marginalized and oppressed countrymen. They are China's greatest asset, not its biggest threat, as the government, the Communist Party, wrongly believes. Any government which views its own people with such fear and hostility will, as has often been said, find itself on the wrong side of history. And so I hope more of my colleagues in this body, in the House, and especially in the administration, will join their voices in support of these political prisoners and all who languish in jails, in prisons, and in gulags simply because they want a better life, because they want a say in their future, and have bravely made these aspirations clear. I thank you, Mr. President. With that, I yield the floor.
The senator from New Hampshire is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And before getting to the matter at hand, I thought I would take a minute to congratulate the New England Patriots, the Kraft family, Bill Belichick, Tom Brady, all of the Patriots players and New England fans everywhere for the greatest comeback victory in Super Bowl history. They really demonstrated the grit and determination and resilience that New Hampshire and New England is known for, and we are very, very proud of them. And with that, I ask unanimous consent to have these remarks appear separately in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise today to join my colleagues in opposing the nomination of Betsy DeVos to serve as the Secretary of Education. Our nation recognized early in its history that public education is a necessary foundation for our democracy. It is critical that we continue to support a strong public education system that prepares all of our young people to participate in our democracy and compete in the 21st century workforce. All public officials, regardless of their party affiliation, should share a reverence for the importance of public education to our country's success, both now and into the future. And they must show a commitment to enforcing our laws so that all students have the opportunity to succeed. I agree with my colleagues that Mrs. DeVos has not shown a commitment to or an understanding of these principles, and that's why I oppose her nomination. This nomination process has been extremely disappointing from the start. Mrs. DeVos failed to provide critical information on her finances. Members of the Help Committee were only given 5 minutes to question Mrs. DeVos on her views on our nation's education system. In the questions she did not answer before the committee, Mrs. DeVos demonstrated a complete lack of experience in, knowledge of, and support for public education. She was unable to address basic issues any New Hampshire school board member could discuss fluently. She showed that she lacks an understanding of issues facing students with disabilities. She has potential conflicts of interest that she still has not answered basic questions about. She supports diverting taxpayer dollars to private schools without accountability requirements. As governor of New Hampshire, I supported public charter schools. They play an important role in driving innovation in education and providing additional opportunities for non-traditional learners. But they must meet the same standards as other public schools. In Detroit, Mrs. DeVos led efforts to oppose accountability requirements, even for for-profit charter schools. And in her testimony before the Help Committee, she declined to support enforcing accountability requirements. It is clear that Mrs. DeVos would pursue policies that would undermine public schools in my home state of New Hampshire and across our nation. In the past several weeks, thousands of Granite Staters, including students, parents, teachers, principals, and superintendents, have called and written into my office. They have shared their concerns about Mrs. DeVos. They understand that she is completely unqualified for this position. Mr. President, our children, their families, and our nation deserve better than a Secretary of Education who does not value public education. Ensuring access to public education for every student is an issue that is deeply personal to my family. Shortly after my husband Tom and I welcomed our first child into the world, our son Ben, we found out that he had severe and pervasive physical disabilities. It became clear to Tom and me that we were going to need a little bit of extra help if our son was going to have the kind of future we all want our children to have. And we were lucky because we found that help in our community, not only among friends and neighbors, but in a public school system that welcomed Ben. I still remember the day that a school bus pulled into our driveway, and we wheeled Ben onto the lift and up into the bus, and off he went at age 3 to his first day of preschool, publicly funded, inclusive preschool. And as I sat on the stoop and watched the bus pull away, I found myself thinking that if Ben had been born a generation or two earlier, Tom and I would have been pressured to put Ben in an institution. There wouldn't have been the resources in our community or in our school system to include Ben. But because of the work of the champions, the families, the advocates who went before the Hassan family, Ben was able to go to school in his hometown. He was able to learn and to make friends, to do what we all want our children to do. That's the power of public education. It's the power of making sure that all kids are included. Our family was able to live like any other family and feel like any other family because Ben could go to school in his hometown. And as Ben went from preschool to elementary school to middle school to high school, we found that his peers accepted him, interacted with him, grew with him. I still remember a day when I got a call from one of Ben's teachers saying that the tire on his power wheelchair had gone flat. Now, that's the type of call that a parent of a child with complex needs dreads, because it means you have to stop everything, because if the wheelchair can't move, your child can't go through their day. But instead of my needing to take a day off from work and pursue the repair of Ben's chair, it was other students in our Career and Technical Education Center in Exeter who came forward and said, we can fix that. Their education, preparing them for a trade and a career, served Ben's needs that day beautifully, and both Ben and his peers learned that day. Ben's experience in public education was made possible because of so many advocates, educators, and families that came before our family. But this was not always the case for students who experience disabilities. When I served in the state Senate in New Hampshire, I grew to know a woman named Roberta. Roberta, born in the early 1950s, had spent a good portion of her life in our state's school for individuals with disabilities. Roberta left that state school as we began to work after the passage of the IDEA to bring people out of institutions and into the communities. And later, as Roberta learned to advocate for herself and tell her story, she recorded some of her memories from Laconia State School, the separate school, so-called school, for students with disabilities. Roberta wrote, and this is a quote, "Some of the attendants and residents at the Laconia State School sexually, verbally, emotionally, and physically abused and assaulted me. The staff said they did this to me because I misbehaved or acted silly." She went on, quote, "The attendants and residents there hit and kicked me with their hands and feet. They pulled my hair, whipped me with wooden or metal coat hangers, wet towels, hairbrushes, mop and broom handles, hard leather belts, straps, rulers, and yardsticks, stainless steel serving utensils, and clothes." Roberta adds, quote, "Additionally, they bullied me by laughing at me and calling me names. They spat at me, bit and pinched my arms and other body parts, causing me pain. The employees and supervisors at the institution threw buckets of cold water on my body, clothes and all. They said that the cold water would calm me down." Roberta's experience was, unfortunately, what life was like for some students with disabilities before IDEA. Years later, after Roberta left Laconia State School, after she was reintegrated into her community, she appeared before a state Senate committee that I was chairing because she was the main proponent of a law that we passed in the New Hampshire State Senate to remove the word retarded from all of our state statutes, because Roberta knew that it was the judgment of people who first interacted with her, people who believed she had intellectual disabilities, that caused her parents to believe that they had to put not only Roberta, but her sister Jocelyn in an institution. Both Roberta and Jocelyn happened to have the misfortune of being born with disabilities. It is that contrast between Roberta's experience and my son's that keeps me focused on the importance of making sure that we include all children in our public school system, but also that we have the laws in place to ensure that they get the free, appropriate education that all American children deserve. Unfortunately, Mr. President, Mrs. DeVos has demonstrated a lack of understanding of the challenges facing students with disabilities. At our hearing earlier this month, I questioned Mrs. DeVos on whether she would enforce IDEA. Not only did she decline to assure senators that she would enforce the law to protect students with disabilities, but she was confused about whether IDEA was indeed a federal law to begin with. While I am pleased that Mrs. DeVos later clarified that she is no longer confused about whether IDEA is a federal law, she has done nothing to reassure me that she would enforce it, or that she understands how fragile the gains we have made under IDEA are. The voucher system that Mrs. DeVos supports has often, intended or not, hurt individuals who experience disabilities. Children and families lose legal protections enshrined in the IDEA. In some cases, students and their families have to sign away their civil rights before they can receive their vouchers. Yet many of the private schools that take those vouchers, the schools that Mrs. DeVos wishes to push students to, lack basic resources or accommodations for children who experience disabilities. So if a family determines that the school that has accepted their voucher really doesn't have the resources or the expertise to educate their child, they have no legal recourse. Mrs. DeVos's unfamiliarity with IDEA, her comments on students with disabilities, was something my office heard about often from Granite State parents who contacted the office with concerns about her nomination. A mother from Hopkinton, New Hampshire, wrote to tell me about her daughter, who attends Hopkinton High School and experiences severe disabilities, is nonverbal, and requires assistance for all aspects of her daily care. This mother wrote, and here, this is a quote, "Despite all of this, because of the extraordinary support we have received, she is living a rich and loving life at home and as part of the public school system. I have no confidence that Betsy DeVos would understand or support the role that public schools have for taking care of all students." This mother also called Mrs. DeVos's lack of understanding of IDEA appalling. I also heard from a parent from Concord, New Hampshire, who said, quote, "My stepdaughter currently has a 504 plan for both a physical and a cognitive disability at Concord High School, who, incidentally, are doing an excellent job of working with her to make sure her learning needs are met. My children deserve a future, and so do all children." This parent said she was feeling, again, this is a quote, "vulnerable as a result of Mrs. DeVos's nomination." Parents all across our nation deserve to know that the rights of their children will be protected, and they are rightfully concerned with Mrs. DeVos's nomination. In New Hampshire, I'm proud of our work to build a future where every child can get the kind of education they need to be competitive and successful leaders in the 21st century economy. Just last week, I visited Sauhegan High School in Amherst, New Hampshire. Sauhegan has become a pioneer in competency-based education. I visited numerous classrooms where students were doing hands-on lessons in earth science and in literature to make sure that they could master the material before them in a way that would stick with them. They were great examples of what we've learned about the importance of hands-on project-based learning, how much better students retain information, knowledge, problem-solving skills when they actually have a problem to solve, and how important it is for them to learn to collaborate with their fellow students, just the way we expect people to collaborate as a team in the workplace. After I visited the classes, the students at Sauhegan had formed a panel to talk with me, and their students with a variety of interests, backgrounds, education levels, talked about how important it was for them to have control of their own learning, to learn in a way, in a style that worked for them, to work with their peers and build off of each other's strengths and learn from each other. I also talked with them about New Hampshire's pilot project-based competency assessment program called PACE, something that New Hampshire received waivers to do over the last year and are in the process of continuing right now. New Hampshire is piloting a program that moves us away, just as was recommended and foreseen by the Every Child Succeeds Act, from high-stakes one-time testing to project-based assessments that are built in to the project-based competency learning that they are doing. We are seeing great success with this pilot, and schools across the country are beginning to adopt it as well. That's the power of strong, innovative public education. This was an approach developed by teachers and parents and students and our Department of Education and our statewide school board as well as local school boards together. And just as we have important initiatives surrounding project-based learning in New Hampshire, we also have strong public charter schools. I still recall a visit to our North Country Charter School in one of the more rural parts of New Hampshire, a school that was formed, a regional effort, to allow students for whom traditional high school wasn't working, whether it be because of their learning style, because of particular events that were happening in their home, or other emotional or developmental issues. It allows them to come together and go to school in a way and in a place that works for them, keeping them in school, helping New Hampshire meet its goal set in law that no child drop out of high school before age 18. The strength of the students I saw at the North Country Charter School graduation was extraordinary. Students who had overcome particular challenges, whether it was personal, whether it was academic, speaking for themselves and about themselves and their vision of their own futures to a crowded, excited room of friends and family. That's another kind of public education that supplements our statewide public education system and is something we can work together to do, holding all schools accountable. The vision that Mrs. DeVos, on the other hand, outlined and has devoted much of her work to would dismantle the progress we have made, diverting taxpayer dollars to private, religious, and for-profit schools without accountability requirements. Mrs. DeVos advocates for a voucher system that leaves out students whose families cannot afford to pay additional tuition costs and leaves behind students with disabilities because the schools do not accommodate their complex needs. In his book, Our Kids, Robert Putnam notes that education should be a mechanism to level the playing field. But today, the inequality gap is growing because affluent students start better prepared and are more able to pay. Putnam also points out that daycare and transportation needs constrain the amount of choice that poor parents have when it comes to voucher programs. We should all be working to fix that gap, but the voucher programs that Mrs. DeVos advocates for threaten to increase the gap. The system that Mrs. DeVos advocated for in Detroit, Michigan, has undermined public schools and hurt students in the process. In 2014, Michigan taxpayers spent $1 billion on charter schools, but laws regulating them are weak, and the state demands little accountability. The Detroit Free Press reported on the Detroit school system, finding a system where school founders and employees steered lucrative deals to themselves or to other insiders, where schools were allowed to operate for years despite their poor academic records. The Detroit Free Press described a system with no state standards for those who operate charters, and where a record number of charter schools run by for-profit companies refuse to detail how exactly they are spending taxpayer dollars. One Detroit mother said that Mrs. DeVos's, this is a quote, push for charter schools without any accountability exposed my children and their classmates to chaos and unacceptable classroom conditions. In Florida, the McKay Scholarship Program voucher for students with disabilities that Mrs. DeVos has pointed to also raises significant concerns, including no due process rights for students under IDEA, no accountability requirements for participating schools, and absolutely no evidence of student success. Additionally, the McKay voucher often doesn't cover the full cost of the private school, leaving parents responsible for tuition and fees above the scholarship amount, not to mention responsibility for transportation. This puts students and their families at risk. Rather than taking the approach we have in New Hampshire, where charter schools supplement a strong public education system, this system of unaccountable schools destabilizes and undermines public schools. Now, given that Mrs. DeVos's goals for K through 12 education are what they are, and the fact that we were only given 5 minutes to question her at the hearing, many key issues facing America's students weren't discussed at all in her confirmation hearing. In particular, we didn't talk about higher education. When I was governor of New Hampshire, I was proud of our work to make college more affordable, building a 21st century workforce pipeline for our businesses. We froze tuition for the first time in 25 years at our public university system, and we actually lowered it at our community colleges. We engaged in increasing and more robust job training efforts where we partnered businesses with community colleges or other learning centers to make sure that we were engaged in the kind of job training that would prepare students for the 21st century economy. So I was hoping that at our hearing for Mrs. DeVos's confirmation, we would discuss higher education. But issues relating to higher education have been lost altogether in this discussion. What is clear, though, is that Mrs. DeVos has absolutely no experience in higher education. Her written responses following our hearing were troubling. On student debt, Pell Grants, reauthorization of the Higher Education Act, and job training efforts, her responses were vague and offered no vision for issues that are critical to millions of Americans. When asked about for-profit colleges, which have had a history of taking advantage of students, including but not limited to our veterans, Mrs. DeVos said she was agnostic, that's her word, about the tax filing status of higher education institutions. That's just not acceptable. I believe we should be expanding Pell Grants. We should lower the interest rates on student loans. We should be expanding apprenticeship and job training opportunities. We need to crack down on predatory for-profit colleges. We need an education secretary who understands and is able to focus on higher education. And it's clear that Mrs. DeVos does not have that experience or focus. Mr. President, our founders understood that public education for our citizens was essential to the functioning of our democracy. In 1786, Thomas Jefferson wrote, and this is a quote, "I think by far the most important bill in our whole code is that for the diffusion of knowledge among the people. No other sure foundation can be devised for the preservation of freedom and happiness." Generation after generation has worked to build on those ideals, including, as we do that work, more and more Americans in the process, and creating a system that gives all students an opportunity to succeed. We need an education secretary who is committed to upholding that principle, not rolling our progress back. And we should all be working together to ensure that we have strong neighborhood public schools, not dismantling them. I join with my colleagues here today and the thousands from my state who have made their voices heard. We need just one more vote to defeat this nomination and to make clear that the United States Senate truly values our nation's public schools. I surely hope that there's another senator willing to break with the president and vote against this woefully unqualified nominee. We all have learned in this wonderful country of ours that with each generation, as we include more and more people who've been marginalized, left out, who weren't counted, that when we include them, we certainly honor their freedom and dignity, important and sufficient, of course, in its own right. But then when we do that, we also unleash the talent and energy of everyone, and that strengthens us all, helps us thrive, helps our economy grow, and makes sure that America not only leads, but deserves to. It's our job in the Senate to listen to the thousands speaking up for our children and the public education system that serves all Americans. Thank you, Mr. President. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Vice President Mike Pence says he fully expects that billionaire Republican donor Betsy DeVos will be confirmed as Education Secretary with his tie-breaking vote. Speaking on Fox News Sunday, Pence says the Trump administration is very confident DeVos faces fierce criticism from labor unions for her promotion of school choice. Opponents accuse her of seeking to dismantle public education. The Senate vote will happen tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern, 10 o'clock a.m. right here, Arizona time. We have more speakers.
Speak about the nominee for Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos. I'm here not only to reiterate my concerns with Ms. DeVos, but to share some of the letters and emails I have received from Hoosiers about her nomination. Every Hoosier and every American deserves access to a quality education. It prepares our students to enter the workforce, to secure good-paying jobs, and to succeed. As I have said, after reviewing the record of Ms. DeVos, I believe she lacks the commitment to public education needed to effectively lead the Department of Education. I am deeply concerned she will not focus on priorities important to Hoosier families: expanding access to early childhood education, improving our public schools, and addressing increasing student loan debt. Now I want to share some of the concerns I have heard from people all across Indiana about Betsy DeVos. A current undergraduate student at Purdue wrote to me urging me to vote against Betsy DeVos. The student wrote as follows: I'm concerned she will cause major damage not only to our public K-12 schools, of which I graduated from, but also to federal student aid programs, which allow many of my fellow students and I to attend our nation's fantastic public universities. The mother of 3 children in Fishers wrote, I believe our democracy needs well-funded and accountable public schools for all. Ms. DeVos demonstrates little interest in supporting strong public education. For the future of our children, our democracy, and our standing in the global economic system, I ask you vote against Ms. DeVos. A soon-to-be college graduate who is pursuing a career in public education wrote, I will be graduating from Indiana Wesleyan University in Marion. I have spent the past semester student teaching at a local school district in Gas City, Indiana. One of the largest reasons I wanted to embrace a career in public education is to push students to see their potential, just as I had a teacher do the same for me. Teaching is not simply facilitating learning, but rather it is taking the time to fully invest in our students, getting to know our students, listening to what they have to say, and using the resources presented to best prepare them to succeed. I've been able to see this firsthand and put this into practice as I have been in 3 different school districts throughout my time at Indiana Wesleyan. As a soon-to-be teacher in the state of Indiana, I ask you to consider voting no on the nomination of Betsy DeVos for Secretary of Education. I chose this path as it directly impacted me, and I want to see students find success. With the right reform, we can see this happen. But with the suggested reforms by Betsy DeVos, we will not be able to help students succeed. Here's another story, this one from Muncie. As a mother and public education advocate, I'm writing to request you vote no on the appointment of Betsy DeVos as Secretary of Education. As you are aware, there are many challenges facing education in the United States. Ms. DeVos' track record in the state of Michigan would be devastating to the country as a whole if she were to be given the position of Secretary of Education. For the sake of my children, their dedicated teachers, and children across the nation, I respectfully request your no vote to her appointment. A woman in Zionsville wrote as follows: I feel a DeVos agenda plans a dangerous voucher program that robs public schools of money and allows unprecedented support of K-12 programs with opaque standards, curriculum, and accountability. In Indiana, we have struggled with the skills gap in graduating students that are prepared for the available workforce positions. I beg you to speak out against the appointment of Ms. DeVos as Secretary of Education. Hoosiers have the right to an educational system that strives for high standards, for transparency, for success. I don't believe the DeVos model will be able to deliver on any of those fronts. A retired special education teacher who taught in Mishawaka for 24 years wrote, "I implore you to vote no on the confirmation of Betsy DeVos as Secretary of Education. Her selection by Donald Trump was clearly an attempt to further dismantle the public school system in the United States. The poor, the disadvantaged, the disabled, working families would suffer great educational setbacks with her as Secretary of Education." A woman in West Lafayette wrote, "As a future special education teacher, I find it horrifying that Ms. DeVos seems to be unaware of the IDEA Act, which protects the rights of millions of children with disabilities. It is completely unacceptable that our country should have someone in charge of education who is unaware of this monumental law. Education is so important for the future of this country, and everyone deserves equal opportunity to get a good education. This is why I ask you to please vote no on Ms. DeVos." In a letter from Greenwood, a woman wrote, "As a mother of 2 children, one with severe disabilities, please know I don't support Betsy DeVos as Secretary of Education. I can only hope you will bear with me as I offer the story of my son below. My son was born full-term and healthy. From 18 hours until 2 weeks old, he fought for his life. At 2 weeks old, a heart defect was discovered. Next was heart surgery, recovery, and he was home at exactly 1 month old. Saying we were ill-prepared for the future would be an understatement, to say the least. We had no way of knowing the repair to his heart would not also repair all the damage done to his brain and his body. He was eventually gifted multiple diagnoses: cerebral palsy, congenital heart disease, significant mental and physical disabilities, and severe GERD. To match the diagnoses, he was also provided coordinating medical equipment, wheelchair, communication device, standing equipment, a special seating device, feeding pump, and leg braces. Skip ahead to today, and you'll discover a 15-year-old doing his absolute best to find his place in this quick-paced world. It took a long time, but over the past 3 to 4 years, he mastered his communication device and has shown he is capable of learning and understanding. While it took all this time for him to show us, it also took the relentless dedication of very, very special teachers to really make it happen. His teachers worked tirelessly to develop extremely specific, individualized education plans for him. I'm certain without the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act and free, appropriate public education, he would not have achieved his current level of learning. I also feel his teachers would not have been able to get him to this level without the right educational tools in our public schools. I wanted you to feel my emotions and how difficult his life truly is. Please don't make his education any harder than it already has been. A former public school teacher in Indianapolis wrote, "I watched all of Betsy DeVos's Senate confirmation hearing. As the minutes turned by, fear, fury, and grief built within me. I will not sit back and watch as a nominee for Secretary of Education prepares to take the helm who does not commit to protecting children in public schools. I hope you stand with me to reject Betsy DeVos for Secretary of Education. We must commit our care, our love, and our attention to upholding the promise that all kids deserve a shot at success through education. These kids are our future, and we owe it to them to lead wisely. Unfortunately, Ms. DeVos will not lead us to that future." A mom in Evansville wrote, "I have one child in college and 2 others in public elementary schools. My children have received and are getting a very good education in public school and are in advanced classes. I am very concerned about the appointment of a woman who has been advocating against our public schools for years. We must do better for our children. Please fight for our public schools and our children, and do everything in your power to keep Betsy DeVos from becoming our Secretary of Education." This is just a small sampling of the letters and emails I've received from Hoosiers all over our state who are deeply troubled and who are opposed to Betsy DeVos. They wrote to me not as Republicans or as Democrats or independents, but as concerned Hoosiers, as moms and dads who love their kids. And they are worried about an issue we should all be able to agree on: the importance of ensuring our children have the access to a quality education. While I've said I will vote against Betsy DeVos' nomination, I will continue to fight for our public schools, our teachers, our students. I'll continue fighting for them because ensuring our students have access to good schools and good teachers lays a foundation for our students to reach their potential, and the potential that is fundamental to their success, and in turn, our country's success. We love our schools, we love our kids, and all we want is the best for them and an extraordinary education. That's why I will be voting against Betsy DeVos for Secretary of Education. Mr. President, I yield back. Mr. President, I yield the remainder of my post-cloture debate time to Senator Schumer.
The senator from New York may accept 18 minutes. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are looking at a live look at the Senate floor. Coming up next is Senator Chuck Schumer. Well, everybody, the Fox 10 News Now stream. It's 8 o'clock out on the East Coast. Coming up in just 1 hour, Mary Kate coming up next. And everybody, just a reminder that tomorrow will be the Senate vote for Betsy DeVos. We'll have that right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream at 12 p.m. Eastern. Be sure to check that out as to see how it will all go tomorrow. Vice President Mike Pence is expected to vote on a tiebreaker for Betsy DeVos.
It's got a clip on it. So you.
President,
Senator from California.
I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to speak about the nominee for the Department of Education, Ms. Betsy DeVos. I cannot vote for her confirmation. The Department of Education's mission is to promote student achievement and preparation for global competitiveness by fostering educational excellence and ensuring equal access. The department achieves this by establishing policies on federal financial aid for education and distributing as well as monitoring those funds, collecting data on America's schools and disseminating research, focusing national attention on key educational issues, prohibiting discrimination, and ensuring equal access to education. And after considering that mission, I do not believe Betsy DeVos should be the next Secretary of Education. Surely we can agree every child in the United States should have access to a first-rate education to ensure a chance of a good job and good pay. I know this from my own life experiences, and in particular, the impact that a good teacher can have on a young child. You see, my first-grade teacher, Mrs. Frances Wilson, God rest her soul, attended my law school graduation. I would not be standing here were it not for the education that I received, and I know that to be true for so many of our colleagues in this Senate. And after I reviewed Betsy DeVos's nomination, including her record and confirmation testimony, and after speaking with teachers and students and parents from across California, it is clear she does not understand the importance or the impact of a public school teacher like Mrs. Frances Wilson. Why? Well, first and foremost, our country needs a Secretary of Education who has demonstrated basic competency when it comes to issues facing children. They just need to know what they're talking about. When questioned in the hearing by my colleague, Senator Franken, it was clear Ms. DeVos didn't know the difference between two basic theories of testing, proficiency and growth. This, in fact, is one of the biggest debates occurring in the education community today, and she was unaware of the significance of the nuance and the difference between the two. And as we know, proficiency essentially asks whether a student has a basic competency or understanding of a subject. Looking at a child and asking, is that third grade reader reading at third grade reading level? Is that third grader reading at third grade reading level? Growth. It's a question of whether a student is progressing from year to year, or asking if a third grader who started their year reading at first grade level can now read at second grade level. Has there been progress? This debate will define how we are judging schools across the country, and her lack of knowledge and fluency demonstrates her complete lack of experience, understanding, and curiosity about one of the hottest issues in modern education. Now let's talk about guns in schools. At first, she at best showed ambivalence toward gun-free school zones, but it gets better. She went on to say that she does not have any questions, and that without any questions, she does not believe that you need guns in schools. And then she went on to say, well, but we need guns in schools, yes, because grizzly bears may pose a significant threat to the safety of our children and perhaps their education. I say Ms. DeVos poses a far greater threat to public education. Let's talk about Title IX. Another moment in her hearing is when the nominee refused to commit to actually enforcing Title IX. Now, let's be clear that Title IX was brought into being because our country had a rampant policy of discrimination against women in our education system. For example, women were not being admitted to the University of Virginia, and even Lucy Baines Johnson, the daughter of President Johnson, was barred admission to Georgetown University after she got married, because it was common perception at that point in time that if she was married, then that's what she should pursue, and she should pursue a career in the home and could not be capable of doing that and also working outside the home. This is a law, Title IX, that guarantees women and girls the right to a safe education, free from discrimination. Let's be clear how Title IX helps today. It is Title IX that required universities to prioritize a safe environment for girls, safe from abuse and sexual assault. And we know this is a real issue. In fact, the Department of Education estimates that 1 in 5 women have been sexually assaulted during her college years. As Attorney General of California, I was proud to bring together colleges and other local law enforcement agencies to create protocols for investigating and prosecuting sexual assaults. And it has helped schools and law enforcement implement changes to California law to better protect survivors of sexual assault. I champion new methods to allow California to process rape kits and clear a long-standing backload of rape kits in the state crime labs. I fought to ensure that survivors have the support they need and that their attackers face swift accountability and consequence for their crimes. And there is no question that ending campus sexual assault should be a moral imperative for our country, and it should be a priority for the next Secretary of Education in the United States. And for that reason, it is unfortunate and, yes, troubling that Ms. DeVos will not guarantee enforcement of Title IX. And then let's talk about Individuals with Disability Education Act, or IDEA. I know my colleague, Senator Hassan, has spoken extensively about this. This act has been around for decades, 4 decades to be exact. And before it existed, we were not prioritizing these children. We did not give them the services they needed. We had written off a whole population of our students, of our children. When asked by my colleague, Maggie Hassan, about this piece of legislation, the nominee showed a complete lack of knowledge about how it is implemented. And that is simply unacceptable. We cannot go back to a time when we wrote off a whole population of people. And it can not only be the parents of those children, but all of us as the adults of a society and a country that look out for our most vulnerable children. Then let's talk about for-profit colleges, which I know something about since I had to sue one of the biggest for-profit colleges, which was defrauding students as well as taxpayers. I know about the reality of abuses of for-profit colleges, and I applaud my colleague, Elizabeth Warren, who asked whether or how she would protect against waste, fraud, and abuse at for-profit colleges. This she asked of the nominee. And it was troubling to see that the nominee was equivocal at best. Now let's talk about the nominee's record as it relates to the children of her home state, Michigan. Since the growth of charter schools, Michigan has gone from performing higher than average on the National Assessment of Education Progress in the year 2000 to below average by the year 2015. A 2015 federal review found a, quote, unreasonably high number of charters in Michigan, which were among the bottom 5% of schools nationwide. According to a report from Chalkbeat, an education publication, when the Michigan legislature attempted to add oversight for both charter schools and traditional public schools in Detroit, the nominee's family opposed the measures and, quote, poured $1.45 million in the legislators' campaign coffers, an average of $25,000 a day for 7 weeks, unquote. And the oversight measures, we are happy to say, she is happy to say, never made their way into the legislation. We cannot have someone who wants to lead our highest Department of Education, who does not support the importance of oversight, of making sure that the children are getting the benefit of their bargain. According to data released from the Michigan Association of Public School Academies in 2015, only 17% of Detroit charter school students were rated proficient in math, compared to 13% of students in traditional public schools. Even Eli Broad, a great Californian and strong supporter of dramatic education reforms, has expressed strong concerns about the nominee's nomination. That should tell us all something. And now let's talk about the impact to California. During the campaign, President Trump said he would take $20 billion from existing federal education programs, which, by the way, is more than half of the department's budget for K-12 education, and instead put that money into a voucher-like system. The president also committed to getting rid of the Department of Education in its entirety, which would put 500,000 teachers out of work. The nominee has committed to work with him on these plans, and let's be clear, this plan would be devastating for public schools, including the schools in California that serve over 6 million students. This also means California students could lose $2.3 billion in federal education funding, which could end critical programs. For example, the Individuals with Disability Education Act. It serves thousands of California's disabled students and serves them well. But his plan would slash $1.3 billion in federal funding, money that our children rely on. The Trump-DeVos proposal to cut the Department of Education budget would also harm California's students. $3.8 million in Pell Grants for California's students could be lost. 43,000 or more teacher positions in California could be eliminated. $8.96 billion in student loans could be at risk for California's college students. The bottom line is this: fewer teachers, fewer resources for students and parents, and less aid to make college affordable. Maybe one school cuts their after-school program, or stops teaching the arts, or doesn't have a guidance counselor, or decides that they'll just let class size balloon because they don't have enough teachers. We know that's not good enough for any of us. There is a clear connection between public education and public safety. When I was the district attorney of San Francisco, there was a rash of homicides one year. And all of us in a position of leadership were rightly concerned, and we did the predictable and the right thing. We figured out how we could put more cops on the street. We looked at our gang intervention strategies, and we figured out very predictable and good ways of reacting to these crimes after they occurred. But I asked a question. I asked a member of my staff, do an assessment and tell me, who are these homicide victims? And in particular, who are the homicide victims who are under the age of 25? And the reason I asked that question is pretty simple. There were just a lot of them. And sure enough, the data came back to me, and it included the fact that of the homicide victims who are under the age of 25, 94% were high school dropouts. So over the years, I've taken a closer look at this issue, and I've learned that 82% of the prisoners in the United States are high school dropouts. I've learned that an African-American man who was a high school dropout in between the age of 30 and 34 is 2/3 likely to be in jail, have been in jail, or dead. There is a direct connection between what we do or do not do in our public education systems and the price we all pay in terms of our public safety. And I say to everyone concerned, there are good reasons to care about the education of children. And if nothing else, be concerned about why you have to have 3 padlocks on your front door. If we don't educate our children in our public school system, we all pay the price. And DeVos's agenda means fewer teachers and resources and worse schools. Fundamentally, her lack of understanding of the rights that teachers have today, the rights that parents have today, and the rights students have today mean one thing. She cannot and will not uphold the law if she does not understand the law. And her testimony has made clear she does not understand IDEA. She does not understand initiatives like gun-free zones in schools. She does not understand the history or the need for Title IX. If Betsy DeVos gets her way and cuts funding for public schools, that means fewer teachers. If she does what she did in Michigan, that will mean poor outcomes with fewer high school graduates. What we know is that these are the kinds of policies that prevent us from actually achieving all that we know we can be as a country, which is about paying attention to all the members of our society, and in particular our children, and investing in them the education they so richly deserved, so that they can be, one day, standing in this chamber as a member of the United States Senate, doing the best of what we know we can do as a country. So simply put, I'll say this. It is clear from her testimony, Betsy DeVos has not done her homework. And she hasn't done her homework in terms of preparing for the job. She did not prepare her homework and do her homework in terms of preparing for her hearing. And I say that right now, the Senate must do our job, we must do our homework, and we must refuse to confirm her as the next Secretary of Education. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Colorado.
Just the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to begin by congratulating our new senator from California for her first speech in the chamber. I know it's not her first official speech, but she's here on this important night to talk about the state of public education in this country and this confirmation process. So I thank her for her remarks. I also want to thank the ranking member of the Education Committee of the Senate, Senator Murray from Washington State, who's here tonight as well. And I know she's been here all day today, was here all day on Friday as well, because the set of issues we're discussing are so important. As I sat here listening to the senator from California, I was thinking about the work we had done on the committee on which we both serve, the Health, Education, and Labor Committee, recently with the leadership of Chairman Alexander, a Republican from Tennessee, our ranking member, Senator Murray from Washington State, to pass a new reauthorization of No Child Left Behind, a bill that if you had a rally and said, let's have a rally to keep No Child Left Behind the same, and you did the rally on the steps of the Capitol, not a single person in the United States would have shown up for that rally. And yet it took this body 7 years after we were supposed to reauthorize No Child Left Behind to actually do the work. But when we did the work, We were able to get it through the committee once unanimously. This is a committee that has on it, among other people, Senator Bernie Sanders from Vermont, Senator Rand Paul from the Commonwealth of Kentucky. They seldom agree on anything. They agreed on that bill. And we got it out with almost unanimously out of that committee and then passed it on the floor of the Senate with over 80 votes. It passed with a huge bipartisan vote in the House of Representatives and was signed by the President. 7 years too late, but still we were able to do it, and we were able to do it in a bipartisan way, which is what education issues should always require, I think. And it's a shame that tonight we're here with a partisan divide because of the selection President Trump has made to lead the Department of Education. So I just want to say thank you again to Senator Murray for her leadership. Mr. President, since our first days, before we founded this country, education has been an American value. In Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, and elsewhere, colonists recognized their collective responsibility to educate their children. They wrote into law that children, both wealthy and poor, must be taught to read and write and to learn a skill like blacksmithing, weaving, or shipbuilding to secure their economic independence. As democracy took root in early America, public education became not just an ideal, but an imperative. An enlightened public, the founders believed, was essential to self-government. Thomas Jefferson wrote that we must educate and inform the whole mass of the people. They are the only sure reliance for the preservation of our liberty. Benjamin Franklin believed the good education of youth has been esteemed by wise men in all ages as the surest foundation of the happiness both of private families and of commonwealths. With education, the common man would be able to select leaders wisely, fight back against the tyrannical instincts of those in power. He would be able to understand, maintain, and protect his rights so that government could not usurp authority or devolve into despotism. In a country, quote, in which the measures of government receive their impression so immediately from the sense of the community as in ours, George Washington explained, knowledge is proportionally essential. This set of beliefs represented a fundamental break from the aristocratic ways of the old world. A republic that was for the people and by the people required an educated people. With this new world, Mr. President, also came a new conviction that individuals could determine their own future, that their birth or circumstance no longer limited their potential. This foundational idea grew to become the American dream. Every child, regardless of whom her parents were or where she came from, could achieve an education and grow up to achieve a better life. And over time, as our republic became more and more democratic, as the right to vote and lead was secured by African Americans and women, education became the fundamental means by which Americans sought to secure their liberty and their equality. Perfecting our union by expanding education has not come without struggle, but we have often succeeded because we've recognized the symbiotic relationship among the needs of our country and the success of individual Americans and our aspiration to move forward. This included the need for a universally literate workforce in the 1830s and the creation of Horace Mann's Common School movement, the demand at the turn of the 20th century to replace out-of-date Latin schools with progressive high schools that prepared students for the emerging industrial workforce, the challenge of providing World War II veterans with a career path and the creation of the GI Bill for college education, and the need to tear down the barriers of Jim Crow school systems in the 1950s and 60s. Too often, as a country, we confronted these challenges too late and at the tragic expense of our fellow Americans' potential. with all deliberate speed has proven not fast enough, especially for children living in places like the Mississippi Delta and South Central Los Angeles. At each of these turning points, we have asked for more from our public schools. To their credit, our educators, teachers, specialists, and principals have risen to the challenge, many times much sooner than the rest of us. They have helped us build a nation admired for our forward progress, for opportunity, and for equality. That's the American ideal from our founding until today. But, Mr. President, I come to the floor tonight with a sense of urgency because our generation is at risk of being the first American generation to leave less opportunity to our children than we inherited. And if we do that, we will have broken a fundamental American promise to our children. In our nation, education is supposed to be at the heart of opportunity. But today, our education system fails far too many kids. Schools that once were engines of opportunity and democracy are now too often traps for intergenerational poverty. As a result, only 3 out of 10 children born to very low-income families in the United States will make it into the middle class or higher. Only 4 out of 100 will make it to the top 20% of income earners. Already, the United States has less social mobility than at least 12 other developed countries, among them Canada, Japan, and Germany. In America, children growing up in poverty hear 30 million fewer words than their more affluent peers by the time they reach kindergarten. In 4th grade, Mr. President, only 1 in 4 of our students in poverty is proficient in math, and fewer than that can read at grade level. And as few as 9 will receive a bachelor's degree by age 25. And as a nation, we are falling behind the rest of the world. When George Bush the son became president in 2000, we led the world in college graduates. Today, we're 16th in the world. American 15-year-olds score lower than their peers in 14 countries in reading, 36 countries in math, 18 in science. Much of the rest of the developed and developing world is figuring out how to produce more and more educated citizens, while the United States is standing still and therefore falling behind. We must refuse to accept outcomes that are a tragedy for our children, a threat to our economy, and an immeasurable risk to our democracy. To make change, we need to stop treating America's children as if they belong to someone else. To meet our children's needs, we must invent a 21st century approach to education, a system for the delivery of free, high-quality education built for the future, not for the past. We must have the courage to shed old ways of thinking, abandon commitments to outdated approaches, and explore new ideas. This re-envisioned system must focus like a laser on what is best for kids, not what is convenient for adults. It must be comprehensive and integrated from early childhood to post-secondary education. A 21st century system of public education must set high expectations, demand rigor, and create meaningful accountability. This system must embrace different kinds of schools and create a culture that's focused on continuously learning from each other among traditional, charter, and innovation schools and across districts, states, and cities. We need to change fundamentally how we prepare, recruit, place, train, retain, and pay teachers and school leaders. Mr. President, that entire system belongs to a labor market that discriminated against women and said, you have 2 professional choices. One's being a teacher and one's being a nurse. So why don't you come teach Julius Caesar every year for 30 years of your life in the Denver public schools, where we're going to pay you a wage far lower than anybody else in your college class would accept. Those days are gone. We had discrimination in the labor market that actually subsidized our school system. Because very often the brightest students in their class, very often women, had no other career options and therefore were willing to teach. That whole system needs to be transformed in the 21st century. We have 1.5 million new teachers that we have to hire over the next 6 to 8 years in this country, and we have no theory about how to hire them or how to keep them. 50% of the people are leaving the profession now, Mr. President, in the first 5 years. This new system of public education should embrace technology and personalized learning. We must create space for innovation and school autonomy, and we must also provide choice to parents and kids. But our goal is not and should not be school choice for choice's sake. For a youngster in a low-income family, there's no difference between being forced to attend a lousy school and being given the chance to choose among 5 lousy schools. That's no choice at all. That's no choice at all. It's certainly not a meaningful one. The goal is and must be to offer high-quality education at every public school so that parents can choose among great schools in their neighborhood and throughout their cities and towns. We must refuse to accept the false choice that I've heard over and over again during this confirmation process, that you either support school choice in whatever form or you defend the status quo. Just as we must reject the idea that you cannot support public schools and advocate for change. This old rhetoric and manufactured political division will not work for our kids. We need to rise above the narrow, small politics that consume our attention and prevent us from making tough choices. Instead, we need to recognize that a 21st century education can and should look very different than a 19th century education or a 20th century education. And no matter what approach or method of delivery, it must be high quality. The good news is that we know it's possible to reverse course and create meaningful change. Several cities around the country have already begun creating roadmaps to this 21st century approach. Denver is one of them. In Denver, we made a deal. Create a public choice system that authorizes charters, creates innovation schools, and strengthens traditional schools. We empowered schools through autonomy and worked to create a culture of shared learning and innovation focused on all ships rising. We demanded quality, and we implemented strong accountability. High-performing schools were rewarded, replicated, and expanded. Low-performing schools had to improve or be shut down. We made tough decisions. We closed schools. I sat in living rooms and in classrooms and in gymnasiums with parents, urging them to demand more from the school district, even if it meant that their child had to go to a different school. Along with concerned citizens, teachers, and principals, I went door to door to enroll kids in new schools. Denver created innovative teacher and school leadership policies. We tried to rethink the tired model of the last century and create a new career for this one. That's why today in Denver, you'll find teachers teaching other teachers and being paid for it, knowing that their job is not only to educate their students, but also to improve the honorable craft of teaching so our kids can achieve even more. We use the levers of federal law, strong accountability, and civil rights protections as the backbone of change. We could not have made the changes we did had it not been for the national demand for improvement in our schools, the civil rights impulse that underlies the federal involvement in public education, as well as the courage of our community to demand something better for our children. And Denver has begun to see the results of hard work. Over the last decade, Denver Public Schools students' achievement growth increased faster than the states in both math and English. This outcome was achieved by students qualifying for free and reduced price lunch and also students not qualifying for a free and reduced lunch. Latino and African American students' achievement in English and math grew faster than their counterparts throughout the state. 61% more students graduated in 2016 than in 2006. We have a long way to go, Mr. President, but I would suspect that if we could say of every urban school district in America that we are graduating 60% more students this year than we were a decade ago, we'd be feeling a lot better about where we're headed as a country. In Denver, over that time, the overall on-time graduation rate increased almost 30 points, and the on-time graduation rate for Latino students has doubled since 2007. And since 2006, Denver Public Schools enrollment has increased. Many cities have lost enrollment, over 25%, making it the fastest growing urban school district in America, partly because Denver has grown, but also because parents and kids and families have now found schools that are responsive to their families' needs and supportive of their children. And I'm the first to say, and I always will be the first to say, that we still have a lot of work to do to make sure that the zip code Denver's children are born into doesn't determine the education they receive. But cities like Denver are moving in the right direction. Now we need to move a nation in the right direction. Tonight, Mr. President, as we stand here in this marble chamber among these statues that tie us to our past, I am thinking of our future. I'm thinking of the millions of poor children across time zones our founders could not have imagined, heading home after a long day at school, shifting their backpacks of books to find a comfortable spot, sharpening pencils for math and pastels for art, clearing a space on a busy dinner table for homework. I'm thinking about children teaching other children, older brothers and sisters teaching their younger siblings, expecting that they will have more opportunity than their parents. I'm remembering the naturalization ceremony I attended just last Friday at Dunton Elementary School in Fort Collins, Colorado, where Kara Ross' fifth grade class welcomed 26 new Americans from 13 countries to the United States. Mr. President, I'm thinking about teachers and principals and students while we're here speaking who are up tonight, planning for tomorrow, and hoping for a future that allows them to review at home before they teach tomorrow the best lessons for teaching the productive and destructive forces of volcanoes, what Scout learns in To Kill a Mockingbird, or the mathematical reasoning that calls on us to invert the second fraction when we divide. And I'm imagining a country that fulfills our generational responsibility by providing quality early childhood education to every American family who wants it, a K-12 school for every child that every senator would be proud to send his or her child or grandchild, and access to college and skills training that prepares students for economic success without shackling them to a lifetime of debt. All of which leads me to comment briefly on President Trump's nomination for Education Secretary. I have no doubt that Mrs. DeVos sincerely cares about children, and it is not her fault that President Trump nominated her. So let me be clear. I am addressing the President and not Mrs. DeVos when I say that this nomination is an insult to school children and their families, to teachers and principals, and to communities fighting to improve their public schools all across this country. Even with the limited questioning allowed at the Education Committee hearing, it quickly became clear that Mrs. DeVos lacks the experience and the understanding to be an effective Secretary of Education. Mr. President, the bipartisan progress achieved over the last 15 years of American education was predicated on a deep commitment to three principles: transparency, accountability, and equity. Mrs. DeVos's testimony and public record failed to establish her commitment or competence to protect any of these foundational principles. Her "let 1,000 flowers bloom" approach asks American school children to take a huge step backward to a world without the high expectations, without the transparency that we need to give parents and taxpayers the information they deserve on how our schools are performing. Those high expectations, paired with a clear commitment to accountability, ensure that our successful schools should be replicated and our struggling schools should be held accountable for improvement, regardless of whether it is a choice school or a district school. Finally, we know the Secretary of Education holds the sacred job of ensuring that every child in America gets the resources and the supports they deserve, regardless of their income, background, or educational needs. This commitment to equity is at the core of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. Mrs. DeVos has shown no evidence of her commitment to be the torchbearer for both excellence and equity. Her ideology and dogmatic approach communicates a lack of understanding and appreciation of the challenges we face and the depths of solution they demand. A commitment to choice without a commitment to quality serves ideology rather than improvement. And a commitment to competition without a commitment to equity would forsake our democratic ideal that a free, high-quality public education must open the doors of opportunity for all. For the first generation of students to whom that promise feels elusive, they deserve an education secretary who has the courage, competence, and commitment to orient our mighty education system to build opportunity for all. Mrs. DeVos shows none of those skills, and our young people cannot afford to wait 4 years for their chance at the American dream. Millions of Americans recognize this, Mr. President, which is why this nomination has generated more controversy than any other. I look forward to working with anyone, as I have over the years, including even Mrs. DeVos, anyone interested in improving our children's opportunities and taking seriously the future of our democracy. But I will not support her nomination. I will vote no on this nomination and urge my colleagues to do the same. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Senate is in a quorum call.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, over the course of this debate, over the last 9 hours plus 6 hours on Friday, of the 30 hours that we have on this, many senators have come to the floor to talk about their concerns about the nomination of Betsy DeVos to be Secretary of Education. There are open questions about her extensive financial entanglements. There's open questions and clear concern about her basic lack of understanding of just basic education issues. We've heard that time and time again. And the many ways in which her vision for our education system is really at odds with where families and communities nationwide want us to go. But, Mr. President, let me take just a moment to focus on one major concern in particular. It is a public health threat that I know is deeply concerning for families and communities across this country. And that is the epidemic of sexual violence on our college campuses. Mr. President, 1 out of 5 women and 1 out of 71 men are sexually assaulted while in college. In 2013 alone, college campuses reported 5,000 forcible sex offenses, and a recent study indicated that number could be much greater. So there should be no question that sexual violence on our campuses is a great, widespread, and unacceptable problem. One that I expect that any incoming Secretary of Education to be informed about, to be concerned about, and committed unequivocally to confronting head-on. Mr. President, much of the discussion so far has been about a commitment of a Secretary of Education to our public K-12 system, and serious concerns have been raised. But it is important to note in this debate that the Secretary of Education also has responsibility over our higher education institutions. And in our hearing, Betsy DeVos actually agreed with me that President Trump's horrifically offensive leaked comments from 2005 describe sexual assault. She was clear. But I was deeply disappointed, to say the least, in Mrs. DeVos's responses to simple questions about whether she would seek to continue the Obama administration work to protect students and stand with survivors. When she was asked whether she would uphold the guidance issued under the Obama administration to hold schools accountable for stronger, more effective investigations of sexual assault, she wouldn't commit to that. She would not commit to that. And when I asked her whether she would continue key transparency measures, like weekly public reports on active investigations into potentially mishandled sexual assault cases, she dodged the question. Now, these answers are especially concerning given that Mrs. DeVos has gone so far as to donate to an organization dedicated to rolling back efforts to better support survivors and increase accountability. Let me tell you that again. Mrs. DeVos has gone so far as to donate to an organization dedicated to rolling back efforts to better support survivors and increase accountability. Mr. President, let's be clear. The epidemic of sexual assault on our college campuses means that in states across the country, students' basic human rights are being violated. I am deeply proud to see the work that has been done on this issue over the last few years. Survivors have bravely stepped up to make clear they expect far better from their schools and their communities. And by speaking out, by being courageous and speaking out, they have shown other survivors they're not alone. Key university leaders have made fighting campus sexual assault a top priority by developing new partnerships in their communities and prioritizing prevention. New measures to increase transparency and awareness went into effect in 2013, thanks to the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act. Mr. President, these are hard-won steps forward on an issue where some Democrats and Republicans have finally been able to find common ground, and there's much more to do. The next Department of Education should not be standing on the sidelines, much less taking us backwards on an issue that is so critical to students' safety on campus. So I hope as my colleagues are listening to the debate here today, tonight, and tomorrow, that they consider what Mrs. DeVos's leadership at the Department of Education means on this issue. The issue of making sure that men and women on our college campuses can go there to learn and not be worried about being a victim of sexual assault and having nowhere to turn and not having the confidence that their voices will be taken seriously. Now, Mr. President, on another area, nominees for Secretary of Education have largely been people over the past who are very committed to our students, who had long careers dedicated to education, and who were focused on keeping public education strong for all of our students and for all of our communities. Public education, a core principle that our country was founded on, that no matter who you are, where you come from, or how much money you have, this country is going to make sure that all young people get an education. That's how our country's been strong in the past. It's how our country's been has to be in the future. Free public education. Well, Betsy DeVos is a very different nominee. She has spent her career and her fortune rigging the system to privatize and defund public education, which will hurt students and communities across our country. Now, she is not personally connected to public schools, except, by the way, through her work over the years trying to tear them down, and she's committed herself for decades to an extreme ideological goal to push students out of our public schools and weaken public education. Now, I can talk at length about Betsy DeVos's record of failure and her devastating impact on students, but all people really need to do is watch her hearing in our Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. Just go back and watch the hearing. This was a hearing that people across the country heard about, and for good reason. From local newspapers to local news to The Daily Show to The View, and posts that really went viral on social media. A lot of people in our country heard Betsy DeVos for the first time in that hearing, and they were not impressed. She refused to rule out slashing investments in our public schools. She was confused that federal law provides protection for students with disabilities. She did not understand a basic issue in education policy or the debate surrounding whether students should be measured based on their proficiency or their growth. She argued, as we've all heard, that guns needed to be allowed in schools across the country to, quote, protect from grizzlies. And even though she was willing to say that President Trump's behavior towards women should be considered sexual assault, as I just talked about, she would not commit to actually enforcing federal law protecting women and girls in our schools. Mr. President, her hearing, quite frankly, was a disaster. And it was so clear to millions of families how little she really understood about education issues. I have to tell you, as a former preschool teacher myself and a former school board member, someone who got my start in politics fighting for strong public schools, as a senator committed to standing strong for public education in America, as a mother and a grandmother who really cares deeply about the future of our students in our schools, I know that we can and we must do better for our children and our students and our parents and our teachers. The decision that we are making here on whether to confirm Betsy DeVos for Education Secretary will help set the course for our public education system for years to come. So I hope again that our colleagues are listening to this debate and thinking about it and not just voting rotely on this. This is so important. And quite frankly, Mr. President, I really am disappointed that our Republican colleagues have moved us so fast into this debate. I've been in the Senate a long time, and I know that what the usual practices are when we go through hearings and listen to nominees from presidents that are Republican and Democrat, and Republican majorities and Democratic majorities. I was here when the Senate was 50-50. And there are practices that we have to make sure that all senators get the information that they need so they can make a wise decision with their vote that they will be held accountable for. And quite frankly, the usual practices here were really being ignored. The right thing to do was being ignored. This nominee was jammed through like I have seen none other. Corners being cut. The minority was being brushed aside. And I really think that's wrong. Earlier this month, Republicans on the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee scheduled Mrs. DeVos's hearing, even though she had not yet finished her standard ethics and paperwork, and even though she had not, and still, by the way, has not answered my questions about her financial disclosures to our committee. In fact, when we started the hearing, the Republican chairman, the senior senator from Tennessee, who I have worked with greatly, we worked together to pass the replacement of No Child Left Behind. I have a tremendous amount of respect from him, but I was shocked and surprised when he preemptively declared that he would be limiting questions to each senator for just 5 minutes. A shocking and disappointing breach of committee tradition, clearly intended to limit public scrutiny. Mrs. DeVos is a billionaire. She has extraordinarily complicated and opaque finances, both in her own holdings as well as those in her immediate family. We know that she has invested in education companies, for-profit companies, for decades. Over 100 conflicts were identified. Her ethics paperwork raises questions about the company that she plans to remain invested in. And she still, by the way, has not fully answered my questions about her committee paperwork. Mr. President, as I told the Republican chairman at our markup, the process that has taken place on Mrs. DeVos's nomination is a massive break in the tradition of this body. We should not have had a vote in this committee until all senators had received appropriate responses to reasonable questions, and until a second hearing was held so that senators could get these serious concerns and do our jobs scrutinizing the nominee. Understand, we had a hearing, we're limited to 5 minutes each, and we did not have all of the paperwork, so we could not do our homework to make sure we were asking the questions we needed that needed to have a public debate. So again, Mr. President, that is another reason why I am deeply concerned about this nominee. We do not yet know whether there are conflicts of interest. For a Secretary of Education who wields tremendous power over our K-12 system and our higher education system, and as we all know, there have been tremendous questions over the past decade about access to higher education, whether you go to a college and get the degree that you've been promised, and whether or not institutes have been responsible and accountable, and how we as the Senate and House can come together to make sure that when a student takes out a student loan or invests in a higher education institution, they know that they are getting their money worth, and if there are taxpayer dollars involved, that the taxpayers are getting their money's worth as well. So conflict of interest is extremely important to this nominee, and to this point right now, here we are voting tomorrow, and we don't have the answers to those questions. So these are just a few things. I've been out here on the floor to talk about them. We've heard from many of our other colleagues. And it is no surprise to me that this has lit a firestorm across the country. Having a Secretary of Education, someone who is responsible for our children's education. Schools are a center of our community. Community members own those schools in their minds. This is where they send their kids to school, where they have basketball games, music, concerts. It's where the community comes together. Yes, we all complain about public education, who hasn't? But at the end of the day, we love our local schools, and we want them to know that the Secretary of Education, highest person in the land to oversee them, has that love too, and is there because they want to make them better, not because they want to tear them down. So yes, this nominee has taken off like no other because of her hearing, because of her conflicts, because she has attacked and gone after basic public education that so many people are proud of in their own communities and want to make them better. So I, like everybody else, has heard from many of my constituents more than I can ever remember in my entire Senate career. This has ignited a public storm. And I want to share some of those stories from my constituents who have reached out and urged me to vote against Betsy DeVos because they know better than anybody why their school is so important to them, why their teachers are so important to them, why their children's public education is so important to them. One of the major concerns I continue to hear from my constituents is her disconnect from the working class. A woman from Marysville, Washington said, Betsy DeVos, a billionaire herself, doesn't represent the working class, and certainly not her family's experience with public education. Betsy DeVos never attended public school or even sent her own children to public school. In Olympia, in my state, an employee at a high-poverty public school says she works with some of the most in-need children in the area. She is very concerned that Betsy DeVos's push towards a privatized public school system would only benefit those in wealthy communities and leave her most vulnerable students behind. And she believes Betsy DeVos would absolutely not look out for their best interests. Mr. President, in our rural communities, there is no private school to get that voucher and send your kids to. The policies that she is pushing only means that those schools will have taxpayer dollars taken away from them to send to other kids with vouchers to go to private schools who live nearby or have the additional resources to use those vouchers to go to school. A teacher in Seattle wrote to me with a story that I can't get out of my head, and it really inspires me to keep going in this fight. This teacher serves preschoolers with special needs who face a number of challenges. She teaches at a Title I school where most families are low income, and many of them are immigrants and non-native English speakers. And she believes her children deserve access to the best educators out there, and that if DeVos's agenda was put in place, a system of privatized public education, her students would be failed. Because without strong public schools, we would fail students that are low income or living with disabilities or impacted by trauma or who belong to racial or ethnic minorities. She says Betsy DeVos does not have her students' best interests in mind, and her students deserve the best, as I believe all of our students do. No matter their financial status, their race, their religion, or any other difference they might have from their peers. Mr. President, a mother in North Bend wrote to me, expressing her worry that vouchers only benefit the wealthy, leaving the middle class and poor without the benefit of a good education. Being part of a middle-class family herself, she's proud that her first grader is already mastering addition and subtraction and reading and writing complete sentences, all because of her local public school. And my constituent in Auburn said that money and zip code should not determine who gets a better education. And she said Betsy DeVos's worrisome policies would make that the case. She strongly urged me to reject a nominee who doesn't look out for those who are most in need. A man in Kelso wrote, saying that the public school system is what ensures we all get a good education. It's what gives so many parents hope that their child can have a better life than they had, that public education is the great equalizer for everyone to have a chance to succeed. And I couldn't agree more. Those are just a few of the letters I've got about people who are worried that the nominees push for taking public tax dollars and using them for private schools and for-profit schools only, and robbing our public schools of the resources they need will not be the right choice for public education. I want to share a few other of my constituents who wrote me regarding Betsy DeVos's nomination. One of them was from Seattle, and she emphasized how important it is to her that our Secretary of Education be dedicated to providing a quality education to all students and strengthening our public education institutes. She strongly believes that Betsy DeVos will not be that kind of secretary. A retired teacher in Federal Way asked me to work as hard as I can to protect public education because she believes every child's right to a free and quality publication is at risk with Betsy DeVos's nomination. And many constituents expressed their disbelief that the nominee for Secretary of Education has absolutely no experience in public education. Her children never even attended a public school. One, a teacher in Bellingham, is fearful of an education secretary who doesn't truly understand what the needs of kids look like today. She asked how someone with no experience can be expected to lead our country's education system. A woman in Puyallup wrote to me saying that education is the greatest gift we can give to our children. And she thinks that confirming Betsy DeVos with her plans to weaken public education will rob so many children of that gift. Mr. President, those are just a few of the letters I'm getting. There are many more. And later this evening, I will be reading from some of those letters because they tell the story better than I do. I know some of our colleagues are wondering why this woman set off such a firestorm when her nomination came up, and why so many people are calling and writing and rallying and letting their voices heard. It's not easy to rally the public. This came from within. This came from many people in this country who understand, as so many of us do, that public education and the right to an education, free education, is critical and fundamental and a core philosophy of this country that all of us want to be successful and want to be great again. To have a Secretary of Education who doesn't agree with that, who in fact promotes the exact opposite, who has said that our public education system is a dead end, who has proposed, promoted, and paid for campaigns to take public tax dollars to send to private for-profit schools. That's not what our country was built on. It's not the foundation that our forefathers put out in front of us that said we are going to build a system unlike any other, where no matter who you are, or where you come from, or how much money you have, or what you look like, in this country, we're going to make sure you get an education, a free education, paid for by all of us, to go to school in your community and to be who you want to be. That's a dream of this country. And we will not stand by and watch a Secretary of Education and give our votes to a Secretary of Education who does not share that philosophy. Mr. President, that's why there's a firestorm. That's why parents and teachers and students and grandparents and community leaders and superintendents from across the country are writing and calling us and asking us to vote no. It's not too late. If we have one more Republican who votes no, then we will be able to say to the President, Mr. President, we reject this nominee and we ask that you send us one that will work with all of us to make sure that our public education system is a core principle of this country, is valued by this country, and is pursued by the top person in the Department of Education, our Secretary of Education. It's not too late. So with that, Mr. President, I have many more letters that I'll be reading later. I know some of our other colleagues will be over here. But again, I just ask everyone to stop and think. This is a critical nomination. It has hit a chord in our country because people do care. They want our country to be strong. They want this country to be great, and they know that our public education system is an absolutely critical part of that. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
All right, everybody. Well, I appreciate you watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and we have been streaming this since about 1 o'clock today. So they really have been hammering down the details of whether or not Betsy DeVos should be the new Secretary of Education. A lot of people don't want her to be the new Secretary of Education. They say that she sort of, she just comes from a lot of money, that she doesn't really understand what the education system needs. People on the other side say that she's a great pick, that she believes in charter schools, and so we'll see what happens. But again, they've been discussing this on the Senate floor all day and evening now. It's about 7:22 here in Phoenix, and we started streaming this at about 1 o'clock today. They never get tired over there. They've been discussing this all day. Pretty interesting stuff to watch, though, and to hear what both sides have to say about Betsy DeVos. We had Ted Cruz there earlier, Marco Rubio, so you never know who you're going to see in there. So let's keep watching. Thanks for joining me here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, you guys, well, it looks like they're taking a little bit of a break right now. They've been doing this, again, like I said, since about 1 o'clock, so I can understand if they would need maybe a sip of water for a little bit, take a seat, relax. They have been debating whether or not Betsy DeVos will make a good Secretary of Education. I want to pull up some of the most viral moments that happened during Betsy DeVos's hearing. So let me pull this up. I mean, they went in on everything that they wanted to question her about. And they do this with every hearing, not just Betsy DeVos. You know, Jeff Sessions, watching these hearings can be so, they can make you feel so anxious, because could you imagine being the person in that seat and you're getting questioned and you're getting hammered down on, and but it's part of the process. You know, they have to do this because they want to make sure that these positions are going to be filled correctly. A lot of people are against Betsy DeVos. Earlier today, we were streaming live for you a protest out of Cleveland, Ohio, where people were saying that they didn't want Betsy DeVos to be the new Secretary of Education. They were holding signs up, and they felt very strongly about this. So I do want to pull up some of the viral moments during her hearing. I'll put them in the upper right-hand corner and play, and you guys can hear them over. This one I'm about to play for you guys is Elizabeth Warren sort of goes off on why she believes that Betsy DeVos should not be Secretary of Education. So let me put this in the upper right-hand corner. This is during her hearings that I'm going to be replaying for you guys. And again, this is still live on Senate floor, so I'll keep that full screen. But let's replay some of these clips.
Mr. President.
The senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I rise today to call on my colleagues to reject the nomination of Betsy DeVos as the next Secretary of Education. It is difficult to imagine a worse choice to head the Department of Education. Betsy DeVos doesn't believe in public schools. Her only knowledge of student loans seems to come from her own financial investments connected to debt collectors who hound people struggling with student loans. And despite being a billionaire, she wants the chance to keep making money off shady investments while she runs the Department of Education. We need someone in charge of the nation's education policy who knows what they're doing and who will put America's young people first. And that is not Betsy DeVos. Let's start with her record. Betsy DeVos has used her vast fortune to undermine Michigan's public schools. She is sure she knows what's best for everyone else's children, even though she has no actual experience with public schools. In Michigan, the K-12 policies she has bankrolled have drained valuable taxpayer dollars out of the public schools and shunted that money into private schools, sketchy online schools, and for-profit charter schools. Even worse, DeVos believes these schools should get the money with virtually no accountability for what these schools do with taxpayer dollars. The results have been a disaster for Michigan kids. Let's be perfectly clear. This is not a debate about school choice. It is not a debate about charter schools. There are people on all sides of this debate who are genuinely pouring their hearts into improving educational outcomes for children. Massachusetts charter schools are among the very best in the country, and they understand the difference. Before her nomination hearing, I received an extraordinary letter from the Massachusetts Charter Public School Association. The letter outlines their opposition to Betsy DeVos's nomination, citing her destructive record of promoting.
All right, you guys, looks like they're back to talking live here, so let's pull the sound up.
Next, Secretary of Education. This is one of the most important jobs in our government. The Department of Education bears the responsibility for making sure that every child in America has the opportunity to fulfill his or her potential, which means that the Secretary of Education has an enormous amount of power to shape our nation's future. So this is not a job for amateurs. President Obama's first Secretary of Education was Arne Duncan, who had spent 7.5 years building a record of accomplishment as CEO of Chicago's public school system, previous to which he had been the director of a mentoring program and the founder of a charter school. When Secretary Duncan stepped down, he was replaced by Dr. John King, Jr., the recipient of a doctorate in education administrative practice, who had served as deputy secretary under Arne Duncan, and who had been previously the education commissioner for the state of New York. Each brought to the job a background in public education that informed their understanding of what students and parents and teachers and administrators need in order to succeed. Which brings me to Betsy DeVos. There were reasons to be skeptical about Mrs. DeVos's nomination right off the bat. As my Republican colleague, Senator Collins of Maine, put it, the mission of the Department of Education is broad, but supporting public education is at its core. Well, in Mrs. DeVos, President Trump sent us a nominee with no experience in public education. Mrs. DeVos has never been a public school superintendent, or a public school principal, or a public school teacher. She has never attended a public school. She has never sent a child to a public school. Mrs. DeVos has no formal background in education, no classroom experience, and no demonstrated commitment to supporting public education whatsoever. In fact, Mrs. DeVos has a long history of actively undermining public education. She and her family have spent millions of dollars advocating for an ideology that would steal funds from public schools in order to fund private and religious education. Let's take a moment to talk about what that means. Mrs. DeVos ran a political action committee called All Children Matter, which spent millions in campaign contributions to promote the use of taxpayer dollars for school vouchers. The argument was that these vouchers would allow low-income students to leave the public school system and attend the private or religious school of their family's choice. Mrs. DeVos has described this as school choice, claiming that it would give parents the chance to choose the best school for their children, but that's just not how it works. In reality, most school vouchers don't cover the full cost of private school tuition, nor do they cover additional expenses like transportation, school uniforms, and other supplies, which means the vouchers don't create more choices for low-income families. They simply subsidize existing choices for families who could already afford to pay for private school. And as it happens, we have a real-life test case that we can look at to determine whether Mrs. DeVos' argument holds water. Mrs. DeVos helped develop a voucher program in the state of Indiana. And guess what happened? Today, more than half of the students in the Hoosier State who receive vouchers never actually attended Indiana public schools in the first place, which means their families were already in a position to pay for private schools. Indeed, vouchers are going to families earning as much as $150,000 a year. Now, I'm sure these families appreciated the extra help, but as of 2015, nearly half of Indiana children relied on free and reduced price lunch programs. These are the kids Mrs. DeVos claimed would be helped by school vouchers. Instead, taxpayer dollars were taken away from public schools that remain the only choice for these low-income families and given to families who could already afford private school, who are already sending their kids to private school. That is the reality of school vouchers. And that's why, after Mrs. DeVos developed a similar proposal for a voucher program in Pennsylvania, and an analysis projected that, just like in Indiana, the vouchers would mostly benefit kids already enrolled in private schools, voters rejected it on multiple occasions. And yet, Mrs. DeVos and her family have continued their fight for school vouchers. In fact, she has been such a fervent advocate that her political action committee, All Children Matter, received the largest fine for violating election law in Ohio's state history, a $5.3 million fine that nearly a decade later she still hasn't paid. Now, why do this? The evidence is clear that Mrs. DeVos' voucher obsession doesn't help low-income families. Quite the contrary. It represents a serious threat to the public school system, a system that 90% of our children rely on, but that Mrs. DeVos described as a, quote, a dead end. The truth is that Mrs. DeVos's education advocacy isn't really about education at all. She described her goal as follows: to advance God's kingdom. Now, many families choose to send their children to religious schools, and many children receive an excellent education at religious schools. But it's the school's part that the Secretary of Education is supposed to focus on, and that's not the part that Mrs. DeVos and her family have put at the forefront of their advocacy. Mrs. DeVos spent a decade serving on the board of the Acton Institute, which seeks to infuse religion into public life, beginning with public education. She and her family have devoted millions to promote the Institute's work, including promoting ideas like this, quote, "We must use the doctrine of religious liberty to gain independence for Christian schools until we train up a generation of people who know that there is no religious neutrality, no neutral law, no neutral education, and no neutral civil government. Then they will get busy in constructing a Bible-based social, political, and religious order which finally denies the religious liberty of the enemies of God." Those are the words of Gary North, a Christian dominionist for whom the Acton Institute served as a forum. Of course, not everyone who believes in the potential of parochial schools shares his view, but this is the kind of stuff Mrs. DeVos and her family have spent millions and millions of dollars promoting. It's fine for someone to hold strong religious views and to advocate for those views and to spend their family fortune encouraging others to adopt them. But it's entirely fair to ask whether the mission of building a Bible-based social, political, and religious order is compatible with the mission of the Department of Education. So yes, based on Mrs. DeVos's radical ideology, I was skeptical when her nomination was sent to the Senate. But I understand that others in this body may not have shared my discomfort. Within this chamber, we have important differences when it comes to education policy, and for that matter, the appropriateness of using taxpayer funds to advance God's kingdom. And you know what? That's fine. But we all have the exact same responsibility when it comes to vetting the president's cabinet nominees. Each of us is called upon to determine not just whether we agree with the nominee's ideology, but whether that nominee is free from relevant conflicts of interest, and critically, whether the nominee is competent, whether he or she is capable of doing the job. Making that call is our job. And that's why we have the process that we have. It's why we ask to see nominees' financial information. It's why we ask them to submit written answers to questionnaires about their experience and their record. And it's why we have them come to the Senate to sit in front of committees and to answer our questions. And unfortunately, during her hearing, Mrs. DeVos proved beyond a shadow of a doubt not only that her ideology is fundamentally incompatible with the mission of the Department of Education, but that she is fundamentally incompetent to be its leader. Throughout the hearing, she was unable to answer basic questions about her views on important issues. She was unfamiliar with basic concepts of education policy. And she was unwilling to make basic commitments to continue the department's work on behalf of our most vulnerable children. Now, let me give you one example of what I mean. During my 5 minutes of questioning, I asked Mrs. DeVos to weigh in on the debate about measuring growth versus measuring proficiency. I'm going to take a few moments right now to make sure that everyone here and everyone watching at home understands what this debate is about and just how central it is to the future of education policy. The difference between the two approaches, proficiency and growth, is very easy to explain. Let's say a 5th grade teacher has a student who comes into the classroom reading at a 2nd grade level. And over the course of the school year, the teacher brings the student up to a 4th grade level. If we're measuring growth, we'd say, well, that teacher brought that student up 2 grade levels in 1 year. That teacher is a hero. If we're measuring for proficiency, we'd say, well, that student is still reading below grade level. That teacher is a failure. That's the difference between measuring growth and measuring proficiency. It took me all of, 30 seconds to explain that. But I could spend all night talking about what this debate means for students, teachers, school leaders, and our entire education system. Everyone agrees that there should be accountability in our education system, accountability for school systems, accountability for schools, accountability for classroom teachers. We want to know that we're getting results. That was the core idea behind all the standardized testing in No Child Left Behind. The problem was that No Child Left Behind set up a system in which we assess student learning by measuring proficiency and only proficiency. And as the law was implemented, all sorts of problems emerged from taking this approach. For example, teachers in Minnesota would tell me how measuring proficiency would lead to what they called a race to the middle. See, measuring proficiency only measures whether or not students are performing at grade level, at this line of proficiency, at grade level. And a teacher is measured by what percentage of her students are, or his students are above proficiency or at proficiency. And teachers did not get credit for helping kids who were already well above grade level to perform better. And they didn't get credit for helping kids who are way below grade level start to catch up. So we had this race to the middle because it's a yes or no question. Did this student achieve proficiency or not. And a teacher's entire career could depend on how many of his or her students met that arbitrary goal. So under this system, Mr. President, understand this, please. A teacher had a strong incentive to ignore all the students at the top who were already going to meet proficiency. No matter what you did to that kid was going to beat proficiency in the No Child Left Behind test at the end of the year. And an incentive to ignore all the kids at the bottom. Because no matter what you did, that kid would not reach, that student wouldn't reach proficiency. The only thing, or one of the only things I liked about No Child Left Behind was the name. And we were leaving behind the kids at the top and the kids at the bottom because of proficiency, the insistence on proficiency. I can't overstate how central this issue is to education. And I can't tell you how important it is to educators across America. If you talk to any state education secretary, any district superintendent, any local school board member, any principal, any classroom teacher, and heck, parents, they will have an opinion on measuring growth versus measuring proficiency. So when Mrs. DeVos came before the Help Committee, I asked her opinion on this very basic, this extremely basic, extremely important question. And she had no idea what I was talking about. Let me be clear. She wasn't reluctant to declare her opinion. She wasn't trying to strike a middle ground. She did not know what I was talking about. We would not accept a Secretary of Defense who couldn't name the branches of the military. We wouldn't accept a Secretary of State who couldn't identify Europe on a map. We wouldn't accept a Treasury Secretary who doesn't understand multiplication. In fact, in nearly any circumstances, if a candidate for a job is asked a question that basic and that important and simply whiffs on it the way that Mrs. DeVos did, there's no second question. Just a thank you for your time, we'll let you know, and will you please send in the next candidate. You know, earlier this year, the University of Minnesota hired a new head football coach. I wasn't there for the interview, but imagine if the first question a candidate for the football coach of your university was as follows. How many yards does it take to get a first down? And imagine if the candidate answers as follows. Thank you for your question, Mr. Athletic Director. I can pledge with you that I will work very hard to get as many first downs as possible, to make sure we hope leading to touchdowns. That wasn't the question. The question was, how many yards does it take to get a first down? Well, thank you again for the question. I can tell you this, I will look forward to working with you to prevent the other team from getting first downs also. Understand, that's how basic my question to Mrs. DeVos was, and that's how shocking it was that she simply didn't know enough about education policy to answer it. This inexplicable failure alone was enough for me to conclude that Mrs. DeVos lacked the knowledge and understanding that should be a bare minimum for anyone seeking the position, but the entire hearing was a showcase for her lack of qualifications. If any of my colleagues didn't have a chance to watch it, haven't had a chance to watch, Mr. President, I would urge you and anyone who hasn't had, any of my colleagues who hasn't had a chance to watch it, I urge you to do so before casting a vote for this nominee. It was one of the most embarrassing scenes I've witnessed during my time in the United States Senate. In fact, I believe it may have been one of the most embarrassing performances by a nominee in the history of the United States Senate. Asked about the right of children with disabilities to get a quality public education, she didn't know that this right is protected by a federal law, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Asked about guns in schools, she suggested that maybe schools should be kept on hand in case grizzly bears attack. This was in answer to a question from Senator Murphy, who in Congress represented Sandy Hook, who as a senator represents those parents. That was her answer to him. Asked about whether she would hold private and parochial schools that get taxpayer funding to the same standard of accountability as public schools, she couldn't or wouldn't say. Asked about a family foundation that has donated millions of dollars to an organization promoting conversion therapy for LGBT youth, she claimed she had no involvement, which is ridiculous, even if Mrs. DeVos's own role as vice president of that foundation was a 13-year clerical error, as she now claims. She herself has donated approximately $75,000 to support that anti-LGBT organization's work. Now understand, none of these were difficult questions. None of these were gotchas. And all of these failures took place during a single 5-minute per senator round of questioning. Because after that first round, the hearing was cut off and our chairman refused to allow any further questioning. By the way, I'd like to say a word about that move to cut off questioning. I have great respect for the chairman of the Help Committee, Lamar Alexander. We worked together, and he worked with Patty together on the reauthorization of No Child Left Behind, changing it to ESSA, the Every Student Succeeds Act. I respect the chairman tremendously. But his decision to end that hearing was wrong, and his rationale was simply false. Our chairman insisted that Because both Secretary Duncan and Secretary King had been subject to only a single round of questions, there was a precedent to deny the minority a second round of questioning of Mrs. DeVos. That simply isn't so. First of all, as I discussed earlier, both Arnie Duncan and John King were experienced education professionals with long records of public service. Even if Republican members had occasion to disagree with them on policy matters, there was no question that their backgrounds had prepared them for the job of Secretary of Education. And that's the bigger point here. There were no further questions. In both cases, committee members weren't denied the opportunity for a second round of questioning. They simply chose not to engage in one. Indeed, when I asked the Congressional Research Service, they confirmed that those hearings did not establish the precedent that our chairman claimed. Instead of allowing us to question Mrs. DeVos further, the chairman invited us to submit additional questions in writing, presumably so that she'd get some help from her Trump administration handlers in answering them. Even so, her written responses only served to further expose her own lack of understanding of how education policy affects Americans. For example, I asked Mrs. DeVos in writing about the effect of trauma and adverse childhood experiences on education. This is a subject I've been interested in for a long time. A lot of kids in our country live in extreme poverty. Some may have a parent in prison or a parent who has passed away. These kids may also experience physical abuse or emotional abuse or neglect. There may be some drug or alcohol abuse taking place in the house. Some have witnessed domestic violence in their homes or street violence in their neighborhoods. Some have seen siblings shot and killed right in front of them. Decades of research have shown that the trauma that comes from such adverse childhood experiences actually changes a child's brain chemistry and affects their behavioral development, their mental and physical health, and their chances to succeed in society, in school, and in society long term. But research has also shown that these challenges can be overcome, and that the kids who do overcome them are the most resilient kids you've ever met. Our public education system was designed to give these kids a shot. But teachers and administrators often lack the resources they need to give these children the chance that they deserve. And because Mrs. DeVos's crusade for school vouchers would further rob our public schools of these limited funds, I wanted to know her thoughts on this important issue.
All right, you guys, we're going to cut out of that for a little bit. They've been going all day since like 1 o'clock, but I have up here with me Fox 10 anchor Dave Muncy, weatherman, talent here. Someone in the chat actually said, get Dave up here. So great to have you. And I do have your weather board up if you wanted to
okay, we do have some weather
too
to talk about here. Just kind of show you the current conditions out there. You can see a little cold front moving in from the west. We have the high pressure. That high pressure has been in place through the weekend, kind of protecting us down here and doing a pretty good job at it. We will give you a look at some of the moisture that's coming through the state at this time. You can see a little bit of snow up in Belmont, Flagstaff. As it comes through, just a little shot. And then some freezing rain with that, a little bit of rain as well. Kind of back off a little bit, get a look at the eastern mountains. Not a lot going on there. You can see a little bit of that moisture finds its way over there. Now we'll take a look at the valley and just kind of see not much going on in the valley. Let's run up to the northwest. That's where all of the heavy stuff is. Now Seattle has had more snow this weekend than they've had since 1990. And that was 2 inches. And they're still getting snow, so they're going to have a pretty good snowstorm up in the Seattle area. Glacier National Park over the weekend picked up 50 inches of snow.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on up in Montana, up in the Northwest, up in Washington State. And now we get another look at our state, and we're going to put the Futurecast into motion. You can see a little bit of moisture up by Flagstaff tomorrow evening. And then we put it in motion again. Not a lot going on. That high pressure working to keep that moisture out of here. We saw that shot earlier up in the northwest and how much moisture there was with it. And that high pressure just kind of keeps it out of here. And if you're worried about what the weather's going to be like, worry not. Not only is it warming nicely, but that is a mixed bag of numbers, 60s, 70s, and 80s in a 3-day period. So off we go. Yeah, that's those are some nice looking temperatures. That's some nice looking weather that we're going to have in here. We do have a little cloud cover and some moisture that's found its way in over the last day or so as that high has weakened somewhat. But it will re-strengthen and we will find ourselves, well, at least for a couple of days, we'll be back into the 80s. And then it'll be back to the 70s after that. We don't want to get into the 80s and stay there. A couple of days here and there.
Right.
Not bad, but...
yeah, I mean, even over the weekend at the Phoenix Open, it was in the high 70s, and I was sweating, and I shouldn't have worn a jacket. It was definitely hotter than I thought it was going to be.
Well, no, you should have a jacket, and the reason for that is you should dress in layers at this time of year, because as nice as it is in the daytime out at the Phoenix Open, it's a little chilly at night. It still gets cold, yeah. Yeah, it gets cold at night. And no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, if you're out running around going to dinner, you go out and sit on a patio somewhere, you're enjoying yourself, and then all of a sudden you're chilly. So that's not any fun. So you want to have a little sweater, a little jacket along with you.
When I was getting ready, I went outside. I was like, I need a jacket because it was still morning, still shady.
Mm-hmm.
But during the day, it was hot.
Yeah, it does. Well, I don't know if I would use the word hot. Not yet.
What
Not
would you
here.
use? Warm?
Very nice. Maybe a little warm.
Oh my gosh.
I would even, I mean, it was only 76 degrees, so.
It's just the beginning.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's a beautiful day. I don't know that I would even use warm. I think mild would be the word I would use for that, for 76. But if you had your coat on and you're out in the middle of that crowd out there.
Yeah.
I think there were 58,000, 55,000 on Sunday. Was that Sunday you were there?
So many people. I went there on Saturday.
Oh, Saturday, 204,000.
Yeah.
So you were in a big crowd.
It felt like a mistake.
You were out there on a record day.
I mean,
you know, I love it when I get there. It's getting in and out.
It was so beautiful.
Yeah. It is.
It's definitely getting in and out. And the golf, of course, is great. It's
and
just
I'm
dealing
a people
with so
watcher.
many people. Yeah.
I could watch people. I just need a little corner where nobody knows where I'm at.
Yeah.
And I just peer out and watch it. And there, I mean, the Phoenix Open is such a diverse crowd.
It is such a diverse crowd.
It's everybody.
It's really young people, and then the older people, fancy people, people that have the nice sky boxes.
Hey, and there's high heels. There's jewelry. I've yet to see a suit.
I saw a bunch of guys wearing
suits. Did you see suits? I don't know that I've seen a suit out there. I can't recall that I've seen. I imagine you would, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I did see a lot of guys in suits. It sort of felt like Greek life or something. It just felt like sororities and fraternities, just huge groups of young guys and girls all dressed up. It looked like they were all going to a date party or something. I mean, it was quite an event.
And there's a lot of stuff to look at, a lot of stuff to buy out there that you don't normally see. A lot of it is related to golf, but not all of it. There are some little goofy things out there. And the food. There's food.
I didn't get to try the food.
Well, you know, the thing about being in the media when you're out there, if you have a media pass, and we don't all get them.
Right.
But when you do get them, and they used to send me 5 or 6 of them.
Really?
For the whole weather department.
Should have asked
want
him
all
for
those.
one.
Well,
I bought my ticket.
They don't anymore, though. It's years ago they used to do that. And they don't anymore. Yeah, I'm not as when it was a smaller tournament, they wanted as many people as they could get out there.
Now they have too many.
Yeah, now they have too many for sure. But yeah, when you have the media pass, then there are rooms full of food that are available
that's what
to
I'm
you.
about.
Yeah,
A room full of food.
And it's fun. I mean, and it's stadium food. I mean, you go down there, big tables of it, but
hot
there,
dogs.
yeah, food. There's food there, stuff like that. So it's a lot of fun. But there are all kinds of interesting food that you can buy when you walk around the golf tournament as well. A lot of ice creams. A lot of different things like that. A lot of treats. A lot of sugar items.
Love it.
Yeah,
Love
it's
it.
all
People
there.
were definitely drinking a lot, that's for sure. You got to be careful when you're out in that heat. You have to drink water as well. You can't just be drinking beer all day and getting dehydrated.
Well, I grew up on a golf course.
Oh yeah, you were caddy.
I was a caddy, and my dad ran the golf course in our hometown, and so my real life at the golf course, I was a caddy a lot, but my real life started when I was about 12 or 13, and my dad was running the Elks Club, and he was running the golf club as well. And so we had the Elks tournament, the Elks golf tournament was at the club. And my brother Mike and I, we were bartenders on the 7th hole.
Oh, God.
I was 12, he was 13.
You can make good money doing that.
Well, we made good money, but we also we were hanging with the adults. We were telling jokes back and forth and hanging with these guys on the 7th hole, so we had a pretty good time. We went back to school, and we spent the whole summer out there. We had a little concession, and it had beer and wine and liquor and
at 12
food.
you can serve, I guess.
Well, it was a little different situation back then. You know, it
wasn't
out,
as big of a deal.
Yeah, it was out in the country. My dad owned the place.
Awesome.
And
well, that makes sense.
We went back to school one summer, and we had a "What did you do this summer?" essay to write. And so, I wrote, and I remember the teacher going, "You were a bartender?"
Like, what? It's
You're 12.
Complicated. My dad owns the place.
Yeah, and so things were a little different back then.
Yeah.
And so it was a lot of fun. Like I said, my dad ran the Elks Club as well, and that was my job when I got my driver's license early. In a farm area, you can get a driver's license. I got my driver's license when I was 13.
Are you kidding?
Well, you have a work permit. It's called a work permit, and it's
just
mostly
above the law. This
well,
guy.
no, it was legal. The idea was that you worked on a farm and you had to drive farm equipment, or you had to drive the pickup truck into town and stuff like that.
Sure.
I lived in the city. And my dad got me a work license so I could drive people home from the Elks Club.
That's
when
awesome.
they had too much to drink.
So you could serve and drive at the age of 13.
Yeah, that was kind of the serving was a summer job out on the country club. It was in the golf course. It wasn't in a bar or anything like that. It was out in the open. But yeah, I was really the busboy there. And then at closing time, I would give anybody that couldn't drive a ride home.
At 13.
I started that at about 13, maybe 14, because I was actually doing some other stuff for my dad, driving at that point. But at 14, 15, 16, I was driving. It was interesting because one of them was the principal of my high school.
And he was too drunk to drive?
He was always.
And you took him home?
Yeah, I would take him home all the time. And I had a free pass on a lot of things.
Oh, yeah.
Like I would go to detention, and then he'd come into detention after I'd been there for a few minutes, and he would go, "Come on with me." And then he'd
let you go?
Okay, get out of here.
That is awesome.
And I'd say, "See you tonight."
Thanks for the ride. See you later.
Yeah. And one guy was a car distributor. He had a distributorship of a certain kind of vehicle in our hometown, and he always would say to me, so for prom, whenever I had a date, I'd call him and say, "Hey, can I get a new Impala tonight?"
Are you kidding?
Yeah, he'd say, "Come on over to the lot." So I'd go over and pick up a car. I know, and I never told my dad. My dad, I would always say, "Don't tell my dad about this."
Why would your dad not like that?
Oh, my dad would not like that at all. No, I was getting a brand new vehicle off of a car lot.
Can I get that new
at
Porsche?
14, yeah.
That is amazing.
To drive
You think you're from a
my
small
friends
town
around.
too, right? So everyone kind of knows each other.
Everybody kind of knew that I had a new car every weekend, and I'd be out buzzing around. And they didn't know my relationship with the principal because it was a hush-hush.
Sure.
That was my hush-hush job. So I never told anybody about it, but everybody knew there was a connection.
Yeah.
There was some
Why does
kind
he
of,
always get pulled
yeah,
out of
there was
detention?
some kind of a connection going on there.
That is so
But
amazing.
that was the real fun part of my life was when I was working for my dad
Yeah.
and getting to know all these guys who couldn't hold their liquor.
Right. Oh, that's so fun. And you kind of
Yeah.
probably got used to it as time went on. You're like, okay, I know that one drinks a little too much. He'll definitely need a ride later. And that one,
we
he'll
knew
be fine.
we knew who they. Oh, we knew every. I mean, my dad knew. The bartenders knew.
Yeah.
I'd get a call. I'd be working in the kitchen, and I'd get a call saying, "We're going to need you in about 10 minutes here." You know,
That is amazing.
yeah, it was kind of a neat
I think
deal.
it'd be fun to work on a golf course. You know, it's like beautiful scenery. You get to ride around the golf cart and watch
Well,
a great sport.
We had my wife and I had a friend that was a daughter of a very close friend of ours, and she had graduated college, and she was living out here, and we were trying to encourage her as best we could, not being her parents,
Yeah.
to get into the work world
Sure.
and get a job. But she drove a golf cart with a concession stand at one of the Scottsdale country clubs.
Okay.
She couldn't give that job up. It was just too much money, too much cash money.
Oh, she didn't want to kind of go into like the corporate world. She wanted
Yeah,
to stay.
she didn't want to get in that corporate world and get a check every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
She said every day
gets
I
tons of
have
tips.
money in my pocket
Yeah.
from that job. And it was she finally did do that.
Yeah.
She's in a jewelry store now.
That's hard to give up.
Well, I mean, yeah, it was a lot of money, and it was all cash, and it was daily. It was instantaneous. It wasn't something she waited for.
Yeah.
So yeah, golf courses. It was fun, but we kept saying you're going to do a lot more on the 2 weekly check
Right.
than you're going to do out here. And she finally made that move, but it was very difficult. In fact, she made the move and went back. Made the move and went back.
Oh, really?
Well,
So it took
yeah,
a while.
Yeah, I mean, she would go and she'd be waiting for this check to come in, going, if I was out on the golf course right now, I'd have a pocket full of
Yeah,
change.
it's hard when you have that physical cash in your hand. My dad
Mhm.
was a bar manager for years until, he kind of moved into sales, but that took a while for him too. You have cash
Mhm.
in your hand every night, and
Absolutely.
it's fun too. You
Yep.
get to hang out with friends. It's not as serious as going into like a corporate job, but eventually it's something you.
So we have something in common with our parents, I guess, huh? Your
Yeah.
dad was
Yeah, so he stopped doing that, I guess, right before my mom and him had kids. And then he wanted to go into sales, but he didn't know how. So his friend said, just start selling anything. So he started with liquor and wine sales.
There
So
you
he
go.
started selling liquor and wine since he had that experience being a bar manager. And then it moved into funeral insurance, which is what he does
There you
now.
go, there
So
you
he's
go.
a funeral guy. So every time we pass a funeral home, he's always like, "Oh, great funeral home, great place." He has everything to say about these funeral homes. So I know a lot about the funeral business, which is weird, but yeah. So we kind of have a similar background, and
I
he
always
knows the
wondered-
way it should work when we go out to restaurants and stuff.
I always wondered what the first guy that sold insurance, how did that go? In other words, the first guy that sold insurance went up to somebody and said, okay, this is the way the deal is. Every month, you're going to write me a check.
Yeah.
And then when you die, I'm going to write you a check.
Isn't that weird how that works?
I know. But
It's
if
so
you-
weird how
yeah.
it works that way. And what does my dad always say with the funeral insurance? I forget what he says, but yeah, he said that selling, I think life insurance is really hard to sell. So he said once you get past, trying to sell life insurance, you can move on to other things. He said copiers are one of the hardest things to
Oh,
sell.
really?
Copier sales.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll be darned.
So if you can make it past copier sales, then you
That's
can sell
interesting.
anything. Because I know a lot of friends in the medical sales business that had to sell copiers first to prove that they could make it in the medical sales business. 'Cause
Really?
It's so hard to get a job in medical sales because it's like the best job apparently.
Now, why do you suppose that is? Is it because they're made so well and they last so long that when you have one, there's
It's
no
investment.
repeat sale?
Probably, and it's I think
It's
that
a big
companies stick
investment.
with the brand that they're used to for
Yeah.
a while, and then you have to try and sell them on a new
Selling
copier. And
copiers,
you
wow.
can't physically bring it in with you either, so you don't really
Yeah,
have
yeah.
so that can be hard. And I know a friend that said, "Oh yeah, I sold copiers for a while, and that's finally got me the opportunity to get into medical sales, which is what he really wanted to do." But
Really?
isn't that strange?
Well, you learn something every day. I had
know.
no idea. I mean, if somebody would say to me, "What's the toughest thing to sell?" I don't
Copiers.
know. Yeah, copiers. Now
Copiers
I
can
know.
be pretty hard. At least that's what I'm told. But medical sales, I heard, is a really cool sales job where you basically get to go into surgeries, even though you're not a doctor, because you get to be in there and talk about
There you
whatever
go.
medical equipment you sold them. But
By the way, speaking of
yeah,
equipment,
speaking of devices,
I have something here.
we were talking last
Are we
week.
going to be able to see this?
Yeah, lift it up to the camera there.
Okay.
What do you guys think that is? That is exactly what Dave and I were talking about last week. That sucks up scorpions and electrocutes them
It's
until
called
they
a
can
bug,
no longer breathe.
A bug vacuum. That's what it's called. Okay, so you've seen the whole thing. Now,
Oh my gosh.
this is the top. This is the part you put over the bug. And then you see how it gets sucked into that tube right there.
Uh-huh.
You put that right over the top of it. And then this is at the end of the tube. See, that is that electrical shock I was telling you about. That's, okay, so what I'm going to do now is pull that back and go back to this one. And that electrical thing is right
At the
down
bottom?
here, right at the bottom there that I was showing you. In fact, let's see if we can do that.
Zoom in.
Wrong way. Yeah, I'll pop a picture up here that I don't want on the air. Although I don't have any pictures in there that I don't want on the air. So, but here it is right here again.
Oh, gosh.
And that's where the bug goes. The bug goes right down that tube and ends up on that little electrical grid right there.
But you know what? When you see something as gross as something like this, you guys, a scorpion,
Mm-hmm.
I mean...
And that's the whole thing right there. That's what the whole thing. And
so
that's
it
the
sucks
charger.
it up, and then it
That's the
electrocutes
charger
it.
on it too.
So
Yeah,
and
I
then
hope my wife doesn't see this because I have it on the kitchen counter. She's probably not
People
gonna
are gonna be like,
"You
"What
have
does that
that
do?
bug
They
thing
eat
on the
there."
kitchen counter?"
but so when it electrocutes it, does it sort of, what happens to the shape of the, I mean, does it sort of just crumple up and then you throw it in the trash?
It's
or like,
still there.
Oh, God.
It's still there.
Pulling up some pictures here of these gross
Doesn't
little fellas that we get to see here in Arizona. Look at that.
There
Now,
you go.
Like you said, it does blend in.
Yeah, they do blend in until you put the white light on them, or the black light on them, and then when you hit the black light on them, they turn an eerie green color.
So I'm so glad there's a machine like that you said you have that just sucks it up and then electrocutes it. Because you know when you get so afraid of a bug, you just, you don't get violent with it per se, but you know when people hit their shoe on it, and it's like you're doing it out of fear. You know, you hit it once, it's probably dead, but you keep hitting it because you're like, oh my God.
Not with a scorpion. It takes forever to kill a scorpion. They're pretty tough.
So
They're
that's probably
pretty
why they
tough.
have a machine like that
Yeah.
that electrocutes. What does it look like when you electrocute it or
Well,
shock
it just looks like that, only it doesn't have its tail up.
But like, does it like?
No.
Is it like shaking and making a noise? Like,
no.
help me.
There's no show. There's no
Oh,
show.
oh.
Yeah, it's pretty much. Pretty
so
much.
dramatic.
Oh, yeah. there's not much going
Remember
on.
that movie, that old movie, The Fly?
Oh yeah.
And he was a person, but he had become a fly, and he's
Mhm.
like, help me. That's what I always think about when I see bugs. That was like one of my favorite movies.
Then you squish them.
Yeah,
Could
and
be
then you
that
squish it
guy.
and you're like, no. And it's
Oh
like,
my
oh, it's
God,
a
it was that
person.
guy.
I never knew. Oh my gosh,
The
these
bug
things
guy.
look so bad though. Like, look at that. It's almost as big as a quarter.
Now the thing is that you have to remember about scorpions, or at least what I've known about them, or what I think about them, is I'm told that the big ones, it's scary enough, but it's the little ones that are really the most powerful ones.
Why is that? You
I don't know. Maybe they have their venom is more concentrated, or they're younger, or
They're
I
brand
don't
new
know.
to the
Yeah,
field.
I don't know, but I've been told that it's a big one is scary. They're scary. If you get bit by one, their bite is not as bad as
Maybe 'cause, yeah,
getting
they're
bit by
older.
an
The venom's not as fresh.
venom, I guess.
Yeah,
Picking
Twinkie
on
in the
you're
chat
picking
saying,
on the old scorpions.
sorry guys, you're older now. Your venom is no
You're
good
right.
anymore here. Yeah, people in the chat are saying, yeah, scorpions are super gross. Twinkie saying earlier that, yeah, scorpions are really creepy. And again, I said house centipedes are what scare me, even though they're harmless. Look at that, though. I mean, what is that? That's just nasty.
Mhm.
That's not okay. Is that? I don't even know what that is.
That looks like babies.
Oh, could you imagine, Dave, if you saw
Mhm.
that in your house?
Yeah.
Thank God you have that machine.
Yeah. No, we like the machine. The machine helps out quite a bit. Yeah.
But what do you do with tarantulas? I mean, you can't put them in that.
God,
'cause
I've
it's
never
too
had a
big.
tarantula. What is this thing with tarantulas? that
Well,
you
I
have?
thought that was like another bug
No.
that's common out
Never.
here, right?
I
no?
have never seen a tarantula.
So we don't get tarantulas out
Well,
here?
I mean, somebody may see them now and then, but
Okay,
I have never seen a tarantula.
So scorpions are common, but tarantulas, because I've never seen one.
Yeah,
I
scorpions are
would
very
die.
common. Scorpions are more common if they do construction work in your neighborhood, for instance. If they build a house down the block from you, expect scorpions because they all will get out of that dirt that they're digging in and try to get somewhere else.
See, we had a problem with stink bugs in Ohio. Did you guys have that here at all?
The what now?
Stink bugs. We had stink
I'm not
bugs.
familiar with a stink bug.
I don't know how it got started, but it was such a common thing in Ohio. I mean, they're all over people's houses. This is what a stink bug looks like.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
And they're harmful. They're like sloths, basically, the sloth version of a bug. They move really slow. I pick them up and just take them outside if I see one.
You actually pick them up then, see? So you're not that afraid of them.
Well, because it's just like, I mean, it's harmless, but they're called stink bugs because if you step on them or crush them, they let out this terrible smell.
So picking them up, you don't get the smell.
Yeah, so you just kind of like let it out free. You don't want too much karma on your hands. Only kill the bugs that are going to threaten your life, like the scorpions that bit you in the chest. That should be put to death, I think. Don't you?
Well, I did.
I mean, and your wife's so scared she'll call you when you're not home to take care of it. So
I got up and found that one and zapped him.
See, that's what a cat is great for. I'm sure your cat was great with that, with catching bugs.
Well, yeah, we had less bugs around. We had a cat. We had a cat for 19 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, she lived to be 19.
That's old. That's
yeah.
good.
Oh, yeah,
That's
that
an
was
old
great.
Cat.
Yeah, no.
I didn't want to say it in a mean way. That's a good thing.
We were planning a 20th birthday for her, and we lost her when she was 19. Yeah. And that's not an unusual thing to lose a cat that's 19 years old, but. Yeah, she went on and on and on. And she was gray, so we never really saw her age because she was a gray cat anyway.
Yeah.
So she was always
beautiful,
a tiny
Siamese,
little cat.
right?
Yeah, she was a Siamese tabby mix.
So pretty.
And talked a lot, just meowed all the time. But yeah, I imagine that she kept the bug population down because she was an indoor-outdoor cat, which meant she was as comfortable outdoors as she was indoors.
Yeah. Did she ever bring any treats inside? Like my cat would
She
always
did.
bring in dead mice.
Yeah, no, she didn't bring any. She would bring in live birds, and turn them loose in the house. Yeah, one incident, I heard her meowing. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I heard her meowing. So I got out of bed, and I let her in the back door. And as she came in the back door, she opened her mouth, and a bird flew out, started flying around the house. And so there I was with a bag at 3 o'clock in the morning, running around naked trying to catch a bird. Hey, there it is.
Oh my gosh, I got to get up in a few hours. Like, come on.
Yeah, it was crazy. My wife goes, "What are you doing out there? There's a bird in the house."
I wonder if she knew that she hadn't killed it yet, or if she did it on purpose to sort of bring it in and then
I kind of thought she was showing it off.
Showing
I think,
it off.
Hey, look what I got.
Yeah.
That's what I mean, I got that feeling that she wanted to show it to me.
I think that's what cats do. I think they're proud of themselves and they bring to their owner whatever thing they caught.
Well, I was thinking, what was she doing with it when she was meowing? Did she like take it out and put her foot on it? Or?
I bet she did.
Yeah.
Cats are so smart like that.
Because she was meowing out there, and I thought,
like, what's going on?
Yeah, she didn't have it in her mouth at that point. So, but yeah, she would bring just birds. That's the only thing she ever brought in.
Just live birds.
Always
though.
live. Always
That's so
live.
funny.
Yeah, and just let them go.
So you said though, I wanna bring this up. You said you were planning a birthday for your cat. So how does a birthday party go for a cat? I want to know.
Well,
everyone plans parties for their
Yeah,
pets.
we didn't get to do it, but we had all of our friends. Everybody knew Taxi. That was our cat. And all of our friends knew Taxi. They all knew that she was getting old, and so we said, okay, let's have a 20th birthday.
That's
So we were
sweet.
kind of figuring where we were going to have it and what we were going to do, and what we were going to feed her and stuff like that. We couldn't bring, like people couldn't bring their cats because she didn't get along. She's very, very territorial about her
So that would be a terrible birthday for her.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been good at all. We didn't know what we were going to do, but we had been talking about it, saying, well, we're going to do something. We didn't know what. And but we lost her before we could do that. So
I love the name Taxi.
yeah, Taxi Cab. She was a good one. She was my little friend.
That's so cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, cats can be really loyal. They're easy to take care of because they do their own thing. I mean, I'm a dog person. I love dogs, but sometimes it's easy when you have a cat. And she probably didn't shed, did she?
Yeah, she did.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, she did.
So Siamese, I didn't know Siamese shed.
She shed, and the dog shed. At that time we had a dog that shed, and what we did was we just put in carpeting that best matched both of them.
That's smart. See, there you go, Mom.
And just let it
at
be.
home. See, my mom won't get another golden because she doesn't like the shedding.
We always had Goldens, and we
so
finally ended up getting the Golden Doodle because we were just so tired of the shedding.
Now, what's the major differences between, because I'm thinking about getting one, and I want to know, like, what's the major difference between the doodle and the golden in terms of personality?
Yeah, I'm not an expert on those animals. I have had a few of them. The golden doodle is the sweetest dog in the world.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. And the poodle is probably one of the smartest dogs in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So when you mix that sweetness and intelligence together, I have a feeling that no matter what you mix in with a poodle, the poodle takes over.
Right,
The
but that
poodle is
worries
dominant.
me sometimes because poodles can be, very dominant, very.
Yeah, they're very dominant. But
sweet too, though.
I haven't met a golden doodle that I haven't thought was just as sweet as it could be.
Yeah.
You know, so they bring in that trait, and then in our litter there were 3, I believe they called them woolly bullies, and a woolly bully is a golden doodle that won't shed. It means they have hair, they don't have fur. And so in that litter, though, there were different kinds, some that did shed and some that didn't shed.
Yeah.
And we wanted the non-shedder. Now, we do get a little hair off of her, not much, but it's her ears and her tail.
That's not
They're
bad.
kind of straight, as the rest of her is really, really curly.
Yeah.
So that's not bad, but no. Compared to, I mean,
regular
she's
golden?
she's the first dog that we let up on the bed, first dog we let up on the couch and the chairs, and you know, she hops up there and lays beside us and things like that, which we never allowed.
I mean, they're just the cutest
Isn't
puppies.
That cute. This one right here would most resemble.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the light colored ones.
Yeah,
They're
that would
cute.
most resemble Maya. And that's a little short for Maya, but aren't they cute? Yeah. Show this one here. That's what she looked like when she
This
was
one?
a pup.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
she had
so
that golden. She was
adorable.
very golden.
See, I wanted to get a mini golden doodle, but those are like impossible
Try
to
this
find.
little guy here. Yeah. See.
That looks like a regular.
That's very like her. That's very much what she looked like. In fact, she looked so much like this that we really thought we were going to get a golden look.
Oh,
out
so
of
that's
her.
how she started out? Didn't
Yeah,
even really
she
look like a
started
doodle?
like a little golden poodle. Yeah.
Oh, that's so
golden,
cute.
Golden.
Yeah, because some get
retriever.
more of a mix than others. You know, some
Yeah.
look more like the poodle and others look more like the golden.
Here, show this guy here. Look at that.
Oh, look at that. They have a lot of energy. The ones
Look
I've
at
met are
that.
so full of energy.
Yeah, I know. I just love my doodle to death. And people that I meet that have them, they just love them too. And there's all kinds of them. There are labradoodles, there are golden doodles, and then they mix. I mean, almost everything gets mixed with a poodle. They have all kinds of little breeds that they put. That's a cute one.
That's
there.
a cute one. See, yeah, I've been looking for the golden doodle mini, which is like a hyper breed. They're hard to find. So I'll
I
have
know
to pick
that they
your
out
brain
there.
on-
If you go online, you find them.
Yeah.
We looked at the minis. We looked at the smaller dogs, but I like a
big
little
one.
bigger one. Now
Yeah.
Maya's not that big. She's about 55 pounds.
Okay.
She looks much bigger because all of that fur. And,
Right.
and when when they come out of the pool, they look just as skinny as they can be, and then when they dry, they fill out again. Isn't that just the cutest face
Is
you've
that
ever seen?
is this
Oh,
like
my
yours? Like, does it have legs this long?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Maya's
that's
got the
great.
real long legs, and she can look like this one here.
Mm-hmm.
It just depends upon how you cut them.
Oh, they're just so adorable. They're great.
Yeah,
I want one,
they're
but
cute.
they're really hard to find. I mean, I've been looking all over, and just that to get a mix and to get it mini is really hard. And it's expensive. It's worth it, but it's just hard to find that version, because
Look at this one.
everyone
Pop
wants
that one
one.
up. Oh, isn't that cute?
Oh, this one?
That's cute. Oh my.
Can they look like
goodness.
that? Wow.
I guess so. There's one
Look
that
at
looks
that,
like that.
yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, they're
That's
just so
interesting. What an
cute.
interesting look. Oh, look at that. Oh,
Yeah,
my
I feel like I like the light colored ones, but the brown ones aren't bad. Like, this is cute. I like that. They look like teddy bears, but they're so sought after. They're like a very popular dog to get. Everyone wants a golden doodle. Apparently, it's like the trendy thing to do.
Well,
too
I
now.
think so. I don't. Not everybody. I mean, when I see people with certain breeds of dogs, I always go, "Wow, how do you?
Why
where
did
did
you
you
do
come
that?"
up with that?" But that to them, they look at me with my golden doodle and go, "How'd you come up with that?" So,
And isn't it weird how some people look like their dogs? Like some people,
Yeah.
like I'll see a woman with like really bushy hair and then her dog looks exactly the same. It's kind of funny.
Yeah,
How we
yeah.
sort of are our dogs. Like we kind of model ourselves after them. But
There you
what are you
go.
guys saying in the chat? Do you guys like golden doodles? Let's see. Trying to get some comments from you guys. Yeah, doodle. Yeah, doodles are great.
A doodle doodle.
Yeah, Goo in the chat saying I love my doodle too.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying, Twiggy saying never heard of a mini golden doodle, never saw one either. Well, it's just like a golden doodle, but it never gets big, basically.
I've seen a couple of them. I haven't seen too many of them. We investigated them when we were buying our dog. We took a look at them.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, I like a little bigger, just a little bigger dog.
Yeah. Yeah, they're cute.
Yep, they are. They're just adorable. Hard to. Oh, there's another one.
Look at just one
Yeah,
more
I
before
could
you
look at
go.
them. I could look at them all night.
These are, oh, you guys, that looks like literally a stuffed animal.
Look at this one. It's got attitude. This one's got some.
This one's
look
got
at
some
it. Yeah.
attitude.
Little attitude.
So
Hey.
this is that French poodle
Yeah.
that's got that attitude.
He's going. Are you on my block?
Yeah. Oh, they're so cute.
All right.
I appreciate
Well,
you coming up here with
you
me,
bet.
showing that great machine you can use to get scorpions.
There you go.
Pretty great.
They'll sell out, I'm sure, tonight. Huh?
I know. Oh, yeah, what was the name of it anyway? It's called
It's called a bug vacuum.
a bug vacuum, you guys, in case you want one for your tarantulas.
There you go.
All right, Dave.
Bye.
Thank you so
Thanks
much.
for
Have a
having
good
me.
show.
Okay, guys.
All right, you guys. Well, we are still live here on the Fox News Now stream, talking about all things here: bugs, dogs, weather. It's a crazy show. But that is the beauty of internet streaming. You never know what you're going to get. Looks like you guys, I like golden doodles. I mean, what kind of dogs do you guys have? Let me know in the chat. Oliver's saying he owns a doodle puppy. Yeah, that's great. So pretty. Well, they're still on the Senate floor right now. They're still debating whether or not Betsy DeVos will be a good pick for Secretary of Education. So let's take you back to that and see what they are saying, you guys. We've been streaming this since 1 o'clock. They are not giving up. Let's pull up the volume here and see what they have to say.
It has been reported that Mr. Wizenga said that his involvement with charter schools was due to realizing that, and I quote here, privatizing public education was not only practical, but also desperately needed. So again, to step back out from the letter, here is somebody who is in the for-profit charter school business, whose charter schools are more than half of the troubled charter schools reviewed by the Michigan Department of Education, and who wants to privatize public education, and he's linked with her through the dark money operation. And we don't know anything about the dark money side. David L. Brennan, back to the letter now. Brennan donated a total of $200,000 to All Children Matter from 2004 to 2007, prior to AMC's wind down due to campaign finance violations. This is the series of campaign violations, finance violations, that led to the $5 million fine that neither the entity nor Ms. DeVos have ever paid. That steps out of the letter. So now back to the text of the letter. In 2010, he donated $39,000 to the American Federation for Children Action Fund. He is the founder of White Hat Management, LLC, a for-profit charter school management company that operates 15 schools in 3 states with over 12,000 students. Since 2008, White Hat and its affiliates have received $3.6 million in federal funds, including IDEA funds. How are we ever going to know if people like this are making big dark money contributions into the dark money operation that she runs, that they will not be rewarded in a pay-to-play fashion with grants and favors and an advantage in competition at the Department of Education? You'd ordinarily evaluate that by knowing that the conflict of interest existed. But because it's dark money, we'll never know. They'll know, she'll know, but the public will never know, the Senate will never know, the press will never know. So, back to the letter. While you may not have a direct financial interest in the for-profit education enterprises headed by those listed above, your political fundraising relationship with them and perhaps others could cause a reasonable person concern over your impartiality in matters involving them. Let me step out of the letter again. Doesn't that make sense? If you were applying for a grant before the Department of Education, and your competitor was somebody who had given, say, $1 million to Ms. DeVos's action fund, wouldn't you want to know that? Don't you think the public should know that? If you were to find out later that that had taken place and they were awarded the grant and you were not, wouldn't that rankle a bit? Wouldn't that suggest that you perhaps were not being treated fairly because of that big contribution that was made? But we'll never know. We'll never know. We are disabled from doing our constitutional job of reviewing these nominees for conflict of interest when it's dark money that's at stake. Back to the letter. The OGE process, the Office of Government Ethics process, does not capture conflicts that arise through political activity. This is the first transition of presidents since the Citizens United decision. This is the first one, so there is no history. We have to do it now, but we are not. Not for this nominee, not for other nominees. We are leaving a black hole of secrecy around this enormous conflict of interest potential. The OGE process does not capture conflicts that arise through political activity, so it is incumbent upon us to assure the Senate record is complete as to such conflicts and how they will be resolved. We continue in the letter. These are just the publicly known examples of potential conflicts. Our original request asked you for information to assess potential conflicts with 501c4 organizations that are not required to publicly disclose donor information. Accordingly, we reiterate our request that you provide, one, a list of all donors, their total donations and affiliations who have contributed to the American Federation for Children 501c4 and the Great Lakes Education 501c4 since their inception. And two, a list of donations made by you, members of your family, and foundations or organized with which you are affiliated to other 501c4 organizations over the past 5 years. That seems like a perfectly reasonable request. We continue in the letter. According to the American Federation for Children's IRS Form 990, filed for the year 2014, it spent nearly $1.1 million on political activities just in that year, including a $315,000 transfer to the American Federation for Children Action Fund, Wisconsin IE Committee. So how this works is, I think most people here know, but just to make it clear for people listening, many political organizations require that the donors be disclosed. So if you want to engage in the dark money game and hide your political influence seeking, what you do is you take your money and you give it to a 501c4, a dark money operation, and then they in turn give it to the political action group. That's what happened here. $1.1 million into the American Federation for Children, $315,000 transferred to the American Federation for Children Action Fund in Wisconsin. The only function that that provides is to launder the identity of who the donor was, so that all you see is the money emerging from the dark money organization with no transparency as to who put it in. So back to the letter. Because donations to a 501c4 are anonymous, they effectively launder the identities of donors to the other parts of the political apparatus. But you know, and the donors know, and therein lies the potential for conflict of interest. Additionally, you refuse to disclose donations to 501c4 organizations that you, your family, and your foundation have made. You explained the information requested has no bearing on the office to which I have been nominated, nor the duties of the Department of Education. That was her answer to the first letter. Our letter here continues. Your donations to 501c4 organizations are indeed relevant to your nomination, just as your donations to political candidates, parties, and causes are. One obvious instance would be where groups to which you've made political contributions are before the department as advocates or grant seekers. Again, you know, and the donors know, and therein lies the potential for conflict of interest. Senators have a constitutional duty to provide advice and consent on presidential nominees, and understanding the scope and nature of potential conflicts of interest is at the heart of that duty. I do hope that we can agree on that in this body, that part of our advice and consent role is to understand the potential for conflicts of interest. If we can't agree on that, then we have a real problem here, because that's the purpose, or at least one purpose, of what we do. I continue in the letter. Your role in raising and distributing dark money clearly raises the possibility of such conflicts. As a result, we renew our request for information related to your 501c4 organizations as outlined above. Please contact us if you have any questions regarding this request. We look forward to your additional information and disclosures and timely and responsive answers. Well, as of today, what we have is no answer at all. No answer at all. Mr. President, this is a recurring problem here. This business of dark money not being caught by the rather obsolete, in that respect, government ethics reporting conventions that have been carried forward from the Obama transition before all of this became a problem, doesn't just apply to Mrs. DeVos. Now Secretary of State Tillerson, as CEO of ExxonMobil, ran a massive dark money operation. ExxonMobil has got money all over front groups that deny climate change, all over political groups that try to discourage action on climate change, and a lot of it is dark money. And there's been reporting that traces it back to Exxon, but we never know how much because it's dark money. And Mr. Tillerson hasn't told us one thing about it in his hearing. We'll be shortly considering the nomination of Scott Pruitt as the EPA administrator. Scott Pruitt ran a dark money operation as the Attorney General of Oklahoma. Why would an Attorney General want to run a dark money operation in the first place? That's a whole separate question. But he did. It was called the Rule of Law Defense Fund. And what it did was it took in money, prevented the donors from having their identities revealed, and then funneled the money publicly to the Republican Attorney General's Association. It was an identity laundering machine for the Republican Attorney General's Association for big donors who didn't want anybody to know who the source was of the money that was being funneled into the Republican Attorney General Association. Fine, I guess. I'd like to be rid of all of it. We should pass the Disclose Act and clean this mess up. But for sure, when somebody who has run a dark money operation comes before the Senate seeking to be nominated to a cabinet office, while we hold a constitutional duty to protect that office from improper conflicts of interest, surely then their role in the dark money operation should be disclosed. It only makes sense. But no, like Ms. DeVos, absolute stonewall on any information related to the Rule of Law Defense Fund and Mr. Pruitt's dark money operation. A black hole of secrecy and enormous opportunity for conflict. Because obviously, given his background and given where the rest of his fundraising went, you can draw reasonable conclusions about where the dark money came from. Devon Energy, ExxonMobil, American Petroleum Institute, Murray Coal, the usual suspects. That's where a lot of his other money came from. You've got to believe it went here. But do we know that? No. He could have taken $1 million from one of those groups and then, as EPA administrator, be ruling on an application of theirs, and we wouldn't know. Please don't anyone tell me that that's not a potential conflict of interest. I mean, we can deal with alternate facts around here, but that's just crazy. We don't know about Ms. DeVos' dark money. We don't know about Tillerson's dark money. We don't know about Pruitt's dark money. It's as if there's been an understanding, some secret handshake around here, that nobody will allow dark money information into the nomination process. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. And it infects this nomination of Ms. DeVos. We have got to get answer to these questions. Let me move on to one other point. Student college debt. I had a meeting recently. I think all of us have the same experience. From our home states, groups come to visit us and to get our time and to bring our attention to problems that concern them. And I think we all get visits in the same groups. We get visits from our community bankers, from our home states. We get visits from our credit unions in our home states. We get visits from the automobile dealers in our home states. We get visits from the insurance brokers in our home states. And we get visits from the realtors in our home states. When the realtors of Rhode Island came in to visit me the last time, they raised a new issue that I had not heard before from them. The issue that they raised was, you know, we're starting to have a real problem financing houses for the next generation of home buyers, the young home buyers who are coming into the market and who would ordinarily be buying their starter homes. And the problem that we're finding with them is that they are so loaded up with college debt that we can't finance the purchase of a home for them. That's how enormous the student loan debt problem is in this country. It is now preventing so many young people from buying a home that the realtors have noticed and put it on their problem list as something for us to take action on. If the realtors have noticed this, I don't think it's asking too much for a nominee for Secretary of Education to have noticed this. And if, in fact, she has noticed this, I don't think it's asking too much for her to have thoughts and a plan, because we are well over $1 trillion in debt for these kids. I think it's about $1.3 trillion now. It's been a known problem for some time. Over and over again, Democrats have tried to find and propose solutions here in the Senate. Over and over again, we have been shot down, but it remains a very considerable issue. And you would think that a new Secretary of Education coming in would want to hit the ground running on this issue. She'd have something she wanted to get done to solve it. There would be a plan or an outline. We may not agree with it. It may be something that we have to work together to find a way to get it to the floor, but at least there'd be a starting point. All I got was, well, I'd be interested in your views on that issue. How is it possible that with over $1 trillion in student debt piled up, with the student debt problem so severe that even realtors have put it on their to-do list to get something done about it, that a nominee for the Secretary of Education has nothing, pockets out, nothing to get started on this problem? Is she ever going to take an interest? I don't know. But it would seem to me, particularly when you look at where we are in the Help Committee, our ranking member is here, Senator Murray. Senator Murray and Chairman Alexander helped lead us together through the ESSA, the reform of No Child Left Behind, the Every Student Succeeds Act. It passed roaring through the Senate. The House even picked it up and took it. It came out of committee unanimously. States are still working on implementation of it. because it's freed them up to do a lot more things, and so they've got to go through the process of deciding how they're going to take advantage of its new freedoms. So with respect to elementary and secondary education, we're actually in pretty good shape. All we have to do is implement the bipartisan popular law that we passed. So where is the attention going to be? Well, what we haven't passed is the Higher Education Reform Act. So if you know at all what's been going on education in the Congress, which is not asking too much of a Secretary of Education nominee, you know that we have just implemented a major reform of elementary and secondary education, and that our next order of business is higher education, and that an elemental part of that is going to be college debt. So the fact that this nominee has nothing on that issue and is in the traditional deer-in-the-headlights nominee mode of, well, I look forward to working with you on that, Senator. Oh, yes, I understand that that's a serious problem, Senator, but actually I don't have any ideas, I don't have any plan, I don't have any strategy, I've got nothing. Let's just work together on it. That's not very convincing. Not very convincing to me. I see the senator from New Jersey here, and the night is going on, so I will yield the floor to him, but I'll close by saying that this recurring question about nominees who are involved in dark money operations and then refuse to disclose anything about their dark money operation so that it remains a black hole of secrecy and potential conflict of interest is wrong. It is just wrong. And I know there are forces in this building that love the dark money, and there are huge special interests behind the dark money. And there are a lot of people who benefit from the dark money who don't want any light on it ever. But once a nominee has had their name put in for a cabinet position of the government of the United States, by God, they ought to disclose their dark money connections, because otherwise it is an avenue towards conflict of interest, and where there is conflict of interest, there comes scandal. It is our job to head that off by getting the information before the public so everybody can evaluate it, and we have been kneecapped in that effort by an absolutely positive shutdown from the other side of the aisle on any information about any dark money from any nominee. They don't have to be nominees. If they don't want to cough up their dark money information, they can turn the papers back in and tell President Trump, find someone else. I'd rather keep my secrets. But you shouldn't keep your secrets and get the job. With that, I yield the floor.
For unanimous consent that the privileges of the floor be granted to the following member of my staff, Aaron Robinson.
Without objection.
I'm grateful for that, and I know the night is going on. I just want to take a moment to express my appreciation to all the staff members when senators remain on the floor here. A lot of folks who work here, from the gentleman here typing very quickly all the way to a lot of the folks working. I just want to express my gratitude for the long night, particularly to the Pages. It is their second week here, and they suddenly are being forced to grapple with not just school, but the long nights of the United States Senate, and I really do respect them, and I'm grateful for their, how should I say, endurance tonight as well. I rise today, as many of my colleagues have, to speak to the nomination of Betsy DeVos, to speak specifically in opposition to her nomination to serve as Secretary of Education.